Chapter 134. A moment of silence was followed by a burst of cheers. Especially the young man's side. Their faces were red with excitement. They shouted as if they were the ones in the limelight just now. The young man with the halberd smiled shyly. His face still had a trace of immaturity. However, no one would look down on this young man. Apart from a few big shots in the royal army, no one else could suppress him in terms of strength. Not bad, reward him. Xia Yinwu was in a good mood and waved his hand. Third prince. Third prince. Only now did the crowd notice the two of them. They all bowed respectfully. Xia Yinwu was in a good mood. He had never felt so proud before, especially after being a hypocrite with Ningqian for so long. Even he himself felt disgusted. Thank you, third prince. On the stage, the young man with a halberd bowed respectfully. A trace of shyness flashed across his immature face. The crowd below the stage laughed. Huh, our Yin is still so shy. However, he is so strong at such a young age. Comparisons are odious. The soldiers in the barracks were very straightforward, whether they were kind, teasing, or just bored. At this moment, the laughter below the stage made the young man even more shy. His face was as red as an apple. Yin, well done. Thank you, third prince. It is all thanks to third prince's guidance. Ha! Xia Yinwu laughed. Ningqian and Yin Wugo's eyes met intentionally and then looked away. However, they clearly saw the ridicule in each other's eyes. Shameless. Brother Ning, since you are here, why don't you go up on the stage and teach my disappointing subordinates a lesson? Xia Yinwu laughed heartily and said loudly, as if he was afraid that the people present couldn't hear him. Go to hell. Ningqian cursed in his heart. However, he still had a polite smile on his face. He replied, Wugo, go and fight with the little brother on the stage. Remember, don't go too far. As for him, of course, he couldn't go up. Xia Yinwu had dug such an obvious trap. He didn't want to jump into it. As the Jiming Marquis, the head of the Department of Justice, fighting with a small soldier, if he won, it would be an unfair victory. As for losing, he didn't think about that possibility. Yes, head. Yin Wugo bowed in response. Soon after, a red light flashed, and before anyone could react, he was already on the stage. Master, the halberd-wielding youth, and everyone else below the stage felt a chill run down their spines. Yin Yun, the young man with the halberd, said calmly. Yin Wugo, in the next moment, both of them held their breaths. The sword and the halberd faced each other from a distance. A moment later, only a flash of red could be seen. It was so fast that it made people's hearts tremble. With a bang, the battle began. Sword and halberd clashed. Was it fast or was it fast? It was so fast that one couldn't see it clearly, so fast that one would die in an instant. Neither of them held back. Sword light, halberd light, crisscrossed. No one knew whose life would be spilled in the next moment. Below, Xia Yinwu's expression became more and more serious. Although he knew that the 13 red-clothed blood guards of the Supreme Court were extraordinary, especially the leader, Yin Wugo, who had never been defeated as a prince because he stood too high, he always unconsciously overlooked too many things. Swish! The blood sword was stained with blood, and the red clothes were also stained with blood. The sword and halberd clashed, and the two people's bodies were dyed red at the same time. Not bad. Both of their eyes narrowed. When they moved again, the halberd light was like a tide. Their blood chi surged, and their cultivation techniques were pushed to the peak. One move, one move, one move, and the world shook. Everyone below was dumbfounded. They all knew that Yin Yun was strong, but no one had expected him to be this strong. However, who was this red-clothed man that could force Yin Yun to this extent? Even after such a long battle, he still wasn't at a disadvantage. Brother Ning, this time you've obtained an incredible subordinate. Xia Yinwu sighed. His tone was filled with envy. Brother Yinwu is too polite. You're not bad either. Ningqian replied courteously. What he said was the truth. This youth called Yin Yun truly did have the qualifications to compete with Yin Wugo. Huh. On the stage, the battle had been going on for a long time, but victory was still hard to determine. The halberd was strong, and the sword was sharp. One was incomparably domineering, while the other was shockingly fast. Their completely different characteristics made the result of this battle difficult to predict. It's about to end. Suddenly, Ning Chun and Xia Yinwu narrowed their eyes. The auras of the two people on the stage rapidly rose. Bloodlight soared into the sky, stirring up heaven and earth. Blinding golden light filled the air. "You're the second opponent I've taken seriously. Be careful," said Yin Wugo calmly. Killing intent soared in his heart. His previous indifferent attitude had vanished. An opponent worthy of a battle caused his heart to boil once more. Bloodlight soared. The red mole between Yin Wugo's eyebrows was so beautiful that it looked like it was dripping blood. Yin Wugo raised his sword, and in an instant, the martial platform was dyed red. Terrifying killing intent filled the air, and it affected the boundless smell of blood, turning the surroundings into a bloody hell that would never see the light of day. Xia Yinwu's expression changed. Ning Chen's heart shivered. This was bad. In the face of such killing intent, Yin Yin no longer had the slightest possibility of holding back. His gaze turned cold, and his halberd rapidly revolved. Swallow flashes, 100 phoenixes returned to the nest. He and his halberd transformed into rays of light that disappeared. Rays of golden light appeared one after another. Golden swallows fluttered in the air. It was like a swallow flashing, but it was even more like 100 phoenixes returning to the nest. The two of them didn't hold back in the slightest. Terrifying fluctuations instantly caused the entire martial stage to crack. Sword and halberd slashed through the air. One move would determine victory and defeat. Perhaps life and death would also be decided. However, at this moment, Ning Chun moved. He took a step forward and instantly entered the battlefield. Cold snow began to fall from the sky. Silver frost sprinkled down as the life scroll was circulated to its peak. Snow condensed between heaven and earth. His left and right hands pointed forward at the same time. With a clang, he blocked the halberd's advance. Boom! In the next moment, the shock waves erupted. An unparalleled might cause the entire martial stage to collapse. Boulders flew everywhere, smashing dozens of meters away. The surrounding soldiers quickly retreated. However, there were still some who didn't have time to dodge. Xia Yinwu also moved. He shot out dozens of meters and blocked the falling boulders with his palm, protecting the soldiers behind him. "The competition ends here," said Ning Chun indifferently. He shook his hands and pushed aside the halberd. "Yes." Yin Wugo calmly accepted the order. He sheathed his sword and the red light faded. Yin Yin also cupped his fists and bowed before retreating to the side. "Brother Ning, why don't you come back to the camp with me and have a cup of tea to quench your thirst?" Xia Yinwu walked over as if nothing had happened. It would be impolite to refuse. Ning Chun nodded. The two of them walked in front with Yin Wugo following. Before leaving, he glanced at Yin Yin. A trace of interest flashed through his cold eyes. The three of them quickly arrived in front of the camp. Ning Chun and Xia Yinwu walked in while Yin Wugo was left outside. "He can come in," said Xia Yinwu. "Ha!" Ning Chun softly laughed. "This is the commander's tent, after all. He has a sword on him, so it's inconvenient for him to come in. Brother Ning is too polite. These rules are only used to guard against outsiders." "Brother Ning doesn't need to be so reserved," said Xia Yinwu. "Thank you, Brother Yinwu. But the rules still have to be followed," smiled Ning Chun. Xia Yinwu didn't say anything more. This knowledge destiny Marquis really was an extremely difficult person to deal with. He didn't seem to care about trifles, but in reality he handled things flawlessly. "Brother Ning, please." Xia Yinwu poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Ning Chun. Ning Chun received the tea and took a sip. He immediately praised, "Good tea." The tea wasn't bad, but that was it. It wasn't that he was picky. It was just that he had once drunk the tea personally brewed by Fan Lingwei. Since then, no matter what tea he drank, he would always feel that the taste was ordinary. "Brother Ning is too kind," said Xia Yinwu politely. Outside the commander's tent, squads of the Divine Wind Battalion patrolled. Their armor was dense, and under the setting sun, they emitted a biting cold. The Divine Wind Battalion was the most elite battalion of the Imperial City's 11 battalions aside from the Dragon Guard Battalion. Their combat strength was outstanding, and they held an extremely important position in the imperial city's 330,000 imperial guards. Wugo calmly stood outside the tent. His red robes fluttered in the wind, and the red mole between his eyebrows was as beautiful as blood. It gave people an indescribable feeling of disharmony. The two people in the tent chatted for a long time. Only when the sun was about to completely set did Ning Chen walk out. "Let's go." Ning Chen glanced at the red-robed figure next to the tent. Wugo followed. His footsteps were heavy as he faced the final setting sun and headed west. "Wugo, you did well in today's competition," said Ning Chen calmly. He didn't want to waste his breath. The reason he had brought Wugo out was to find a sword. This was Wugo's character, and he didn't need to suppress it. "Thank you, department head," said Wugo. Ning Chen didn't say anything more. He had already expressed his attitude. Today, he had acted to stop Wugo, but that didn't mean he would reject Wugo's actions. Yin would definitely be heavily injured in that final move. He had only acted to give Xia Yinwu some face. Xia Yinwu was a smart person. He had always acted straightforward and carefree in front of others, but that was just using his brave appearance to hide his scheming heart. None of the princes of the Grand Xia were simple. After returning to the imperial court, Wugo returned to the Western Palace. Ning Chen stood in front of the Hidden Secrets Pavilion for a moment, but in the end, he didn't enter. He turned and left. Right now, the situation in the imperial city was too chaotic. He couldn't be distracted. Her matters could only be discussed later. When night fell, Ning Chen didn't return to his residence. Instead, he walked towards Prince Yan's residence. Since he had returned, he hadn't had the chance to thank his senior. Logically speaking, he should go personally. In Prince Yan's residence, the green and red swords flew through the air and stabbed into the ground. Prince Yan stood in front, waiting for someone to come. Soon, Ning Chen walked in and bowed respectfully. "Senior." "Yes." Prince Yan nodded and waved his hand. The green sword flew out and landed in front of Ning Chen, giving off boundless coldness. "Let me see how much you've improved." Ning Chen pulled out the green sword and focused. This was his first time fighting with his senior. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and the strongest people in the world. In the battle with the abbot of Dui Temple, he had set up too many tricks. He had only defeated the Buddha in the mortal world after many calculations. However, this didn't mean anything. If they fought again, he didn't doubt that the loser would be him and Qing Ning. At the end of his thoughts, Ning Chen moved. Frost condensed into a sword and snowflakes surged. A silver shadow streaked across the air. Bang! Prince Yan flipped his hand. The red sword flew across the sky and blocked the green sword. With a bang, the aftershock spread out quickly. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. Chapter 135. Green and red collided. Cold and heat collided. The frost melted quickly, turning into mist and dispersing. Prince Yin retracted his perception of the green sword's aura. He also suppressed his cultivation to the middle stage of the 9th rank to give the junior the greatest fairness. Ning Chen already felt unparalleled pressure from the sword. His opponent had no openings at all. He didn't even know where to attack next. Ning Chen didn't have the upper hand. He activated the 2 scrolls of the heavenly books at the same time. The scroll of earth activated, causing the chi of thick earth to explode. Between the two, a dark yellow light rose. The gravity instantly increased by more than 10 times. Prince Yan's body sank, but his expression was still calm. The red sword surged with heat and slashed down with the help of gravity. It was faster and heavier. The green sword in Ning Chen's hand was instantly suppressed, leaving an opening in front of his chest. Prince Yan reached out his left hand and pierced 3 inches above his heart. He held back but didn't show any mercy. He broke through the advantage of the 2 scrolls of the heavenly books and suppressed Ning Chen again. At the critical moment, Ning Chen took half a step back. He flipped his left palm, causing waves to surge. He also attacked Prince Yan's chest. Not bad. Prince Yan nodded and dodged to the side. His sword finger swept out and a green sword light shot out. Ning Chen dodged, but with a bang, the ground shook where he was just now. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long sword mark appeared. It was bottomless. Waves of the east. Seeing that his opponent was unshakable, Ning Chun raised his left palm. The blue light shone brightly, and the waves rolled. The boundless sea crashed down. First defense, waves break 10,000 miles. After the palm, Ning Chun immediately changed his move. His sword split the sky and slashed down in the waves. Facing the palm power and the sword ray, Prince Yin clenched his left hand. The cold air condensed, and an ice sword instantly formed. Green and red breath together, absolute chi. Prince Yan's two swords were as fast as lightning. The green and red swords danced and shone brightly. The moment they shone, countless sword rays flashed past. The three moves collided, and a huge explosion erupted. The earth trembled, and numerous cracks appeared, extending for 10 zhang in all directions. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His body moved again. One sword split into thousands. In an instant, it condensed into one and reached Qingyi. However, this extremely fast sword was blocked by the even faster red sword. The two swords collided, and the aftershock spread out, filling the air with dust and sand. Ning Chen's pupils shrank fiercely. Before he could react, an ice sword had already reached his chest. "You've lost." King Yan's hand shook, and the ice sword scattered. He said calmly. Ning Chun was slightly disappointed. He knew that he would lose, but he didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. He had 2 scrolls of the arcane tomes and the cultivation method of the Zhongsun lineage, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand in the face of the senior. If he had switched places with Yin Qinhuang for the last move, he would not have been able to do it as exquisitely as his predecessor. The true intent of the sword was fast, ruthless, and accurate. Of these 3 aspects, the most difficult was accuracy. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the green and red swords turned into flowing light and disappeared into the sword rack. "Do you know why you lost?" Prince Yin asked calmly. "Your foundation is not solid," Ning Chun said emotionally. Prince Yin nodded and continued. "Your martial arts progress is too fast, and you have neglected the most basic things. The path of martial arts is not only about ultimate moves. In battle, there are not so many opportunities for you to gather chi and condense moves. The most basic moves are the key to victory. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Ning Chun bowed respectfully and thanked him. His moves were all learned in battle. They were useful, but they were too utilitarian and not solid enough. He didn't pay much attention before, but after today's battle, he realized how big the gap was between him and the strongest person in the world. These days, you've been distracted too much. This will be detrimental to your path of martial arts. The most important thing in martial art cultivation is to be distracted, especially at the crucial moment of rank 9. You have to be careful, Prince Yin warned. "I understand." Ning Chun sighed in his heart. He couldn't leave Zhang Sun alone. As for martial arts cultivation, he would take care of it if he could. If he couldn't, he could only give up temporarily. Prince Yin frowned. He could see that Ning Chun didn't listen. "In a month, I will leave the Imperial City. I will give you a month to settle these matters in the Imperial City. After a month, you will leave with me," Prince Yin said. Although his words were calm, there was no room for objection. Ning Chun was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Prince Yin stopped him. "Don't forget that you are still my sword attendant. In this year, your freedom is up to me." "Yes." Ning Chun agreed helplessly. He knew that his senior was doing it for his own good. However, a month was too tight. On the way back, the wind blew gently. Ning Chun walked on the street with a heavy heart. The more he cared, the more he felt that he didn't have enough energy. The situation in the Imperial City was not optimistic. The existence of the 2 princes was like 2 time bombs that could explode at any time. Apart from that, he even suspected that the 3 dukes had played a dishonorable role in the background. The loyalty of the 3 dukes to the Xia kingdom was unquestionable. However, at this time, power was at its most turbulent period. It was inevitable that ambitious people would appear. Unknowingly, Ning Chun passed by the Yi River. Under the night sky, The brothel was at its busiest time of the day. People entered and exited. No matter what era it was, the matters between men and women were irresistible temptations. In front of the Lingyan Pavilion, 4 or 5 women with exquisite figures were welcoming guests. Their clothes were so thin that one could see the bottom of their clothes. A large part of their snow-white skin was exposed. The rest of their skin was faintly discernible. Just one look was enough to make one's mouth dry. "Young master, please come in." Ning Chun had just arrived in front of the pavilion when he was pulled by a beautiful and scantily dressed lady. Following that, a gorgeously dressed lady with a slim waist and a fat, but came over to help. She smelled good and smiled coquettishly. Her full breasts were almost pressing on Ning Chen's body, forcefully pushing him in. The pavilion was extremely spacious, but there were already many guests. Most of the tables were already occupied. The lady accompanied him on both sides. Her clothes were half undone. She looked a little drunk and seductive. Her decadent aura made people restless. Ning Chun glanced around the hall without leaving a trace. He acted like an ordinary person, a little shy and a little curious. In front of these pitiful ladies, he would not disturb them if he could. "Young master, this is your first time here. How about big sister accompany you?" As soon as they entered the pavilion, the young lady used all her skills and half-hugged Ning Chun. Her body pressed against Ning Chen's body. Her originally thin clothes were almost no different from being naked at this moment. The fragrance of her body rushed into Ning Chen's nose without reservation, causing Ning Chun, who was still very calm before, to blush. "Haha, little brother, you're shy. I like you so much." Yen Shui knew that she had met a virgin at first glance. Her eyes sparkled, and her heart was filled with joy. The young man in front of her was handsome and had a clean aura. Although she had been in this business for a long time and had seen all kinds of people, she still wanted to be with someone she was comfortable with. "I'm here to look for someone," Ning Chen said shyly. "Haha, little brother, don't be shy. Who doesn't come here to look for someone? Don't tell me you're here to eat." At a table not far away, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was surrounded by several ladies laughed. "I'm really here to look for someone," Ning Chan explained in a low voice. "Yes, you're looking for someone. If little brother doesn't mind, sister will accompany you." Yin Shui snickered. She did not expose him and went along with Ning Chun. It was not easy to find someone she liked. She could not scare him away. Ning Chun smiled. He found a place nearby and ordered some dishes. However, he did not touch them. He just drank tea quietly. He did not speak or do anything. He looked simple and normal. Yin Shui was happy. She thought that Ning Chan was shy and was trying to pretend to be calm. She stayed by his side and rubbed her plump chest against him from time to time. Every time she got up to pour tea, her slender waist would bend slightly. Her entire chest was exposed. The fragrance would come and tug at his heartstrings. Every time at this time, Ning Chen's face would blush. His handsome face would look even more shy. Yin Shui giggled. Her intention to tease the little guy in front of her was even stronger. "Sister, what are the things upstairs for?" Ning Chan raised his head curiously and asked with a little shyness on his face. Yin Shui rolled her eyes and said seductively, "Ha, there are fun places upstairs. Little brother, do you want to accompany sister upstairs to have a look?" Ning Chun lowered his head slightly and did not speak. His face instantly turned red. Ding! At this moment, the pleasant sound of zither rang in the attic. The sound of zither was faint and dreamy. In the blink of an eye, it dispelled the decadent sound in the attic. The entire attic was abnormally quiet in an instant. Only the celestial sound echoed for a long time. Fairy Sue's zither. The middle-aged man who teased Ning Chan before reacted and shouted with a love-struck and joyful face. "I've heard that Fairy Fiend is good at both zither and dancing. My young master is here to visit today. I wonder if he can meet you?" At the same time, on the second floor, the doors of several rooms opened. A few figures in luxurious clothes walked out. One of the attendants saw the master's eyes and asked. His tone was polite and calm without a trace of neglect. In the room covered by the bead curtain, a clear voice came out. It was like the tinkling of clear water. She declined politely. "Miss has not been feeling well recently. She can't meet guests. Please forgive her, young master. Oh, then I wonder what illness Fairy Sue is suffering from. My young master may be able to help. The attendant who spoke earlier chuckled and spoke again. Although his words were still polite, there was a trace of aggressiveness. As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent for a while. Everyone could hear that the attendant's words were somewhat forceful. Fairy Sue had been ill for a long time and rarely showed up. This was already a well-known fact. However, the Lingyan Pavilion's background was unfathomable. Few people dared to offend it, but they did not expect such a scene to appear today. Ning Chun raised his head and looked at a room on the second floor. He drank tea while quietly watching this farce. He had no intention of intervening. He had heard of the name Su Fian. She was a 3-time courtesan. Her beauty spread far and wide. Moreover, she was well-versed in poetry and books. She was also a rare talent in the world. Chapter 136. It is the young noble of the Nan Gong family, Nan Gongqing. Fairy Sue is in trouble now. Someone recognized the young man dressed in luxurious green robes beside the attendant. The Nan Gong family, a family with 2 marquises, was like the sun in the sky and was one of the top nobles in the imperial dynasty. Their might was close to that of a martial Marquis, and even one of the 11 camps of the imperial army was in the hands of a Marquis from the Nan Gong family. It is rumored that young noble Qing has never asked for love. Why did he suddenly come here today? On the second floor, in front of a room opposite to Nan Gongqing, a handsome and frivolous young man laughed. His tone was frivolous, but he did not care about Nan Gongqing's identity. The son of Tai Shigong, Jiyu. Seeing the person who spoke, everyone in each way pavilion had weird looks on their faces. As the head of the Confucian sect, the most knowledgeable person in the world, for the imperial tutor to have such a son who was always in love with brothels and did not do proper work, anyone would find it weird. Jiyu was one of the 3 hedonistic sons of the imperial city. The other 2 were Marquis Taiping's son, Chong Sunyan Xian, and the other was the oldest Marquis of Xia, the eldest grandson of Marquis Shaoxian. Nan Gongqing closed his fan, his slender eyes squinted, and said indifferently, "So it is the only son of Tai Shigong. Why do I, Nan Gongqing, need to report to you?" Although Jiyu was angry, she still replied with a smile, "Of course not. It's just that Su Xianzi is not feeling well and doesn't want to see guests. Why don't you force her? Why don't I treat you to a few drinks?" "No need. I, Nan Gongqing, cannot afford to lose face like this." Nan Gongqing glanced at the former coldly and said in disdain. He did not want to speak anymore, as though saying another word would be an insult to himself. Jiyu's chest froze, his handsome face became extremely ugly, and he was speechless. Ning Chun had already shifted his gaze over. After observing for a long time, he could not help but sigh in his heart. A tiger father is a dog's son. This Jiyu is too lacking in scheming and shrewdness. The few sons of the nobles were at each other's throats, causing the atmosphere to become even heavier. Beside Ning Chun, Yin Shui's face was slightly pale. The frivolous and bold lady from before had disappeared, and her hands subconsciously grabbed onto Ning Chun's clothes. "I'm fine." Patting Yin Shui's hand, Ning Chun smiled. Seeing Yin Shui's heart, Yin Shui's face, Yin Shui's she blushing, her body slightly moving. She moved her body slightly as she felt her face. Yin Shui's. At this moment, behind the beaded curtain, the sound of a zither was heard. It was peaceful and pleasing to the ear. Jiyu's state of mind gradually calmed down, and her pale face gradually became rosier. "Young Master Ji, many thanks for your protective feelings. Fei Yin is here to thank you." The bead curtain made a light sound, and a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from behind the curtain. The beads on the jade plate fell, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. Jiyu's expression froze for a moment, and then she was pleasantly surprised. She replied nervously, "You're too kind, Fairy Sue. This is my duty." Behind the bead curtain, the lady's voice came out again, this time with a tinge of coldness. "Young Master Nangong, Yu Fei Yan's illness is special, and ordinary medicines are useless. so there is no need for young master to worry. And yesterday, the 10th young master had brought the imperial physician over and said that there is only one type of flower that can cure Yu Fei Yan's illness, and other than that, there is no other way. 10th young master. Hearing that name, Nan Gongqing and the few noble young masters on the second floor all frowned. I wonder what flower fairy Su needs. Ji may be able to help. Hearing that Yu Fei Yan was truly ill, Ji Yu became nervous and asked anxiously. Incurable. Ning Chun was startled, then shook his head helplessly. Nan Gongqing was also startled, but then his mouth curled up and a trace of ridicule flashed past his cold face. Brother Ji is right. I wonder what flower fairy Su is looking for. Nan Gongqing is willing to help. Nan Gongqing asked. Behind the bead curtain, there was a moment of silence, and then a faint sigh came out. Since the two young masters have spoken, Yu Fei Yin will not hide it anymore. The flower Fei Yin needs is called a mansha flower. It is hard to find in the world, so I'm not willing to tell you. Permitha flower. Ning Chen's eyes constricted as he muttered. It was the legendary undying flower. It could not be born in the human world, and only grew on the other side of the Yellow Springs. Huh. This young master seems to know the origin of this flower. Truly admirable. Ning Chen's momentary loss of composure attracted the attention of the person behind the bead curtain. A gentle voice came out, and in a moment, everyone's eyes were on Ning Chen. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, Ning Chen's expression quickly returned to normal, and he laughed indifferently. I was just lucky to have heard of it. Fairy Su is too kind. Young master is knowledgeable, truly admirable. I wonder if young master can come over. Yu Fei Yin would like to ask young master more questions regarding the mansha flower. It is my honor. Ning Chen laughed indifferently and replied politely. Yin Shui unknowingly let go of Ning Chen's hands. Fear flashed past her eyes. The man in front of her, was he still the young man she bullied? I'm sorry. I am really here to look for someone. Seeing the change in Yin Shui's eyes, Ning Chen turned his head and laughed lightly. His voice was very soft. Only the two of them could hear it, and to the others, it was just the intimacy between a man and a woman. Hearing that, Yin Shui's body trembled. She raised her head and looked into Ning Chen's eyes. Only then did she understand that the man beside her was only trying to make her happy. The smile in his eyes was as calm as ever, never changing. Under Yin Shui's gaze, Ning Chen stood up and walked up a stairs step by step. Humph! On the second floor, Nan Gongqing waved his sleeves and walked back to his room with a cold face. Today's goal had failed. The background of this Ling Yin pavilion was more troublesome than he thought. But the arrival of Jiming Marquis was truly unexpected. Entering the beaded curtains in the elegant room, a beautiful figure sat quietly in front of Guqin. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was like jade. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope. Her peerless appearance had a bewitching charm. Every frown and smile revealed an indescribable charm, like a fully bloomed peony, causing people to be unable to shift their eyes away. Seeing that Ning Chen had arrived, Su Fei Yin personally stood up to pour wine. Her long hair hanging down, covering half of her beautiful face, she was attentive and meticulous, as though she was welcoming a friend that she had known for a long time. Young Master Ning, Yin Shui likes you. I hope young master can treat Yin Shui well and do not hurt a good girl's heart. Without raising her head, Su Fei Yin chuckled, not distant, not pretentious, as though she was just chatting with a friend. Ning Chen laughed, but did not reply. Regardless of what he said, it would be wrong, so he might as well not reply. Men are all so fickle, acting whenever they see a situation. Su Fei Yin raised her head and said softly. Her beautiful face flashed with a trace of grief. Miss Su, your words are a little too much. Ning Chen said indifferently. Su Fei Yin raised her wine cup, an apologetic expression on her face. Young Master Ning, please don't take offense. It was Fei Yin who lost control of herself. Miss Su is too courteous, but matters of the heart are just too distant for me. Ning Chen took the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Su Fei Yin gently smiled, changing the topic. The 10th prince knew that young master would be coming to visit in a few days, so he specially sent a gift ahead of time. I hope young master can kindly accept it. Half a purple pill appeared in Su Fei Yan's hand. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, refreshing the mind. Just by smelling it, one would feel much more relaxed. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes, his aura constantly surging. Even the two heavenly tomes began to tremble. Su Fei Yin looked at the half pill in her hand and continued. This pill is called Extreme Breath. It is said that it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, there's only half of it left, and the medicinal effect is about to dissipate. However, it should be of help to young Master Ning's injuries. The 10th prince is considerate, but I do not understand why the 10th prince is so confident that I will definitely come here. Ning Chun did not refuse. Taking the pill, he looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "Then why did you come?" Su Fian asked with a sweet smile. "I have come to find you, Hani. However, it seems that the current manager of the Lingyan Pavilion has already changed," Ning Chen honestly said. "Hani still has other matters to attend to, so I will temporarily take care of this place," Su Fei Yin smiled. "Then, Mrs. Identity has really made me curious," Ning Chun indifferently said. Su Fei Yan's lips curled, but she did not reply. Instead, she stood up and poured another cup of wine. Softly, she said, "Fei Yan is only a prostitute. I cannot enter the Marquis' eyes." Huh? Ning Chun did not ask any more questions. Drinking the wine in his cup, his thoughts quickly turned. Ever since he had entered the Lingyan Pavilion, he had noticed that something was wrong. Not only were the women in the pavilion unfamiliar, even some of the previous decorations had changed. He had stayed in the Lingyan Pavilion for a period of time, so he was very sensitive to these changes. It seemed that the Lingyan Pavilion had not simply changed managers, but had already changed owners. But he did not understand why the 10th prince would hand over such an important place to someone else. It was the most flourishing place in the imperial city. Not only did it bring in money daily, it was also the gathering place for all sorts of information. But what made him even more concerned was Su Fei Yan's identity. He did not care about it in the past, but after meeting her today, he realized that the three-time courtesan Belle, who rarely showed her face, actually had an extremely minute martial qi. Other than Fan Lingyu, it was the first time he had seen someone who could conceal their qi so well. It seemed like the fight for the throne of Xia had attracted a few powerhouses that had been hidden for a long time. 1,000 years of Xia, in the end, had an unparalleled attraction to all the powerhouses. Nan Gongqing's appearance was most likely to probe Su Fei Yan's true identity. On the surface, the two marquises of the Nan Gong family had not chosen a side and maintained their neutrality, making people unable to see through them. "Young master, you mentioned the name of the Permitha flower. Have you seen it before?" Just then, Su Fei Yin asked softly. There were not many people in the world who knew of the red spider lily. Most of them had only heard of the story of the red spider lily, but did not know that the red spider lily was the red spider lily. No, Ning Chen shook his head. He had seen the yellow springs flower, which grew in the weak water, but he had never seen the red spider lily. What a pity! Seeing that Ning Chun was not lying, Su Fei Yin sighed. Her beautiful face flashed with a faint sorrow. Chapter 137. Ning Chun pondered for a moment before asking, "May I ask why Miss Su is looking for the red spider lily?" "To treat it," Su Fian replied. "Oh, according to my observations, Miss Su does not seem to be suffering from strange illness." Ning Chun revealed a strange expression. "This flower is for the elders of my family to use," Su Fian replied honestly. Ning Chun was silent. The red spider lily only grew on the other side of the yellow springs. However, the bottomless boat beside the Ruor River had already been rowed to the other side. In other words, even if someone found the entrance to the underworld, they would not be able to cross the Ruor River. What a sin! Ning Chen's mood was not very good. In this world, there were very few existences like Ghost Girl. Now that he thought about it, he could borrow the scroll of Earth's guidance to enter the underworld from that time. But he did not know if the red spider lily truly existed. Last time, he had only seen the yellow springs flower and not the red spider lily. If he had time, perhaps he could go back and look for it. Miss Su, I am unable to help you with this matter. Ning Chun sighed regretfully. Su Fian laughed softly. Young Master Ning is currently in control of the imperial court and knows all the news in the world like the back of your hand. Could young Master Ning help pay attention to this matter? Definitely, Ning Chun replied straightforwardly. Then I will thank young Master. Su Fian bowed gracefully. You're welcome. Ning Chun thickened his face and accepted this bow. As for the red spider lily, it would depend on whether Su Fian was a friend or foe. Right now, he still could not see through this woman's background and was not in the mood to help. Miss Su, it is already late. I must take my leave. Please help me thank the 10th prince for his good intentions. Just say that Ning Chun will personally pay a visit in a few days. Seeing that he could not find out any more information, Ning Chun did not want to stay any longer. He stood up and cupped his hands in respect. Fian will see you off. Su Fian stood up and said softly, No need. There are too many people outside. It is best if Miss Su does not show her face. Ning Chun turned around and waved his hand before walking away. After Ning Chun left, the smile on Su Fian's face gradually disappeared and her brows furrowed. This Jiming Marquis of the Xia dynasty was as intelligent as the legends. She had a feeling that Ning Chun must know something about the red spider lily. He just didn't say anything. A few months ago, the Netherworld Palace had opened once. Unfortunately, everyone was stuck in front of the Rua Shui, and no one could pass through. Now, even the entrance to the Netherworld Palace had disappeared, and it was impossible to even enter. It seemed that she still had to find a chance to continue testing the Marquis. The red spider lily was very important to her, and she could not let go of any possibility. As Ning Chun exited the Lingyan Pavilion, he felt someone's gaze on him. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful figure standing desolately at the entrance. Her eyes gazed into the distance with a hint of sadness, causing one's heart to ache. Ning Chun sighed softly and turned around to leave. He did not stay any longer. Who said that prostitutes were heartless and actors had no loyalty? Among those words that were filled with mockery, who had ever agreed with their sadness? He had never looked down on prostitutes. He came from China, and in the 5,000 years of history, there had been too many admirable prostitutes. Behind this, it set off the coldness of men. The truly heartless ones were always men, and he was no exception. Yin Shui was a good girl. Unfortunately, they were not fated to be together. His heart would not change for anyone. No matter who he hurt, it would be the same. As the night wind blew, Ning Chun threw away his emotions, and his heart hardened again. Before helping Zhang Sun solve these problems, nothing else was important. After returning to the Marquis mansion, Ning Chun saw that the lights were still on. He quickly walked a few steps and saw little Mingyu lying on a table full of food, waiting for him to come back and eat. Ning Chun's heart flashed with a trace of guilt. He only cared about his business and forgot about little Mingyu. He said that he would go out for a while, but now the sky was completely dark. Mingyu saw the bad guy come back, and a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. She jumped down from the stool and ran over to greet him. You must be hungry. I'm not back yet, so you can eat first. Ning Chun's heart ached as he rubbed the little girl's cloth hat and said softly, I secretly ate a little. Mingyu shyly stretched out her hand and gestured. Ah. Ning Chun chuckled and immediately held the little girl's hand to return to the house and sit down to eat. The food was all served and had obviously been reheated many times. Ning Chun picked up his chopsticks and put a lot of meat into little Mingyu's bowl. He said softly, Don't be picky, or you'll be sick all day like your sister Lingyu. Mingyu looked at the bowl full of meat and vegetables, and her face turned bitter. She hated meat the most. Finish it quickly. I'll grill fish for you tomorrow. Seeing that the little girl did not move her chopsticks, Ning Chun coaxed her. Okay. Mingyu answered obediently, and then started to eat in small bites. Ning Chun ate a few mouthfuls with her. Most of the time, he watched the little girl eat. Mingyu was actually very picky with her food. Without anyone watching, it was hard to feed her. Mingyu, did your sister Lingyu say when she will teach you martial arts? Ning Chun asked softly. No. Mingyu shook her head and answered. Do you want to learn? Ning Chen continued to ask. No, Mingyu replied unenthusiastically. Ning Chen nodded and did not try to persuade her. If she did not want to learn, then forget it. This matter could not be forced. It was normal for girls to have no interest in martial arts. Just like, oh man, she was very talented and had a Xiantian father to guide her. However, she did not like martial arts. Her progress in martial arts had always been frighteningly slow. Since she did not want to learn, then so be it. If there was a chance, martial arts was not the only thing in this world. After a while, Mingyu finally finished eating the rice in her bowl. She was so full that she did not want to move. She had eaten too much. Are you still going out tomorrow? Mingyu asked. What? Ning Chun asked curiously. Tomorrow is my birthday, Mingyu said softly. Ning Chun was startled. After a while, he reacted and said, I'm not going out tomorrow. He had originally planned to visit the 10th prince's residence. However, since it was little Mingyu's birthday, he would just let the 10th prince die. Hearing the bad guy's answer, Mingyu smiled happily. Okay, it's time to sleep. Let's make a big cake together tomorrow. Ning Chun pulled the little girl up and said, What's a cake? Mingyu asked curiously. Food. You'll know tomorrow. Ning Chun replied. He tried to remember how to make a cake. In his previous life, he had made it before. However, there was no oven here, so it was a bit troublesome. Mingyu is 8 years old now. He had to give her a different birthday. Mingyu would return to northern Ming and continue to be the emperor. He did not have much time left to accompany her. The next morning, Mingyu woke up at dawn. She ran to the bad guy's door and knocked hard. It's time to get up and make a cake. Ning Chen woke up from his meditation and opened the door. He saw little Mingyu dressed neatly and standing there. Her little face was full of anticipation. Brush your teeth and wash your face. After that, we'll go buy ingredients. Ning Chen instructed. Okay. Mingyu ran back to her room and started to prepare. The toothbrush was made from pig's hair. Ning Chen made it himself. After a while, the two of them squatted in front of the door. They were brushing their teeth while spitting out pig's hair. Hey, bad guy, can this thing not shed hair? Mingyu asked with foam in her mouth. Hey, when I have time, I will ask the workshop to improve it. I'm also not good at this. Ning Chen replied while spitting out the hair. Give me more when it's done, Mingyu said with a lisp. Okay, Ning Chen replied. The two of them quickly finished brushing their teeth and had a simple meal. After that, they went shopping hand in hand. Making a cake was very troublesome. It required a lot of ingredients. Eggs, flour, sugar, milk, oil, salt, etc. The two of them shopped from morning until late in the morning. Only then did they manage to buy all the ingredients. Do you want to buy anything else? Mingyu asked. I also need a frying pan. Ning Chen looked left and right and replied. I've never heard of it. Mingyu shook her head. She knew about pots, but this was the first time she heard a frying pan. Ning Chen also had a headache. Had this thing not been invented yet, transmigration really wasn't something that humans could do. It was always a crosstalk. Forget it, I'll go back and make one. Ning Chen looked for a long time and did not see it. He gave up looking for it. No matter if there was a frying pan or not, he would make one himself. There should be such a thing in the palace, but he did not know what it was called. The two of them carried their bags back to the residence and chased out all the chefs in the kitchen. Then they started to work. The chefs looked at each other. They did not know what their master was doing. Mingyu, go and crack some eggs. Remember to separate the yolks and whites. Ning Chen instructed as he busied himself. Okay. Little Mingyu was wearing a big white work uniform. She carried 2 big porcelain bowls and ran to the side to help. Ning Chen started to prepare to make a pot. There was no frying pan in the residence, but there was something very similar. It was a bit rough and the bottom was a bit round. Ning Chen stared at it in a daze for a long time. What should he do? Mingyu quickly divided the eggs. Even if she messed up her hands and face, she was still better than a certain someone. Will it work? Mingyu looked at the bad guy who was still in a daze and asked doubtfully. Yes. Ning Chen immediately replied. Was this a joke? How could it not work? It had to work even if it did not work. I don't care. Ning Chen took the pot and placed a round iron plate on top of it. He stuck on top of it and made do. He could not use the flour now, so he mixed it with the cornstarch he bought. Fortunately, there were stores that sold it. Otherwise, he would die if he made it himself. Go and sift it. The finer the better. Ning Chun handed the flour to little Mingyu and said, "Okay." Mingyu took the flour and asked the chef for a sieve. Then, she continued to work. Outside the kitchen, more and more servants gathered. After a few days of getting along, everyone knew that their master was actually a very peaceful person. He did not have many rules. Therefore, everyone was not reserved. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. A little eunuch came and shouted, "The Empress's decree has arrived. I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it." Ning Chun was so busy that he could not find his bearings. "Master, Her Majesty summons you to the palace." The little eunuch smiled apologetically. "No." Ning Chun shook his head without hesitation. "Go back and tell Her Majesty that I'm sick and can't go." If he went now, he would most likely be scolded again. He did not want to make himself uncomfortable. Chapter 138. The little eunuch was in a difficult position. This lie was too fake. It would be strange if Her Highness believed it. "Is the flour sifting done?" Ningxin glanced at little Mingyu, who was sitting far away, and shouted, "It's done, cough, cough." Mingyu ran over with flour in her arms. Her face was pale, except for her two big eyes. Ningxun took the flour and wiped little Mingyu's face. It didn't come out, so he didn't care and continued with his work. "What are you stirring?" Mingyu blinked her big eyes and asked. "Egg white and sugar." Ningxun took 3 chopsticks and stirred with all his might. Without an egg beater, he could only use brute force to solve the problem. After a while, the egg white turned into foam and couldn't be poured out. Ningxin put it aside and began to clean up the egg yolk. The little eunuch was left to the side. No one cared, no one asked, and he was a little dazed. Ning Chun suddenly remembered that there was such a person. He looked at the little eunuch and shouted, "Someone come. Send little eunuch back. Remember to pay for the tea." "Yes." The old steward walked out and came to the little eunuch, who was speechless. He turned sideways and said, "Eunuch, please." "Marquis." The little eunuch came back to his senses and was about to persuade again when he was interrupted by a voice. "Mingyu, don't be naughty. If the egg white is ruined, there won't be any cake to eat today." "Oh." Mingyu quickly retracted her small hand and smiled embarrassedly. The little eunuch left dejectedly, thinking about how to report back with a gloomy face. In the kitchen, Ning Chun was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he forgot about Zhang Suan's summons. After the egg yolk and flour were mixed, there weren't many steps left. Ning Chun poured half of the egg white into the flour paste, stirred it twice, and then threw it to little Mingyu. "Do as I did. Stir it up and down. When it's smooth, pour the rest in and continue stirring." "Okay," Mingyu replied. She immediately took the paste and stirred it as if she knew how. Ningxin nodded with satisfaction. This child was teachable. "Little Ming, you didn't have any problems." Ning Chun walked to the pot and carefully brushed a layer of oil on the surface of the pot. "Bad person, there are so many bubbles. What should I do?" Mingyu shouted. "Poke it," Ning Chun replied. Mingyu felt a little dizzy. There were so many of them. How long was she going to poke them? "Aunt Li, give me a needle." Mingyu looked at a middle-aged woman with a pretty face at the door and waved her small hand. "Okay." Aunt Li hurriedly brought over a few needles. Ning Chun cleaned up the pot and came over to help. He held a needle and poked the bubbles one by one. The two of them busied themselves for half a day and finally wiped out all the bubbles. Then they poured the cake paste into the pot and started baking it. "Bad guy, will it work?" Mingyu asked doubtfully. "I should be able to," Ningchen replied, obviously lacking confidence. The two of them waited quietly in anticipation. One was the Northern Ming Emperor, and the other was the martial Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty. They surrounded the stove and were so nervous that they did not dare to speak. The solemn atmosphere also spread among the people outside. They all stood at the door and waited with wide eyes. After a long time, the aroma of the cake wafted out. The unique sweet aroma quickly spread out, making everyone look forward to it even more. "It's about time." Seeing that the color of the cake was gradually turning yellow, Ning Chun moved the pot away and carefully cut the cake from the pot with a knife. "Let me try," Mingyu shouted impatiently. Ning Chun cut a piece and brought it to little Ming Yu's mouth. After seeing the little girl take a bite, he also took a bite. It's delicious. Their eyes unexpectedly lit up. It was sweet and delicious, soft and glutinous. The taste was excellent. Bad guy, you're really a genius. Ming Yu smiled and praised. Of course. Ning Chun accepted the little girl's worship without any modesty. Ming Yu cut a piece of cake and ran to the door. She handed it to Aunt Lee, who had brought the needles, and said happily, "Aunt Lee, try it." "Thank you, young master." Aunt Lee hurriedly took the cake and thanked him. Everyone looked over with envy and desire. They all wanted to know how the Marquis' rare thing was like. Aunt Lee broke the cake piece by piece and handed it to the people around her. Each of them took a small bite and tasted it together. "How is it?" The people who did not get any asked anxiously. "It's delicious." The people who ate it looked at each other and immediately nodded. "If you want to eat it, make it yourself. It's all here. Bye." Ning Chun glanced at the chefs and arrogantly left with the cake. Little Ming Yu giggled and also left. The chefs looked at each other and had a headache trying to recall how the Marquis made it. This day was the most lively day in the Marquis' mansion, especially in the kitchen. From time to time, there were people's regretful voices. The cake was ruined again. Ning Chun and little Ming Yu enjoyed the fruits of their labor happily, ignoring the feelings of a large group of people in the mansion. "The Empress is here." At this moment, the guard outside the door announced. It was the eldest grandson. Cough, cough. Ning Chun was so scared that he choked on the cake and coughed violently. "Hide." Ning Chun immediately hid the cake in the cupboard and was about to run away in a panic. It's too late. Ming Yu was also a little overwhelmed by the nervousness of the bad guy and said anxiously, "What excuse did I give just now?" Ning Chun was so scared that his memory was not good and asked anxiously, "Sick?" Ming Yu quickly replied, "Yes, sick." Ning Chun ran back to the inner room, took off his shoes, and lay on the bed. He did not care whether it was hot or not and covered himself with 2 quilts. "Empress." The maids in the mansion did not have time to retreat and knelt down nervously. "Where is Ning Chun?" Zhang Sun asked angrily. The Marquis is in the room." A maid stammered. Qing Ning glanced at the mansion and could not help but feel strange. Why were there only these few people in the mansion? Clang! The door was pushed open. Zhang Sun entered the room and saw Ning Chun lying on the bed. She sneered and asked Ming Yu, "Ming Yu, what happened to him?" Sick. Affected by Ning Chun, Ming Yu was also fearful of the Empress of Great Xia and stammered, "Imperial physician, check on the Marquis Jiming's illness." Zhang Sun glanced at the old imperial physician behind her and said coldly, "Yes." The old imperial physician replied respectfully and quickly walked to the bedside to take Ning Chen's pulse. Ming Yu and Ning Chen broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Sun's move was too ruthless. She even brought an imperial physician over. A moment later, the old imperial physician stood up and walked to Zhang Sun. He said respectfully, "Empress, the Marquis' pulse is slightly chaotic. It's a sign that he has not recovered from his injury. He just needs to be carefully treated." "This Empress understands. You can go back," Zhang Sun said. "Yes, this official will take his leave." The old imperial physician bowed and left. Seeing the old imperial physician leave, Qing Ning hurriedly gave little Ming Yu a look, indicating for a certain person on the bed to quickly confess. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Sun walked forward and grabbed Ning Chen's ear. She said angrily, still pretending, "You're getting bolder and bolder. You dare to not go when this Empress summons you." Little Ming Yu took 2 steps back without any loyalty. This great Xia Empress was too fierce. She did not dare to provoke her. Not far from the door, the maids were also frightened by the commotion in the room. In their impression, the Empress was a gentle and virtuous person. Why was there such a big difference? In the room, Ning Chen knelt on the bed with his head down. He did not even dare to breathe. Qing Ning and little Ming Yu retreated further and further away. No one dared to persuade him. They could only pray for the best. Zhang Sun scolded him for a while before sitting down to drink some water and catch her breath. Outside the manor, when the guards heard that the Marquis was scolded, they could not help but smack their lips. They were much more well-informed than others. They knew that the Marquis had just been scolded by the Empress in the Heavenly Mandate Palace 2 days ago. In less than 2 days, he was scolded again. "Where are the servants in your manor? Where do they go?" Zhang Sun suddenly remembered the situation when she entered the manor. There was such a great Marquis, but there was not even a shadow. In the kitchen, Ning Chun did not hesitate to sell everyone out. As the saying went, it was better to die than to die. Zhang Sun would not do anything to the others. At most, she would scold them. The cake was not eaten for free. They had to be scolded together. "What are they doing in the kitchen?" Zhang Sun frowned. "Making a cake," Ning Chun said honestly. Zhang Sun frowned again. What nonsense was this? "What is a cake?" In the corner of the room, Qing Ning whispered. "Food," Mingyu also whispered. "Ning Chun made it." Qing Ning asked again. "We made it together," Mingyu whispered. "What are you whispering about?" Zhang Sun glanced at the two and said coldly. Ning Chun hurriedly gave little Mingyu a look. The little girl understood and ran back to the central room. She brought the cake over and put it on the table. Then, she retreated far away. "Did you make it?" Zhang Sun looked and asked. "Yes." Ning Chun nodded. Zhang Sun picked up a piece and took a bite. The taste was not bad. It was not worse than the snacks in the palace. "Why did you make this?" "Today is Mingyu's birthday, so I try to make it," Ning Chun said honestly. Zhang Sun thought for a moment and glanced at little Mingyu. Then, she said, "Mingyu, come here." Mingyu was a bit scared, but she still walked over. She kept encouraging herself. She was the Empress. Who was she afraid of? Zhang Sun took a phoenix hairpin from her hair and put it in little Mingyu's hand. "I came out in a hurry today and didn't bring anything. This phoenix hairpin has been with Ben Gong for 20 years. Although you can't use it, it's a little token of Ben Gong's appreciation." Seeing this, Ning Chun muttered in his heart, "You gave it to the right person. I will definitely use it." "Thank you," Mingyu whispered as she held the phoenix hairpin. Zhang Sun smiled and did not say anything else. Mingyu was only a child. Moreover, she had been with this brat for so long. Whether it was as the Empress of Xia or as Ning Chen's elder, this gift could not be lacking. Although this brat was usually carefree, he was actually very narrow-minded. If she did not express it, he might say bad things about her behind her back. After saying this, Zhang Sun remembered something. She looked at Ning Chun, who was still kneeling on the bed, and asked calmly, "I heard that you already went to Third Prince's Divine Wind Camp?" "Yes." Ning Chun nodded. "How is it?" Zhang Sun continued to ask. "The military discipline is strict and there are many experts. It's very troublesome." Ning Chun's expression became serious. This third prince was not easy to deal with. Adding on the Divine Wind Camp, it would be very difficult to deal with. Chapter 139. With Grand Xia's current situation, both princes had to be careful. Any one of them could rebel at any time, so they had to be on guard. He had met the third prince before, and he had also gone to Lingyan Pavilion, which was related to the 10th prince. He realized that the water behind this was much deeper than he had imagined. "Did you find anything in the imperial court?" Zhang Sun asked with a serious expression. "There aren't any concrete clues. The people in charge are all very tight-lipped. However, the death of Ing City's city lord was untimely. It must be related to one of the princes or the 3 dukes," Ning Chun said. "Who do you suspect?" Zhang Sun narrowed her eyes and asked. "The 10th prince," Ning Chun sternly replied. This was the current situation. Duke Xiu supported the 10th prince, and the former head of the Department of Justice was on the 10th prince's side. It was very difficult for Xia Mingri to be cleared of suspicion. Zhang Sun frowned and said, "Be careful. The 3rd prince and the 10th prince will continue to try to rope you in. Don't give in so easily." "Don't worry, I know what to do," Ning Chun said calmly. Zhang Sun nodded. After feeling that there was nothing else to ask, she took out a golden dragon insignia and threw it on the bed. "This is the commander's seal of the Dragon Guard Battalion. I'll leave it with you. If there's any trouble, you decide what to do." Ning Chun was slightly stunned. Looking at the insignia on the bed, his eyes flashed with disbelief. The imperial guards of the imperial city were different from other armies. Even if he was a martial marquis, he could not easily mobilize them. The Marshal Marquis' special authority of 100,000 soldiers had never included the 330,000 elite Imperial Guards. Zhang Sun giving him the commander's seal of the Dragon Guard Battalion was equivalent to entrusting him with her life. This was because more than 90% of the Imperial Guards in the Imperial Palace were soldiers of the Dragon Guard Battalion. This consort only has the Dragon Guard Battalion. The other 3 battalions are in Z's hands. If there's anything, you can discuss it with Z. This consort is a woman and cannot hold military power for a long time. Zhang Sun said calmly. Although her voice was soft, it gave Ning Chun an incomparably heavy pressure. Consort, aren't you afraid that I'll rebel? Ning Chun smiled bitterly. This consort is still alive. You don't have the guts, Zhang Sun replied indifferently. Ning Chun was helpless. Fine, you really didn't have the guts. It didn't matter if Zhang Sun had military power or not. It was the same. Since you've already been dragged into this, there's no need to be overly cautious. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. As long as I'm still alive, no one in the Imperial City will dare to touch you. All right, I'm going back. There's still many things to do in the palace, and I don't have time to stay here. With that, Zhang Sun got up and left. Before she left the room, she paused and said calmly, "The cake is good. When you have time, go back to the palace and teach Qing Ning how to make it." Qing Ning glanced at Ning Chun, who was still kneeling on the bed, and a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Then she followed after him. The two of them left in such a carefree manner that Ning Chun was left alone, unable to speak for a long time. Mingyu sat by the table and quietly watched the bad guy ponder in silence, not daring to disturb him. "Your Highness, the burden you've given him is too heavy," Qing Ning said worriedly after leaving the Jiming Marquis residence. To others, these rites might be an honor that could only be chanced upon by luck, but to Ning Chun, it was only a burden. "I know what to do," Zhang Sun sighed softly. This was the most difficult time for Great Xia. In these days, she had already felt that she was seriously powerless. Although Z was trustworthy, he was too upright. Now, she could only entrust Ning Chun to her. She was very clear about what kind of person Ning Chun was. She didn't have the confidence to keep him by her side forever. She could only give him as much as she could and keep him for as long as possible. The only thing she could keep him with was trust, not power. In the northern main camp, Fan Lingyue sat in the commander's tent in deep thought, quietly considering every step of the deployment in the future. Northern Ming needed to cherish time. After all, this was Great Xia, and the longer they dragged it out, the better it was for Great Xia. No matter how smart a person was, they couldn't predict everything like a god. What they needed to grasp the most was not every detail, but the overall situation. The later Great Xia's internal problems erupted, the more time Great Xia had to catch its breath. In other words, Northern Ming's situation would become more serious. She needed to do something to make the decision-makers of Great Xia nervous. "Qing Wuyo," Fan Lingyue said. "Present." Qing Wuyo entered the tent and knelt down. "Send someone to secretly contact the third prince of Great Xia. Tell him that I want to talk to him," Fan Lingyue ordered. Qing Wuyo was startled and subconsciously asked, "What if he rejects?" "It doesn't matter. Whether it succeeds or not is not important to us. You just need to send someone over. If he rejects, continue to send someone to talk to him," Fan Lingyue instructed. "Yes." Qing Wuyo received the order and left. He still didn't understand what the military advisor was trying to do. Fan Lingyue stood up and walked to the front of the tent, silently looking in the direction of Great Xia's imperial city. Today was Mingyue's birthday. Was she doing well? Cough, cough. Suddenly feeling a tightness in her chest, Fan Lingyue covered her mouth and coughed lightly. Drops of blood flowed out and dripped down from her palm. Your body can't hold on for much longer. Unknowingly, Mu Qingxue walked in front of the commander's tent. She was dressed in white, and her beautiful face was as calm and cold as before. "It's fine." While speaking, Fan Lingyue's eyes flashed with exhaustion. No matter what, she had to hold on. She had already fought until here. She couldn't fall short. That Ning Chun is very powerful. You have to be careful, Mu Qingxue calmly reminded her. "Ah." Fan Lingyue smiled tiredly. After a while, she slowly asked, Mu Qingxue, I've always been curious about something. Since you remember everything, why did you only forget about him? She had long known that Ning Chun had gone to Sword City. In this world, there were very few people who knew that Mu Qingxue was the one who had tried to assassinate Emperor Xia. Coincidentally, Ning Chun had entered the palace at that time. The two of them had met each other, which was logical but also inconceivable. Mu Qingxue's expression didn't change. He indifferently said, I naturally don't need to remember unimportant things. There's nothing to be curious about. Hearing this, Fan Lingyue smiled and didn't ask anymore. What happened between them wasn't important to her. What was important was that Mu Qingxue represented Sword City. That was enough. In this world, anyone could surrender to Great Xia. Only Sword City couldn't. Therefore, she could still maintain her trust in Mu Qingxue and Sword City. Jiming Marquis Manor. After Zhang Sun left, Ning Chun didn't leave the manor for 2 days. During this time, Su Fian sent someone to send an invitation to Ning Chun, inviting him to participate in He's new courtesan gathering 3 days later. The top courtesan assembly was held once a year. It was very lively and was not inferior to the Lantern Festival. Every time, it would attract a large number of scholars and beauties. High officials and nobles in the imperial court were also not rare. Ning Chun looked at the invitation and casually threw it to the side. Mingyu curiously took it and looked at it. She asked, What kind of place is this Lingyan Pavilion? A brothel. Ning Chun honestly replied, Mingyu purposely dragged out her voice. Her small face was full of disdain. A bad person was indeed a bad person. He even received this kind of invitation. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you before that I stayed there for a period of time? Ning Chun unhappily said. You also didn't say it was a brothel. Mingyu continued to look down on him. I didn't say. Ning Chun was astonished. You didn't say. Mingyu nodded with certainty. Ning Chun rubbed his nose. Could it be that he really didn't say? He had said too many words to fool people. He really couldn't recall them all at once. Are you prepared to go? Mingyu asked quietly. Do you want to go? Ningchen didn't answer, but asked back. Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, curiosity won over reason. She nodded and said yes. Then let's go. Ningchen smiled lightly. Bringing a child to a brothel, this was probably something only he would do. However, the courtesan gathering was different from usual. At least there weren't so many unsightly things. It would be good to let little Mingyu join in the fun. Moreover, this courtesan gathering came at such an opportune time. If he didn't go, he would be letting down the people behind this. 3 days passed quickly. Before the 3rd day even turned dark, Mingyu impatiently wanted to leave. Ning Chun pulled little Mingyu and carefully covered up any traces of girl. Only then did he feel assured and lead the latter out of the manor. Do you know how the courtesan gathering is chosen? Mingyu asked curiously as they walked. I don't know. Ning Chun shook his head. He really didn't know how the courtesan gathering was chosen. However, this thing should be similar to the beauty pageants in the modern world. It was just a show, and then a bunch of people would vote. Why don't we buy a courtesan gathering and bring her home? Mingyu's face was full of anticipation. Why buy her? She can't do any work. Even if we buy her, she'll just be a vase. Ningchen wasn't very interested. Mingyu thought about it. That was true. Courtesan gathering sounded nice, but it really wasn't very useful. The two of them chatted as they walked. Finally, when the moon rose, they reached the banks of the Yin River. The bustling crowd in front of them really gave the two of them a fright. Large and small flower boats were motionless in the middle of the river. The largest flower boat in the middle was surrounded by many smaller flower boats. It was brightly lit and extremely lively. Because the large boat in the middle had limited space, other than a few high officials and nobles who already had invitations, everyone else had to pass the test on the surrounding boats before they were qualified to board the large boat where the courtesan gathering would be held. Mingyu, give me the invitation. In front of a small boat, Ning Chun spoke. It was great to have an invitation. They didn't need to line up or fight monsters to pass. They could directly go to the last boat and eat while pleasing their eyes. Mingyu was stunned. Immediately, Her face showed a hint of embarrassment. She said embarrassedly, "I left in a hurry and forgot to take it." Ning Chen's eyes darkened, and he almost fell down. How could this little ancestor forget such an important thing? Make way, make way. A large group of people behind him squeezed onto the boat and entered to take the test. Mingyu looked at the surrounding crowd and was a little scared. She carefully said, "Why don't we go back and take it?" Seeing that there wasn't much time left and that the courtesan gathering was about to begin, Ning Chun made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "No need. We'll go through. Isn't it just a few tests? We'll just go through them." Chapter 140. The flower boat swayed, and there was a hubbub of voices. The bustling crowd came and went. Some were excited, and some were disappointed. It was a bustling scene. This was the busiest night in the imperial city. The successive wars of Great Xia had put too much pressure on the people. On this night, they all chose to temporarily forget their worries and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Ning Chun held little Mingyu's hand and walked into the nearest flower boat. The first thing that entered his eyes were two gorgeously dressed ladies and four burly men. The screen on the boat was decorated with lights. Under the bright red lights, an eye-catching couplet made the people who entered scratch their heads. Holding back my tears to look for red, tender as water. Just 9 short words. There were no traps between the lines. It was just a couplet with a deep meaning. It looked simple, but it was actually quite difficult. Mingyu felt dizzy. Although she had learned some of the culture of the Central Plains, it was mostly about the 4 books and 5 classics and how to rule a country. She basically did not learn the specialties of these scholars and beauties. "Do you know how to do it?" Mingyu asked softly. "Yes." Ningchen thought for a moment before answering, after which he picked up a piece of paper on the table and wrote down the answer. "Dancing with clear shadows, thin bones facing the wind." Mingyu read it softly. She did not understand, but it seemed to be very powerful. After handing over the paper, a voice sounded from behind the screen, "Pass." The crowd instantly let out a cry of surprise. The way they looked at the youth in front of them changed. The 2 brothel ladies bowed and said respectfully, "Young master, this way please." "Thank you." Ningchen nodded in return. Then, he pulled little Mingyu to another flower boat. The flower boats in the Yin River were all connected. After passing the first test, one could cross the bridge between the boats and board the second test. There were also many people gathered on the second test. They all came from different boats. The couplet for the first test stopped a lot of people, but many people passed. However, when Ning Chun brought little Mingyu over, he saw that everyone was frowning as if they had encountered a big problem. There were still 2 beautiful ladies and 4 men on the boat. They were guarding a screen. This was the question for the second test. On the screen, there were 5 words written clearly. Wing Chun does not see spring. This was a poem composition question, and the difficulty was obviously much higher than the previous one. Many of the scholars fell into deep thought. The Confucianism of Great Xia was flourishing, and there were many scholars. However, going too far was just as bad as not going far enough. After the Confucianism reached its peak, it showed signs of decline. The scholars now were not as good as before. Most of them were reluctant to part with the false reputation they had left behind in the brothel. The ancient style no longer existed, and the number of true scholars was becoming fewer and fewer. The 2 of them stopped in front of the screen for a moment. "Will you?" Mingyu raised her head and asked again. "Yes," Ningchen replied. When the people who were still thinking saw someone raise a pen to answer, they immediately gathered around. Pei returns to the light snow, as if cherishing the bright sun. Don't understand the cold wind and flowers. Turn over Ling Mei Lu Chi. The 5-character quatrains that were vividly written on the paper did not contain a single word of spring, but they described the scenery of winter leaving and spring coming in vividly. Good poem. Everyone present had some knowledge of poetry. They could tell at a glance that the poem was outstanding. The young man in front of them was a genius. After the answer was sent to the screen, the result quickly came out. There was no superfluous words. There was only one word: pass. Ning Chun and little Mingyu successfully passed again. Under everyone's envious gazes, they walked to the next flower boat. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Someone asked curiously. That's right. Logically speaking, such a talented person shouldn't be unknown. A blue-clothed man around 30 years old replied. Unfortunately, I forgot to ask for his name, the previous person said regretfully. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about this. Let's think about how to pass this stage first, the blue-clothed man replied. At this time, many people who had passed the first stage had begun to gather on the boats for the second stage. After seeing the questions, they all shook their heads. This year's questions were even more difficult than last year's. But, behind the screen, another voice of rejection rang out. In a short while, this was already the seventh person. There were good and bad poems. It wasn't as if one could pass just by writing it. It's so difficult. Who can pass? A newcomer complained. Shoo, lower your voice. Someone already passed, the blue-clothed man beside the young man said. So fast, the young man was shocked. The blue-clothed man whispered a few words into the young man's ear. Immediately, the young man was so shocked that his mouth fell open. How come I've never heard of such a person? The young man was very puzzled. I don't know. Right now, everyone is guessing who this person is. The blue-clothed man shook his head. Ning Chun, who had already left, naturally didn't know what was happening behind him. At this time, he and little Mingyu had already boarded the third boat. Can you? Mingyu subconsciously asked when she saw that the bad guy wasn't speaking. No. Ning Chun vigorously shook his head. The third stage's question was actually to write a scholarly essay. Wasn't this asking for his old life? It's a free point, Mingyu said with astonishment. I really can't. Ning Chun blushed with shame. He could write a couple of poems, but writing a scholarly essay was really impossible. Then I'll do it, Mingyu softly asked. All right, Ning Chun nodded. Mingyu stepped forward. Without thinking too much, she directly started writing. In a short while, she wrote a scholarly essay neatly, causing Ning Chun to be stunned. This child wasn't raised for nothing. The essay was delivered to the screen. After a while, an old voice sounded out. Your literary talent isn't bad. Pass. Of course, don't you see whose child you are? Ning Chun very proudly said. He looked happier than if he had passed himself. After passing the 3 stages, the 2 of them were the first to board the last big boat. Mingyu was a child and didn't take up a spot. She just had to follow the adults. The 2 of them worked together perfectly. Passing the 3 stages was as simple as drinking water. After quietly boarding the big boat, they quietly found a corner to sit down. Inside the boat, the figures of rich and powerful people could be seen everywhere. They all came with invitations. Ning Chun swept his eyes over them. He basically didn't recognize any of them. The second floor of the boat was filled with private rooms. The beaded curtains blocked the figures behind. Sitting in one of the private rooms, one could overlook the stage below where the courtesan belle selection was held. These were all people with real status. It was impossible for them to casually show their faces. Ling Yin Pavilion had also taken this into consideration and specially arranged these private rooms. Has the Jiming Marquis not arrived yet? In a private room on the second floor, Su Fei Yin asked. No, a maid replied. The private room of the Jiming Marquis was still empty. Moreover, the person in charge of checking the invitations had not seen the Jiming Marquis arrive. Su Fei Yin frowned. This didn't make sense. How could the Jiming Marquis not come? Send someone to continue waiting. Once there is news, immediately report back. Yes, Mississippi. The maidservant bowed and quickly retreated. In the corner of the banquet, the woman in charge of pouring wine looked at the 2 people in front of the table strangely. There were actually people who went to the brothel to take care of children. It was said that rich and powerful people had many strange habits. When is it starting? Mingyu looked at the stage in the center of the banquet and asked. Don't worry, it should be soon. Ning Chun replied softly. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a zither rang out. Immediately, the entire boat quieted down. The sound of the zither was faint, quietly seeping into the hearts of everyone present. Ning Chun quietly drank his wine. Thoughts flashed through his mind. This Su Fei Yan's identity was really hard to fathom. Just by using the sound of the zither, she was able to affect people's minds. This kind of cultivation technique was rare. It seemed that when he returned, He would have to ask his seniors to see if he could obtain any useful information. The sound of the zither was very pleasant to listen to. It was like a clear spring. Ning Chun had 2 heavenly books protecting him, so he was not affected by the sound of the zither. As for little Mingyu, with his qi in her body, there was no need to worry. It's nice. Mingyu raised her head and said very softly, "Eat something first. I'll take you to see her in a bit." Ning Chun patted the little girl's cloth hat and said, "Okay." Mingyu obediently replied and immediately continued to eat. They had come out in a hurry and had not brought their invitations. They had not eaten dinner. Adding on the fact that they had just composed a poem and written an essay, they were really hungry. At this time, on the stage, 10 women floated down along with the red silk. They were all wearing blue embroidered clothes. Their faces were different, but they were all exceptionally beautiful. Accompanied by the sound of the zither, they began to dance. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted to them. They were unable to take their eyes off them. Ning Chun and Mingyu raised their heads and glanced at them. Then they lost interest and continued to eat. The 2 of them had seen too much dancing. There was no lack of singing and dancing in the palace. This mangosteen is so hard. Mingyu held a stalk of mangosteen. After pinching it for a long time, she still could not open it. Here, Ning Chun took it and crushed it. Then he fed it to the little girl one by one. Mingyu did not feel embarrassed. She took it and ate happily. It's quite sweet. Ning Chun also stuffed a piece into his mouth and commented, "Mangosteen was not easy to preserve. It spoiled easily. Only the rich and powerful could eat it." On the side, the maid looked at the 2 of them, and her expression became even more strange. The 2 of them had been eating since the beginning and did not care about anything else. Their behavior was too strange. Ning Chun's skin was so thick that it was hard to measure. He did not care about the maid's opinion at all. As for Mingyu, as an empress, she could not care about everyone except for the people she cared about. It was unrealistic for an empress to consider the thoughts of a servant. "Is the Marquis Jiming here?" Seeing that the competition could not be delayed any longer, Su Fian's hand stopped playing the zither. "Reporting to Miss, he hasn't." A maid respectfully replied, "Don't wait any longer. Let them begin." Su Fian frowned and ordered, "Yes." The maid accepted the order and left. In the corner of the banquet, hearing the zither music disappear, Ning Chun raised his head. His eyes narrowed, and he softly reminded, "Mingyu, it's about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, on the stage, 5 beautiful figures slowly descended. Their red clothes were like blood. They were so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off them. When the 5 of them arrived at the same time, their superior temperament and appearance instantly caused the surrounding 10 beautiful figures to lose their splendor. Chapter 141. Each of the 5 most beautiful women in red had a breathtaking appearance, especially the one in the middle. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The zither in the middle played softly. Her enchanting figure was accompanied by a beautiful sound, making her the most dazzling figure of the day. The 4 women in red danced, their red sleeves moving together, shaking everyone's minds. Since ancient times, it was no wonder that heroes were attracted to beauties. Beautiful women were a source of trouble. This was not because the women were evil, but because the men's willpower was often weak in front of beautiful women. Most of the people present were disciples of nobility and never rejected women. But when they saw the beautiful figures on the stage, their gazes were completely drawn away. "Buy one and bring it home," Mingyu softly advised the 5 women in red. There was not a single dancer in the manor, so it was quite boring. These people looked pretty good and could be used to pass the time when they were bored. No money. Ning Chun shook his head without hesitation. His salary was personally set by Zhang's son. At most, it was just enough to cover the manor's expenses. He did not know how Zhang's son calculated it, but there was not a single bit left for him. Mingyu was a bit depressed. This was indeed a big problem. They really did not have any money. She had been emperor for 7 years, but this was the first time she had seen such a miserable Marquis. The salaries of court officials were usually fixed. She had never seen someone like this who even had his salary controlled. Not long after, the courtesan competition began. As expected, The results were decided by the votes of the people present. However, this vote was not for free. It was bought with money. The 5 women in red on the stage were all famous courtesans in the imperial city. They had a large number of suitors, and among them were not ordinary nobles. Spending money was never a problem. I'll give you 10 taels to play with. Ning Chun took out a small ingot and gave it to Mingyu. I choose the one in the middle. Mingyu happily took the ingot. Young Master Ling offers 300 taels for Miss Liu. Young Master Li offers 700 taels for Miss Chu. Young Master Yu offers 1,000 taels. Voices rang out one after another, each bringing up a shocking number. It had to be said that the nobles in the imperial city were all rich. Throwing away 1,000 taels of gold was not just for show. The brothel had always been a bottomless pit for spending money. Young Master Ming is giving 10 taels of silver to vote for Miss Liu. At this moment, a surprising voice sounded from the corner of the banquet. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously looked over. The maid who was reporting the number looked a little nervous. On the second floor, Su Fian was also startled when she heard this voice. She immediately stood up and walked to the front of the curtains. Looking at the 2 figures in the corner of the banquet, her eyes unconsciously narrowed. So, he had already arrived. At the corner of the banquet, Ning Chun felt the gaze from the second floor. He raised his head and smiled. In the end, the woman in red who was playing the zither in the middle won with an absolute advantage and won the title of top beauty. Lu Ruo Shi, a good name. What a pity. Ning Chun glanced at the woman on the stage and sighed. He didn't say anything else. No matter how beautiful a woman was, there would be a time when her beauty would wither. In a land of prostitution, the higher one was held, the harder one would fall in the end. The previous courtesans did not have good ending. It was already an honor to be able to marry into an influential family as a concubine. If they were unlucky, it was very likely that they would be chased out of the house after they grew old. This sigh was Ning Chen's pity for the fate of such a beautiful woman. However, it was only this sigh. Everyone had their own path, and he didn't want to change anyone. Today, she was playing the zither on the stage while he was admiring below. This was their fate, nothing more. At this time, a steady and heavy voice sounded from the second floor. Miss Ruo, she has also learned the graceful dance. How about she dance for everyone? This suggestion is very good. Another voice came from another box, agreeing. During the banquet, everyone immediately agreed and requested the new courtesan Belle to perform a graceful dance for everyone. Ruo Shi, please. On the high stage, Lu Ruo, she bowed to everyone. Her beautiful face carried a slight trace of weakness, causing people to feel a desire to protect her. In the next moment, her red dress rose and her long sleeves covered her face. She danced with light steps. At first, she was slow, but later, she became faster and faster. Her red dress was like the most beautiful butterfly. In the most beautiful years of her life, she was trying her best to bloom with her brilliance. The graceful dance was the most difficult dance in the world. In the past, Su Fei Yan's graceful dance had shaken the world. Today, she reappeared again and was still so stunning that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Everyone was intoxicated by her beauty. After tonight, it would be difficult to forget. Swish! At this moment, a bright sword light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, piercing towards the beautiful figure dancing on the stage. It was so sudden that no one could react in time. Ning Chen saw it, but he didn't make a move. On the second floor, Su Fei Yin also didn't make a move. Her calm eyes were ruthless and indifferent. Time seemed to stop. On the high stage, Lu Ruo Shi's eyes shrank fiercely. Her beautiful face turned pale, but she was powerless. She could only watch as the sword light came closer and closer. This was the cruelest world. In the face of scheming and scheming, the life of a weak woman was not worth mentioning. At the final distance, Lu Ruo, she closed her eyes in despair. Perhaps this was a good result. Ding! In the end, the sound of the zither still rang out. The assassin's sword was affected. It deviated by 3 inches and pierced Lu Ruo Shi's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. During the banquet, everyone finally reacted. A few military disciples immediately rushed forward and fought with the assassin. In the corner, Ning Chun was still quietly drinking wine. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. "Are you not going to help?" Ming Yu asked softly. "No need." Ning Chun shook his head. "Oh." Ming Yu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Behind the curtain on the second floor, Su Fei Yin looked at the indifferent Ning Chun. Her eyes narrowed. What good Marquis? This self-control and coldness made her have a whole new level of respect for him. There was no doubt about Lu Ruoshi's charm. No one could have predicted this sudden attack. However, under such circumstances, the martial Marquis of Great Xia was still able to remain indifferent. If he wasn't truly cold-blooded and heartless, then he was truly too calm. It turned out that there were men in this world who could resist the temptation of beauty. Fan Lingyu's secret was a pity. If the hero didn't save the beauty, then the rest of the play would be difficult to continue. Su Fei Yin's fingertips once again plucked the strings of the zither. On the high platform, the assassin was hit in the chest by a military disciple. Blood spurted out, and the assassin fell straight down. The scene was chaotic for a while. However, Ning Chun and Ming Yu still sat quietly in the corner, watching this farce. "Young lord, young lady invites you." After a long time, a young girl dressed as a maid walked over and respectfully bowed. Ning Chun stood up, not surprised at all. He had never thought that this was just an ordinary courtesan's gathering. Su Fei Yin would definitely send someone to invite him. This was an unquestionable matter. The maid walked in front while Ning Chun pulled little Ming Yu behind her. Because of what happened just now, everyone's attention was attracted and no one cared about the three's departure. On the second floor, behind the beaded curtain, two people sat. One was Su Fei Yin and the other was Lu Ruoshi. Looking at them from a close distance, the injured Lu Ruoshi's expression was somewhat weak. She looked even more lovely. After Ning Chun and Ming Yu arrived, Su Fei Yin spoke. "Ruoshi, you can leave first." "Yes." Lu Ruoshi bowed and immediately retreated. Su Fei Yin poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Ning Chun. Intentionally or unintentionally, she asked, "What does young lord think of Ruoshi?" Ning Chun picked up the tea and lightly said, "Miss Su should know my background. No matter how beautiful a woman is, it is useless to someone from the palace. What if young lord has never been cleansed?" Su Fei Yin suddenly asked. Pum! The teacup shattered and spilled onto Ning Chun's hand. A trace of blood overflowed from the broken porcelain. "Miss must be joking." Ning Chun took the handkerchief from little Ming Yu and gently wiped it. There's no need to resort to insinuations in front of a straightforward person, and Fei Yin has never liked to joke about serious matters. Having said that, Su Fei Yin once again poured another cup of tea and handed it to the young man. "Ruo, she has reached the age where she should be married. Sooner or later, she'll be sent away. If young master doesn't like her, then she'll only end up being a plaything." Su Fei Yin's words were cruel, but they were also the truth. A woman would always age and decline. After all, a woman from a brothel had a disgraceful identity and was destined to not have a good ending. However, the current Lu Ruo, she was at the peak of her beauty. There were many people who wanted to take her into their arms. Nodding at this time would undoubtedly be a big favor. The tea was delicious, sweet, and bitter. Ning Chun took a sip and calmly said, "What does it have to do with me?" Then, Ning Chun got up and said, "Miss Su, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. The time is late, and Ming Yu still needs to rest." Su Fei Yin was startled for a moment, but after a moment, she returned to her senses. Softly smiling, she didn't urge him to stay. "Lan, send young lord off." "Yes." A woman in a luxurious dress walked in and answered. "No need to go through so much trouble," Ning Chun said, refusing to be sent off. After the two left, Lan asked with a puzzled expression, "Miss, why didn't you ask him to stay? We know too little about him. Rashly trying to rope him in may have the opposite effect. I didn't expect him to be so indifferent towards Ruoshi's matters." Su Fei Yin's delicate brow wrinkled. This Jiming Marquis was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Then what about Ruoshi? Lan thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Send her to the Ji Ming Marquis mansion. If the Marquis doesn't accept her, then bring her back to Matchmaker. Whether she wants to receive guests or give her to the rich and powerful, it's up to Matchmaker. Su Fei Yin carefully tidied up the tea set on the table. Clang! In the box next door, the sound of something falling rang out, causing Qiu Lan to frown unhappily. This girl's burden is getting bigger and bigger. She actually dared to eavesdrop on their conversation. At the tea table, Su Fei Yan's mouth curved up into a beautiful arc. Half of her face was covered by drooping black hair, making it difficult to see clearly. Chapter 142. The night was like water. Ning Chun stood quietly in the courtyard of the residence for a long time, as if he was petrified, motionless. Beside him, an ordinary sword was stuck in the ground, nothing special about it. He was waiting for the best opportunity. He was also thinking about where he went wrong. In today's courtesan assembly, Su Fian gave him a big surprise. Very few people knew about his secret of not being cleansed, and they were all trustworthy people. The only exception was Fan Lingyue. If it was really Fan Lingyue who sent out the news, then this matter was worth thinking about. In the world, there are not many people who could catch Fan Lingyue's eye. If Su Fian had the ability to make a deal with him, then this woman's background might be more terrifying than he imagined. Su Fian's intention to rope him in was obvious. On the surface, the Lingyan Pavilion was working for the 10th Prince, but he always felt that it was not so simple. The change of ownership of the Lingyan Pavilion came too suddenly. Su Fian had been hiding in the imperial city of Xia Kingdom for so long. It was impossible that she was just a secret chess piece of the 10th Prince. The battle for the throne of Xia Kingdom had reached the most intense moment, and it was not surprising that there would be any changes. What he needed to do was to do everything possible to keep the changes out of the picture. Zhang Sun gave him the commander seal of the Dragon Guards. It could be said that he had put down the greatest trust and power, and he could not afford to let it down. The road from the palace gate to the heavenly mandate hall was his bottom line. Before the situation was clear, no one could think of stepping in. The night was getting darker, and the brightly lit imperial city was also gradually dimming. Ning Chun was still standing in the courtyard, waiting for the opportunity to come. Mingyu was sleeping soundly in the house, hugging the big doll she bought, sleeping very sweetly. The little girl was excited for the whole day and was also very tired. After returning, she quickly fell asleep. It was more than half an hour, and this was the most tiring time for a person. However, the figure in the courtyard put on the devil mask, pulled out a sword, and moved quickly in the direction of Yin He. In the night, a black figure flashed by, and before anyone could react, it had already disappeared. On the Yin River, the flower boats had already docked. After the people left, there was a desolation after the bustle. In the Lingyan Pavilion, Su Fian, who was preparing to rest after a tiring day, suddenly felt a chill all over her body, as if she was being watched by something dangerous. Swish! Bright sword light appeared, resplendent to the extreme. It was unknown how many times stronger than the sword today. This was a truly breathtaking sword, making people's hair stand on end. Su Fian did not see the figure behind the sword. She only saw the dazzling sword light. Her mind was extremely focused. With a flip of her hand, the spring lightning zither appeared. The zither spun, and with a clang, it blocked the fatal sword. A single string stuns the eyes. A string was plucked, and the sound of the zither was heard. A purple brilliance spread out and closed in on the intruder. The earth suddenly trembled, and a stone slab flew up. With a bang, it collided with the purple brilliance, blocking the power of the string. As the shock waves spread out, the two of them took a step back and temporarily separated. Miss! At this moment, Qiu Lan, who was next door, pushed open the door and entered. When she saw the black-clothed figure in front of her, her face was filled with anger. Be careful! Su Feiyan's expression was solemn, as she reminded. The person who came was not ordinary. Today, there would most likely be a fierce battle. Under the Yiksha mask, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up slightly, flashing the coldest smile. The scroll of the earth was activated, and a dark yellow brilliance shone brightly. The floor of the room started to change under the influence of the scroll of the earth. It started to shake violently. Xiaolan was the first to move. She flipped her sleeves and sent a palm strike. Su Fian responded, and the spring lightning zither plucked 2 strings. The purple brilliance appeared again and turned into circles of ripples that spread out. Ning Chu did not move. The long sword in his hand slashed down. The sword was swift and fierce, scattering the purple brilliance. At the same time, their palms met. With a bang, they met Xiaolan's attack head-on. The strong and unshakable power made Xiaolan unable to withstand the huge force. She retreated a few steps and vomited blood. Su Fian's expression changed. She no longer held back and plucked all 4 strings. The purple thunder sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. The surrounding tables and chairs exploded and turned into pieces in the lightning. 4 strings cry. Purple thunder frightens the gods. The valiant move turned the entire room into a purple thunder world. The thunder rumbled and roared. Facing Su Fian's shocking ultimate move, Ningchen once again activated the Earth Scroll. A vast amount of true qi was activated. The shattered floor flew in front of him and turned into a huge wall. The thick earth was poured into it, and in a moment, it solidified. In the next moment, the purple thunder crashed into the huge wall. The sky was filled with shattered stones. The aftershock was so strong that even Ningchen was unable to withstand it. He retreated 3 steps, and the qi and blood in his body became restless. On the other side, Su Fian was not feeling well because she had forcefully activated the power of the 4 strings. Her true qi was severely depleted, and the 4 fingers on her right hand were bleeding. Retreat. His goal had been achieved. Ningchen was not willing to fight anymore. He moved his feet and quickly retreated. Xiaolan wanted to chase, but was stopped by Su Fian. Don't chase. You're not his opponent. Xiaolan stopped and looked at Su Fian. She asked, Miss, where did this person come from? I couldn't tell. From the beginning to the end, he had been deliberately hiding his moves. I didn't expect that there was such a strong person hidden in the Imperial City. Su Fian said seriously. The strength of the person who came was beyond imagination. If not for the fact that he could not use his full strength, he would have been even more terrifying. Now the situation was a bit troublesome. Her skills had already been exposed, and this could become a hidden danger. The night outside was getting darker and darker. After Ningchen left the Lingyan Pavilion, he quickly rushed forward. After a long time, seeing that no one was chasing him, he stopped and took off the mask on his face. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed the evil ghost mask red. Although he had blocked the last move, it had affected his old injuries. Ding! Suddenly, the air around him condensed and a bell rang. Ghost Qi gradually rose, and a ghostly palanquin came from a distance. The black and white impermanences opened the way, while Oxhead and Horseface carried the palanquin. With each step, they rapidly approached. Ghost Woman. Seeing this strange scene, Ningchen was startled and his expression changed. Young man, I trust you have been well since we last met. From within the palanquin, a voice came from far away. It was thin and cold, causing people to involuntarily shiver. Ghost Woman, this is the human world. It is not a place you should have come to. Ningchen's expression gradually became cold. I have come to take back the Earth Scroll that belongs to the underworld. From within the palanquin, the Ghost Woman spoke. I didn't think that the one who took the Earth Scroll that day would be you. You found the wrong person, Ningchen coldly said. Even if you deny it, it is useless. Today, I will definitely take the Earth Scroll away. Before she finished speaking, the palanquin stepped forward. The black and white impermanences, Oxhead and Horseface stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, they were already 3 zhang away from him. Ghost Desolation Art. 100 ghosts trap the heavens. 100 ghosts appeared and a cold wind whistled. One after another, ghostly figures flew out from the palanquin. In the blink of an eye, they trapped the surrounding area. Ningchen retreated, his expression heavy. It seemed that when he had fought with Su Fian, He had exposed the secret of the Earth Scroll. He didn't think that the ghost woman would be so sensitive to the Earth Scroll. What was troublesome now was that the injuries in his body were showing signs of flaring up. Moreover, he had never fought with anyone from the underworld before. If they fought, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Ning Chen took a step forward and rushed forward. His sword pierced towards the figure in the palanquin. The situation was unfavorable. He had to end this quickly. Ling Ling, the black and white impermanence's morning staffs rang out as they struck towards the newcomer. Ning Chen was unmoved. He flipped his palm and knocked away the two morning staffs. His figure quickly approached the palanquin. Ding! The sound of metal and stone rang out. Oxhead used his body to block the palanquin. He was as firm as a boulder. The long sword was unable to advance even an inch. Unbreakable body again. Ning Chen coldly snorted. He withdrew his sword and used his palm. With a bang, his palm landed on Oxhead's body. Immediately, a huge force spread out and sent Oxhead flying. There was no longer any obstruction between the two. Ning Chen rushed into the palanquin. His sword followed him as he drew out the most dazzling rays of light. Broken soul, inside the palanquin, a ghostly light blossomed and welcomed the sword light. Boom! The collision of the two extremes caused the most terrifying shockwaves. The palanquin was unable to withstand the huge force. With a bang, it shattered and scattered in all directions. The ghost woman appeared. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress. Her head was covered with a red veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. Only the cold, ghostly chi around her body caused people's hair to stand on end. Ka! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The long sword in Ning Chen's hand shattered into pieces. Before it even fell to the ground, it was quickly turned to dust by the ghostly chi. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the Earth Scroll. Under the red veil, her bright red lips opened. Impossible. Ning Chen was still unmoved as he coldly replied. Then die. The ghost woman's body moved. Her slender white hand reached out and stabbed towards Ning Chen's dantian. Ning Chen did not dare to hold back. His aura erupted as he activated the two scrolls of the heavenly book. With a bang, he met the attack with his palm. A martial Marquis versus a ghost woman. This was the most powerful battle below the innate stage. The brazen power shook the surrounding ground. Cracks appeared on the street, extending for dozens of feet. 100 ghosts sealed the sky. There was no way out. Ning Chen had no choice but to fight his way out. In this brilliant battle, half of the street was destroyed. The ground was destroyed, and the houses collapsed. It was a scene of devastation. The ghost woman's strength was shocking. Her every move was astonishingly powerful. Even though Ning Chen had two scrolls of the heavenly book and his foundation was unparalleled in the world, it was still difficult for him to fight. Just as the two of them were locked in a fierce battle, a pair of calm eyes slowly opened in the Yin Prince's mansion. Clang! The green sword flew out from the sword rack. It turned into a shooting star and swept towards the battlefield. In the next moment, the green sword fell from the sky. With a bang, it cut through 100 ghosts and annihilated the ghostly chi. The ghost woman's expression changed, and she quickly retreated a few steps. People from the underworld should not appear in the human world. Leave, Prince Yin said calmly in Prince Yan's manner. 3 disasters expert. The ghost woman's body turned cold. Her heart trembled. There was actually such a terrifying expert in the Grand Xia Imperial City. Senior, this child has the underworld scroll of the earth. I must take it back, said the ghost woman respectfully in the direction the green sword had come from. Ning Chen, return it to her, said the Yin Prince calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression became difficult. After a long time, he sighed softly. He activated his cultivation and forced out the scroll of the earth from his Dantian Shi Si. The shattered golden paper floated in front of him. Its golden light was brilliant, but it was much dimmer than when it had been whole. Take it. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the golden paper flew back into the ghost woman's hand. The ghost woman took the shattered scroll of the earth and frowned slightly. However, she still bowed solemnly. Many thanks. I owe you a favor. There's nothing to talk about. Bye-bye. Ning Chun was a bit depressed. He waved his hand and walked away. Chapter 143. Returning the Earth Scroll. Ning Chen's heart was filled with regret. Although he had already memorized the mantras and moves inside, this was something that he had risked his life to obtain after all. Returning it just like that, he was really unwilling. However, since the senior had already spoken, he could only endure it. How depressing. After taking 2 steps, Ning Chun still felt unbalanced in his heart, so he walked back. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's return, Demonis was taken aback as well, not understanding what was going on. Why don't we continue fighting? If I win, you can return the Scroll of Earth to me, Ning Chun suggested seriously. In Prince Yan's residence, Prince Yin smiled faintly. He didn't care anymore and slowly closed his eyes. This brat is starting to cause trouble again. Let him do as he pleases. The green sword hummed and turned into a shooting star as it flew back from afar. With a clang, it entered the sword rack. On the other hand, Ghost Girl was a little confused by the young man's sudden change in thinking. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. It's almost dawn. I have to go back. A moment later, the Ghost Girl came back to her senses and tactfully refused. Are you afraid of light? Ning Chun asked curiously. I'm not afraid. I just don't like it. The Ghost Girl shook her head. Ning Chun nodded thoughtfully and then asked, I want to know, is there really a red spider lily in the underworld? Yes. The Ghost Girl nodded. 100 years ago, I saw one on the other side of the Yellow Springs. However, it was destroyed by the Underworld Child. Underworld Child. Ning Chun frowned. This was the first time he had heard this name. The Ghost Lady waved her hand, and a ghost pearl condensed from ghost chi appeared. This is the Netherworld Pearl. It can avoid the poison of the weak water. If you want to find the red spider lily, you can come to the underworld to find me in the future. Ning Chun unceremoniously took the ghost pearl and put it away. It would be a waste not to take it. Compared to the Scroll of Earth, he had suffered a great loss. Where is the entrance to the underworld? Ning Chun asked. The place where you entered hell for the first time, 300 kilometers to the west, at the end of the misty forest. As soon as she finished speaking, ghostly light rose from her body. The shattered ghost palanquin seemed to have sensed her presence and reassembled itself, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Oxhead and Horseface lifted the palanquin, and the ghost girl entered. The black and white deities cleared the way, and they left step by step. Be careful of Underworld Child. This was the final warning. As the figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Ning Chun stood at the same spot for a moment before he also left. In Prince Yan's mansion, Ning Chun walked over. The butler opened the door and welcomed him in. Senior. Ning Chun entered the inner hall and bowed respectfully. Yes. Prince Yan stood up and replied. Senior, there's something I don't understand. I hope you can help me, said Ning Chun respectfully. Speak, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chun carefully described the situation of his battle with Sufian. This was the first time he had seen such a technique, and he was not used to it. Hearing Ning Chun's description, Prince Yin narrowed his eyes and said, It's the Spring Thunder Zither and the 7 Strings Heavenly Technique. If I'm not wrong, this woman should be a descendant of the Hushi dynasty. Hushi dynasty? Ning Chun frowned. He had heard of this name before. 1,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Great Xia dynasty conquered the north and south and defeated countless countries. The 2 strongest countries were the Zine Empire and the Hushi Empire. The Hushi dynasty was slightly weaker than the Zine dynasty, which was the strongest at that time. However, it still brought a lot of trouble to the Great Xia. Prince Yin nodded and continued. The Spring Thunder Zither is the national treasure of the Hushi dynasty. Combined with the 7 Strings Heavenly Technique, its power is shocking. It is said that when the 7 strings are used together, even a 3-disaster realm expert cannot block it. Wasn't the Hushi dynasty destroyed? Why are there still descendants left? How can the Great Xia's emperor tolerate such a thing? Ning Chun did not understand. No matter when, what every emperor feared the most was the remnants of the previous dynasty's imperial family. As long as they discovered them, they would spare no effort to exterminate them. Prince Yin said faintly, Things aren't as simple as you think. In fact, not only the Hushi dynasty, but even the Zine dynasty had descendants who survived. During the war, the Great Xia had wiped out too many countries and couldn't wipe them all out. Moreover, the two dynasties had 3 disaster realm experts holding down the fort. The ancestors of the Great Xia didn't dare to push them too hard and could only let them escape. Ning Chun was silent. This was troublesome. If the 10th prince really did have a deal with the previous dynasty's imperial family, then no matter what, he could not sit on the throne of the Great Xia dynasty. Senior, this junior still has matters to attend to and will take his leave first. Thinking of this, Ning Chun bowed and turned to leave. When he returned to the Marquis' mansion, before Ning Chun could enter the room, a black-clothed figure quickly walked over and respectfully said, reporting to the Marquis, "The spies have reported that the 3rd prince is in contact with Northern Ming." Hearing this, Ning Chun frowned and said, "Continue to keep an eye on them. Report back immediately if anything happens." Yes. The black-clothed figure accepted the order and quickly left. Truly insane. Ning Chun coldly snorted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. For the sake of the throne, these two people had gone crazy. The waning moon moved westward and the night was coming to an end. Ning Chun returned to his room and wrote a note before sending it to the imperial court. 2 hours later, the sun had risen. Outside the door, a guard ran in to report. "Marquis, the 10th prince sent someone to deliver an invitation. Please come to the front hall. I will be there shortly." Ning Chun said, "Yes." Not long after, Ning Chun arrived at the front hall of the Marquis' mansion. When he saw the two women, he did not look surprised. The invitation was placed on the table, while Lu Ruo, she stood quietly to the side. Her peerlessly beautiful face had a touch of weakness as she faced the unknown future, causing one to feel pity for her. Xiaolan stepped forward and bowed. "Marquis, the 10th prince knows that the Marquis' mansion still has no dancers, so he sent Ruo Shi here to express his sincerity. I will accept the invitation, but you can take her away," Ning Chun calmly said. Lu Ruo Shi's face was slightly pale as she knelt and said, "Marquis, Ruo Shi has reached the age of marriage. I can either receive guests or be sold to influential officials. The best result is that I will be sent away with some silver when I grow old. Ruo-shi does not dare to have any extravagant hopes. I only ask for a place to stay. I hope the Marquis can fulfill my wish." Lu Ruo-shi's eyes were filled with tears as she pleaded. At this moment, she no longer looked like a courtesan, but a pitiful woman who only wanted a place to stay. No one could bear to refuse. As long as one was a man, no one could deny Lu Ruo-shi's charm. As a courtesan, her alluring appearance and enchanting figure were enough to make all men go crazy. However, this was an era that paid attention to matching social status. No matter how beautiful one's appearance was, it could not cover up their low status. Without someone to protect them, they would only end up as a plaything. So what? What does that have to do with me? It was still a simple sentence without any emotion. Ning Chun was not moved at all, showing the coldest side of human nature. Hearing this answer, Lu Ruo-shi's tender body trembled, her face turned pale, and tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. "See them out," Ning Chun lightly said. "Yes." At the front door, a guard walked in and immediately stretched out his hand, motioning for the two to leave. Xiaolan and Lu Ruo, she had no choice but to leave with the guard. Before leaving, Lu Ruo, she once again looked pleadingly at Ning Chun, but all she received was the most ruthless indifference. "Young miss, it's a failure." In the Lingyan pavilion, Xiaolan looked at Su Fei Yin, who was playing the zither, and respectfully reported, "Oh, he still refused?" Su Fei Yin stopped playing the zither and thought for a moment. "In that case, let's give him to the matchmaker." Behind Xiaolan, Lu Ruo, she's tender body trembled fiercely. Kneeling down, she pleaded, "Young lady, please give me another chance." "No need, go and prepare. From today onwards, everything will be arranged by the matchmaker." Facing Lu Ruo, she's pleading, Su Fei Yin coldly refused. With her last hope shattered, Lu Ruo, she's face instantly turned ashen. Her beautiful eyes were empty, without a trace of light. After the courtesan assembly, the Ain River was still very lively. Flower boats flowed, and talented scholars and beautiful women shared a drink and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. The 10th prince arrived, and after a short conversation with Su Fei Yin, he immediately boarded a flower boat and quietly waited for someone to arrive. At noon, Ningchen also arrived and boarded a flower boat. Jiming Marquis, please, Xiao Mingri politely said. Ningchen sat down and looked at the 10th prince, who was about the same age as him. He was not in a hurry to speak. Ruo Shi, come and pour wine, Xiao Mingri said. Yes. Lu Ruo Shi walked over. Her eyes were lifeless and had lost a lot of color. Ning Chun was still indifferent, and his expression did not change in the slightest. Xiao Mingri observed for a long time and finally sighed in his heart. This Marquis Jiming really was like the legends, cold-blooded and ruthless, without the slightest mercy. Withdraw. Xiao Mingwei finally decided to give up on this chess piece and softly said. Lu Ruo, she was startled, and her eyes instantly recovered. Looking at the two people, she didn't know where her courage came from. Ignoring the 10th prince's order, she once again knelt in front of Ning Chun. Marquis, you are a martial marquis with great power. Why can't you tolerate a weak woman like Ruo Shi? Lu Ruo Shi's face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Hearing such a bold question, Xiao Mingri's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. He had underestimated this weak woman. Miss Lu, what do you want? Ningchen did not get angry and calmly asked. A place to stay. Lu Ruo, she replied. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can give me a reason to keep you, I'll give you a place to stay. Ningchen raised his head and lightly said. Lu Ruo, she's beautiful eyes instantly lit up with hope, as if she was drowning and had grabbed onto the last life-saving straw. She desperately clung to it. However, after a moment, most of this hope quickly disappeared. The Marquis's request sounded simple, but in reality, it was very difficult. What else could a woman from a brothel have besides her body? She was not stupid and could clearly see that the Marquis had no interest in her body. Lu Ruo, she's eyes gradually dimmed. She really could not think of any reason for the Marquis to keep her. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Although the Marquis's mansion is big, it does not raise idle people. This Marquis really can't find a reason to keep you. After waiting for a long time, Lu Ruo, she still did not reply. Ning Chun indifferently spoke without a trace of pity, slowly pushing the former into the abyss of despair. Lu Ruo, she's heart hurt so much that it was difficult to breathe, but she still desperately wanted to surface. She struggled and said, Marquis, I can learn anything. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth curved into an indifferent arc. No need, this Marquis can't wait. Ning Chen's words ruthlessly shattered Lu Ruo, she's last hope. The cruelest thing in the world was to give someone hope and then mercilessly shatter it. Lu Ruo, she staggered, almost unable to stand steadily. Her beautiful face had completely lost its color. Chapter 144. Ning Chen's ruthlessness made Lu Ruo, she completely despair. When a chess piece had no value, who would care whether it was gold or silver? Xiao Mingri watched quietly without saying anything. It was a pity that this chess piece was lost. However, the target was the Marquis. If he was so easy to win over, he would be suspicious. The biggest variable in the imperial city was the Marquis in front of him. There was still a gap between his power and the third prince's, so winning over the Marquis was the most effective way. 10th Prince, you didn't ask me to come here for such a trivial matter. If you have something to say, just say it. Ningchen picked up his wine cup and asked calmly. Xiao Mingri didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, Marquis, I need your help. Why? Ningchen said lightly. The Marquis always has to choose between me and third brother. In the current situation, third brother does have a slight advantage. However, with your intelligence, you should be able to distinguish the difference between icing on the cake and sending charcoal in the snow. Xiao Mingri said seriously. Ning Chun took a sip of wine. When the wine entered his throat, it was scorching hot and intoxicating. 10th Prince, you only said half of it. The other half is that choosing you means I have to bear a greater risk of failure than choosing the third prince. Presumably, you should also know the consequences of failure. Why should I take this risk? Since ancient times, wealth comes from danger. The Marquis is already a martial Marquis. The next step is to become the head of the generals. However, with third brother's relationship with Jingwu Duke, I'm afraid this position will not be given to anyone. In other words, if the Marquis chooses third brother, the best result is to keep his position. Xiao Mingri said seriously. Ningchen was silent and didn't answer. He showed a thoughtful expression. The Marquis should think about it carefully. The difference in strength between me and third brother is not insurmountable. Moreover, I don't know if the Marquis is aware that third brother has begun to secretly contact Northern Ming. Xiao Mingri pretended to inadvertently reveal the truth. Ning Chan was startled, and a touch of anger flashed across his face. Is this true? It's true. Xiao Mingri nodded. His Highness, let me think about it. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Ning Chan stood up, glanced at Lu Ruo, she who seemed to have lost her soul, and turned around to leave. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A streak of light appeared out of nowhere on one of the surrounding boats, piercing through the wooden planks of the cabin and stabbing towards the 10th prince. It was too late for Ning Chan to make a move. At this critical moment, Xiao Mingri subconsciously fell back and narrowly avoided the fatal sword. At this moment, Ning Chen finally reacted. His face was cold and murderous. 10th prince, step back. Ning Chen's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the ghost-faced assassin. Xiao Mingri didn't hesitate and immediately retreated to the other side of the boat. Seeing this, the demon-faced assassin stomped his foot and charged forward. Ning Chun pointed his finger, and Ning Shuang also rushed forward to fight with the assassin. Amidst the frost, the red light was dazzling. The assassin's strength was much stronger than expected. Even someone as strong as Ning Chun couldn't win in a short time. The light in Xiao Mingri's eyes rapidly jumped. He was wondering who wanted to kill him. Could it be that the third prince was already so impatient? Bang! Suddenly, another sword light came from another flower boat. It was just as swift and fierce as before, causing people to be alarmed. Xiao Mingri dodged again. However, he saw blood blooming brilliantly. It was so beautiful that it pierced his heart. Xiao Mingri forgot that beside him was Lu Ruo Shi. He could dodge, but Lu Ruo Shi couldn't. The beautiful figure lightly fell down. Her hair scattered, and her peerless face carried a trace of relief. Perhaps this was the best result for her. It's you who are courting death. Ning Chen's face turned cold. He flipped his palm and gathered his chi. All of a sudden, blue waves roared out. The cabin was shattered, and half of the Yin River started to shake. The waves rolled and gathered. Waves shocking heaven and earth unite. The supreme martial arts of the Zhongsun family appeared in the world. Monstrous waves crazily roared, each wave higher than the last. The whole world turned into water. In a Ling Yin pavilion, Su Fei Yan's pupils constricted. What a terrifying martial Marquis. At the same time, all the spies' expressions changed. The Marquis Ji Ming had actually become so strong. The two assassins didn't say anything and hurriedly retreated. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang! The two assassins were dyed red and flew out. Blood sprayed out and sprinkled 10 meters away. Let's go! The two spat out a mouthful of blood. They immediately stepped on the water and flew away. Ning Chun didn't chase them. Instead, he went to Xiao Mingri and asked, 10th Prince, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Xiao Mingri solemnly said. It's what I should do, Ning Chun politely said. The next moment, Xiao Mingri squatted down and checked Lu Ruo Shi's breath. He sighed softly and said, she's hopeless. At this time, the few guards who were secretly protecting the 10th Prince's safety also got on the boat. They all knelt down and said in fear, this subordinate came too late and frightened your highness. It's not your fault. Get up, Xiao Mingri said. Thank you, your highness. The guard stood up and immediately stood aside. Since the 10th Prince is fine, this subordinate will take his leave. Ning Chun cupped his fists and walked away. "Your Highness, what should we do with this woman?" After Ning Chen left, a guard looked at Lu Ruo Shi in a pool of blood and asked, "Find a place to bury her," Xiao Mingri lightly said. Yes, the guard accepted the order and wrapped Lu Ruo Shi in a blanket. He then carried her off the boat. After dealing with these trivial matters, Xiao Mingri walked to the bow of the boat and looked at the third prince's mansion in the distance. He couldn't figure out why Xia Yanwu was so anxious. According to reason, he should be the one who is anxious. At the Jiming Marquis mansion, Kong Yu walked over. When he saw Ning Chun, he knelt down and said, "Greetings, Minister." Kong Yu's face was still filled with fear. At the last moment, he thought he wouldn't be able to come back alive. "You did well. Get up," Ning Chun calmly said. "Thank you, Minister." Kong Yu stood up and stood aside. "Wu Go chose to take you. It seems he trusts you very much. I hope you won't let this Marquis down," Ning Chun indifferently said. "This subordinate doesn't dare." Feeling the coldness in Ning Chen's words, Kong Yu broke out in a cold sweat. After the battle, just now, he finally understood how terrifying their lord was. No one would be able to understand that kind of terrifying power unless they experienced it themselves. Just now, if their minister hadn't secretly held back, he and Yin Wugo really wouldn't have been able to come back. "Okay, you can leave," Ning Chen said. "Yes." Kong Yu respectfully bowed and quickly left. Half a day later, Ning Chun was ordered to enter the palace and meet with Zhang Sunday. The two talked for nearly 3 hours. By the time he returned to the mansion, the sky was already completely dark. In Wugo was already waiting in the backyard of the mansion, his red robes fluttering in the wind. "Where is she?" Ning Chen asked. "In the room," In Wugo calmly said. Ning Chen opened the door and saw the beautiful figure lying on the bed. Her face was pale and bloodless. "When will the medicine's effect wear off?" Ning Chun turned his head and asked. "Tonight," In Wugo replied. Ning Chun stepped forward and took Lu Ruo Shi's pulse. It was still extremely weak and almost undetectable. "Minister, if there's nothing else, this subordinate will take his leave," In Wugo said. "Look after Kong Yu. I don't want any accidents," Ning Chun lightly said. "I believe in him," In Wugo sternly said. "I hope so. You can leave." Ning Chun waved his hand. "Yes." In Wugo bowed again and quickly disappeared into the night with his blood sword. "Bad guy? Who is he?" After In Wugo left, Mingyu walked into the room and curiously asked. "He's from the imperial court," Ning Chun casually replied. Mingyu walked forward, and after seeing the beautiful figure on the bed, a trace of surprise flashed across her small face. "Isn't this that Hua Kuei? Did you really buy her?" "I didn't buy her. I dug her out," Ning Chen honestly said. Mingyu was stunned. She didn't understand, and was about to ask when she suddenly noticed that Lu Ruo Shi's state was somewhat strange. She couldn't help but worry. "What's wrong with her?" "She's injured. It's a long story. I'll tell you later," Ning Chen replied as he poured true qi into Lu Ruo Shi. "Oh." Mingyu nodded and immediately stood by the bed obediently, quietly watching. After pouring true qi, Ning Chen and little Mingyu waited on the side. There was still more than an hour left, so they had to wait. Fortunately, with little Mingyu by his side, he didn't feel bored. Ning Chen explained the matter in detail without holding anything back. The people who assassinated the 10th prince were Kong Yu and In Wugo. This was something he had arranged in advance. As for Lu Ruo Shi, it wasn't part of the plan at first. It was a temporary decision he made after boarding the ship. He had sent a message to In Wugo and arranged a follow-up plan so that he could take the opportunity to rescue Lu Ruo Shi. The imperial court had many drugs that could make people fake their deaths. In Wugo's sword was also very accurate. The heart was half an inch to the right. This was his experience in killing people. Due to the limitations of the 10th prince's identity, he was destined to be unable to distinguish it. Through today's assassination, Ning Chun had a clearer understanding of the 10th prince of the Great Xia. There was no doubt that the 10th prince had always been hiding his strength. In this world, there weren't many people who could continuously avoid being assassinated by Kong Yu and In Wugo. The fact that the 10th prince was able to do it was indeed somewhat unexpected. Thinking about it carefully, Ning Chun felt that something was very wrong. Now was the critical period for the fight for the throne. The 10th prince had no need to hide his personal strength. Unless he reached the Xiantian realm, personal strength couldn't be a decisive factor in the fight for the throne. Moreover, the 10th prince wanted a rope in various influential people. It would be more advantageous for him to show more strength. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. The 10th prince's actions didn't seem like he was deliberately hiding his strength, but more like he was guarding against someone. This person was definitely not him. The 10th prince had been hiding for a long time. He had only become a martial Marquis not long ago. It seemed that the waters of the imperial city were much deeper than he had imagined. There were still many things he hadn't noticed yet. Ugh! At this moment, a painful groan came from the bed. Lu Ruo, she slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful face was blank. The next moment, a calm voice sounded in her ears. This Marquis has given you a place to stay. Chapter 145. For the next 2 days, Lu Ruo, she recuperated in the Marquis mansion. Although Yin Wu Go's sword had avoided her heart, a woman's body was still weak. This time, she had lost so much blood that she needed to recuperate more carefully. For this reason, Ning Qin specially invited the shopkeeper of Duan Pharmacy to come over. The shopkeeper was a direct descendant of Zhang Sun's bloodline and was absolutely trustworthy. Moreover, Ning Qin's relationship with the shopkeeper was quite good. At least, that was what Ning Qin thought. Young Marquis Ning, the medicine fee this time is 350 taels, plus the 730 taels you owed last time. That's a total of 1,080 taels. When are you going to pay it back? The shopkeeper asked indifferently. Cough, cough. Ning Qin almost choked on his tea. How could he owe so much? Shopkeeper, please have some tea. Ning Qin hurriedly poured a cup of tea and brought it over. The shopkeeper was not polite. He took the tea and drank it in one gulp before continuing, pay it back. Cough, cough. Talking about money hurts feelings. I'll go ask someone to prepare dinner. We'll eat here tonight. After saying that, Ning Qin ran away and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the bed, Lu Ruo, she was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen this side of the Marquis. It was completely different from his previous cold and ruthless appearance. The shopkeeper packed up the medicine box while saying, Miss Lu, don't believe the rumors outside, and don't be confused by superficial things. Your Marquis is a trustworthy person. Of course, the premise is that you have to obtain his approval. After saying that, the shopkeeper picked up the medicine box and turned to leave. Tell Ning Qin that I'm leaving. I remember the debt. Tell him to pay it back quickly. As a dignified Marquis of the Grand Xia dynasty, he can't even take out this much money. Isn't he ashamed? After he finished speaking, the shopkeeper left, leaving Lu Ruo, she alone in the room in a daze. Half an hour later, a pretty maid came over with a pot of decocted medicine. She carefully helped Lu Ruo, she up and helped her drink the medicine. Thank you. Lu Ruo, she softly thanked her. You're welcome. The Marquis asked me to come over. The maid smiled faintly and replied. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruo, she finally couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is the knowing destiny Marquis? The maidservant blew on the medicine in the spoon and brought it to the former's mouth, whispering, Master Ho is a good man. You will understand after a long time. When Her Majesty sent me here, I was also very scared. Master Ho's reputation outside is indeed a bit scary. However, after getting to know him, I found that Master Ho is actually very easy to get along with. He never gets angry, but does he make things difficult for the servants? If we have to talk about his shortcomings, it is that he is a little poor. At this point, the maidservant couldn't help but laugh and continued. Our Marquis' estate is different from other places. I heard that the expenses of the estate are all personally transferred from the imperial household by the Empress. The Marquis himself doesn't have any money at all. After feeding him a bowl of medicine, the maidservant stood up and said with a smile, Well, I'll go out first. It's late. I have to boil the bathwater for our young master. Compared with Master Ho, our young master is more difficult to serve. After the maid left, Lu Ruo, she leaned against the headboard and quietly thought about the conversation between the shopkeeper and the maid. Perhaps she really didn't understand this Ji Ming Marquis who saved her. After dinner, the estate gradually quieted down. The servants had worked hard all day and had gone back to rest. Bad person, I don't want to drink medicine. It's too bitter. Inside the room, little Ming Yu was throwing a tantrum. She had caught a cold in the past 2 days. It wasn't serious, but she was always coughing. No, come here quickly. Ning Chen naturally couldn't agree and chased her around the room with the medicine. This little ancestor ran quite fast. I don't want to. Little Ming Yu opened the door and ran out, escaping from the devil's grasp. Xiaoyun, help me stop her. Ning Chun hurriedly shouted when he saw the maidservant coming over. Okay. The maidservant saw this and immediately went to stop her. Unfortunately, little Ming Yu was already prepared. She bypassed the maidservant and disappeared without a trace. Usually, the servants couldn't enter the backyard, and only the maidservant was allowed to enter. Once little Ming Yu ran, no one could catch up. Ning Chun was still carrying the medicine, so it was very inconvenient for him to chase after her. After returning to the room, he put down the medicine and asked the maidservant to help block the way. The two of them cooperated and finally forced little Ming Yu to a corner of the courtyard. Seeing that there was nowhere to run, Ming Yu's big eyes rolled around and she ran into Lu Ruoxi's room. Clang! When the door was closed, Ming Yu ran to the bed, took off her shoes, and got under the quilt without saying a word. Lu Ruoxi was startled and didn't know what was going on. Ning Chun and the maidservant pushed the door open and saw the bulging quilt. They knew Ming Yu was hiding inside. Ming Yu, I saw you. Come out quickly, Ning Chun said. No. Ming Yu poked her small head out and shook it vigorously. I'm going to catch you, Ning Chun threatened. Come on. Ming Yu wasn't afraid at all. She wrinkled her small nose and provoked him. Ning Chun didn't know what to do. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. In this era, the distance between men and women was too serious. He couldn't go up and lift Lu Ruoxi's quilt. Xiaoyun, you go. Ning Chun turned his head and said. The maidservant nodded helplessly. It seemed that she was the only one who could do it. When Ming Yu saw that the situation was not right, she lifted the quilt and jumped out of the bed. Half of the snow-white mountain range came into view. It was so white and dazzling that it made people dazzled. Ah! Lu Ruoxi, she cried out and hurriedly covered herself with the quilt to block the exposed spring scenery. Ning Chun subconsciously turned around and smiled bitterly in his heart. This was a big joke. Ming Yu touched her nose and felt a little guilty. She looked at Lu Ruoxi on the bed and comforted her. It's okay. If the bad guy doesn't want you, I'll marry you when I grow up. Lu Ruoxi was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The maidservant quickly went forward and pulled Ming Yu over. Little ancestor, quickly go back and drink your medicine. Miss Lu can't wait for you. Ning Chun went out and waited in the courtyard. When he saw little Ming Yu come out, he deliberately put on a stern face. Ming Yu came up and tugged at the bad guy's clothes. She cautiously asked, Are you angry? I'll drink my medicine obediently and won't run anymore. Ming Yu continued, Don't be angry. Ming Yu hugged the bad guy's arm and shook it vigorously. Ning Chun was dizzy from the shaking and reached out to knock the little girl's forehead. He helplessly said, Just this once. Let's go back and drink your medicine. Hee. Ming Yu laughed happily and grabbed the bad guy's big hand with both hands. The medicine was still on the table. It was warm and just right to drink. Ming Yu wrinkled her little nose and drank the medicine in one gulp. Ning Chun immediately handed over a pastry and fed it to the little girl. It's so bitter, Ming Yu said unhappily. Good medicine is bitter. If you don't drink your medicine, you'll get sick. Ning Chun patiently comforted her. Marquis, the hot water for the little young master is ready. The maidservant came in and whispered, And you should also go back and rest. Ning Chun said. Xiaoyun had to take care of 2 patients a day and was very tired. Moreover, little Ming Yu wasn't a master that could be served by ordinary people. This servant will take her leave. The maidservant bowed and walked away. Go take a bath and quickly go to sleep. Ning Chun patted the little girl's head and prepared to go back to his room. I want to sleep with you. Ming Yu grabbed the bad guy's arm and said pitifully. Ning Chun helplessly struggled and said, How old are you? Why do you still need someone to sleep with you? Listen to me and quickly go to sleep. I won't. Mingyu refused to let go. Ning Chun reasoned for a long time, but little Mingyu was still unmoved. He had no choice but to nod and agree. Little Ming, you have been unusually willful these past 2 days. Whenever a little girl was sick, she would throw a tantrum. Go take a bath first. Okay. Mingyu let go of his hand and ran behind the screen to take off her clothes and take a bath. Ningchen opened the door and went to Lu Ruoxi's room. The latter was already asleep. Her beautiful face was slightly sickly pale, which made her look even more lovely. Ning Chun focused his finger and gently touched Lu Ruoxi's chest. A clear stream of true qi poured in her body and helped her recover. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chun stopped and immediately turned around to leave. After the door closed, Lu Ruoxi opened her eyes and her tense body slowly relaxed. It turned out that he only wanted to heal her. Ning Chun returned to his room, and just as he was reading a book, little Mingyu ran over in her pajamas. Go to sleep, Mingyu said tenderly. Ning Chun could only put down the book in his hand. Coaxing this little ancestor to sleep was the most important thing right now. I want to listen to a story, Mingyu said coquettishly as she leaned against the bad guy's chest. Ning Chun wiped the little girl's hair with a towel and asked, What story do you want to hear? Snow White, Mingyu said after thinking for a while. Didn't I tell you already? Why don't you change it? Ning Chun suggested. I want to hear it, Mingyu said unwillingly as she twisted her body. Okay, Ning Chun agreed. He couldn't afford to provoke a sick little girl, so he could only comply. In a faraway country, there lived a king and a queen. They longed for a child. However, good times didn't last long. Snow White's mother fell ill and passed away. The king married a new queen. The story wasn't short. Ning Chun told it with great care. Little Mingyu fell asleep as she listened. A peaceful smile hung on her delicate and beautiful face. She looked extremely cute. Ning Chun carefully laid the little girl down and covered her with a quilt. Soon after, he quietly left the room. Marquis, a black-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and knelt down. How's the investigation? Ning Chun asked indifferently. Grand Guardian and Duke Jingwu haven't found anything out of the ordinary for the time being. However, Duke Xiu did leave the Imperial City a few days ago. Moreover, Duke Xiu's disciple Yin Ma Xiao has close ties with Peerless City. His intentions are unclear, the black-clothed figure said respectfully. Ning Chun nodded and said, Continue to keep an eye on them. Report back immediately if there's any movement. Yes, the black-clothed figure accepted the order and quickly disappeared. After the scout left, Ning Chun stood quietly in the courtyard and looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. There was indeed something wrong with Duke Xiu. He just didn't know if Grand Guardian and Duke Jingwu knew about this. The situation in Great Xia was already chaotic enough. If something happened to the three dukes, the situation would really be difficult to control. However, what worried him the most was Fan Lingwei. What kind of role did this woman play in this? In this world, no one understood this woman better than him. It was because he understood her that he was so afraid of her. Chapter 146. In the northern main camp, a constant stream of information came from the Imperial City. The hidden chess pieces that Fan Lingwei had set up over the past 7 years were all working at this moment. In the commander's tent, every day there were orders that were quickly sent to the Imperial City through eagles. The spies in Ning Chen's hands were also constantly monitoring every corner of the Imperial City, reporting everything that they discovered, not missing a single detail. The Imperial City was so big that there were countless nobles that needed to be paid attention to. There were also many shocking situations. Every day, Ning Chun was quickly filtering through the huge amount of information, judging what was useful and what was useless. When the 3-day deadline came, Ning Chun sent a letter to the 10th prince, promising that he would help him ascend the throne. Both of them understood that this was just an attitude, but a kind attitude was always the starting point of cooperation. Ning Chun was very clear that before long, the contents of these letters would spread throughout the Imperial City. With the 10th prince's intelligence, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity to strengthen his own reputation. Moreover, the third prince would soon find him again. This was a world that valued strength after all. Even the three dukes and the eldest grandson couldn't recommend a prince with no power to ascend the throne. 2 days later, the contents of the letter were made public. The imperial city was shaken. Everyone was shocked by Ning Chen's choice. Everyone knew that Marquis Jiming was the most trusted person of the current empress. For him to make this choice, did it mean that the empress had already decided to make the 10th prince the emperor? The third prince was the most surprised person. That day, he and Ning Chen could still be considered to have a pleasant conversation. He didn't expect things to change so quickly. Men, prepare the horse. In the divine wind camp, Xia Yinwu's expression was grave. Yes. The horse was quickly brought over. Xia Yinwu quickly rode out of the divine wind camp, rushing in the direction of Jiming Marquis Manor. Jiming Marquis Manor. When Xia Yinwu arrived, the old steward was already waiting in front of the manor. When he saw the former, he directly said, "The Marquis left this morning. Third prince, please come back another day." Xia Yinwu frowned. He waited for a long time before replying. "When Jiming Marquis comes back, tell him that I have something to discuss with him." The old steward respectfully bowed and said, "This servant will definitely pass on the message." Xia Yinwu left with confusion and doubt, as well as a trace of anger. In the Cloud Ridge village, more than 700 li outside of the imperial city, a figure slowly walked over. Ning Chen left the city to avoid the third prince and suppress the bandits. The Cloud Ridge stronghold was located on the Cloud Ridge and was the biggest source of bandits in the surrounding area. The terrain was strategic and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There were more than 4,000 bandits in the stronghold, and there were many experts. The imperial court had tried many times to wipe them out, but to no avail. The imperial guards of Great Xia normally did not leave the imperial city, much less be used to suppress bandits. As for the surrounding city guards, they did not have much of an advantage against these bandits. Ning Chen had never believed that there were mountain bandits that could go against the imperial court. The reason they hadn't been exterminated was definitely because of human factors. He sent people to investigate for a long time and found that there were level 9 experts on the mountain, and there was more than one. This place was too close to the imperial city. With such a group of people here, he was very worried. He did not care who had planted this hidden chess piece. Since he had found it, he would not let it continue to exist. The village was very lively. Ning Chen stood on a rock and watched quietly. Some people passed by from afar, but no one took him seriously. According to the spy's report, there were 3 fort masters in the stronghold, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were at level 9. Their leader, the big creditor, had even reached the later stage of level 9. What surprised him even more was that the only female fort master was the head fort master. There were very few level 9 experts in the world. This could be seen from the Imperial Guards of Great Xia. The Imperial Guards of Great Xia had always been a gathering place for experts. However, even so, out of 10,000 Imperial Guards, there would not be 1 level 9 expert on average. Again, level 9 experts were not cabbages. For a small village to have 3 level 9 experts, even an idiot would know that something was wrong. "Sir," a woman dressed as a bandit walked over and bowed respectfully. "You did well." Ning Chen nodded and praised her. "Thank you for your praise." The woman lowered her head. "Get up. After tonight, you can leave the mountain." Ning Chen glanced at the village in front of him and said. The woman thanked him. After she got up, she hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask, "Sir, how many people did you bring?" "Just myself." Ning Chen smiled calmly and said, "It's just suppressing bandits. There's no need to make such a big fuss." The woman looked worried. Just as she was about to persuade him, Ning Chen stopped her. "That's enough. You can go back. I know what I'm doing." "Yes." The woman bowed helplessly and sighed in her heart. She did not know if Sir was too confident or arrogant. How could one person defeat more than 4,000 people in the village? Ning Chen did not explain. There was no need to. He had never planned on foolishly charging in alone. Yinling was such a good terrain. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. On the plains, facing 4,000 bandits with many experts might have been a bit difficult. However, this was a mountain ridge. Horses could not run, and people could not surround him. He had all the time in the world to kill them one by one. As the sun set in the west, Ning Chun stood on a huge rock and waited for the sky to turn dark. The reason was simple. It was inconvenient to leave the mountain at night. He could not kill too quickly by himself. Of course, he did not want anyone to escape. Night did not have much effect on experts above level 9. However, not everyone on the mountain was level 9. The worry on the woman's face did not disappear. She had thought that Sir would bring the green robe guards or even the red robe guards. She did not expect that in the end, only Sir would come. Night gradually fell. A light wind blew. As expected, it was from the east. Ning Chun stood against the wind. He pulled up a bundle of arrows from under the huge rock. He bent the bow of death and fired 3 arrows at the same time. His relaxed fingers brought out 3 beams of deadly light in the dark night. They silently streaked across the void and headed straight for the people patrolling the outermost perimeter. Pu. The 3 arrows sank into the throats of 3 people at the same time. There were no screams or cries of pain. Silently, the arrows pierced their throats. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ning Chen's hands were fast. He bent the bow and knocked the arrows. Unchanging, the black beams of light appeared one after another. There was no light or sound. There were only figures falling continuously. More and more figures fell. Finally, someone felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to go out to check, a black arrow directly pierced his throat. The blood that sprayed out dyed the ground red. All that was left was a pair of eyes that could not be closed and a sense of unwillingness. The smell of blood drifted away with the wind. The people in the stronghold did not notice anything. The dark night was the best time to cover up a massacre. Ning Chen purposely chose the dark night and the position against the wind so that he would not let anyone go. This was a naked massacre. There was no resistance. The figure on the huge rock under the night did not show any mercy from the beginning to the end. His pair of cold eyes made people unable to see any emotions. Death became the only outcome. The stronghold was huge, but it could not escape the pair of emotionless eyes from afar. Wherever the eyes could see, the light of the arrows would arrive in an instant. Killing people was a boring thing. Killing 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. After killing too many people, it was just a repetition. However, Ning Chun had already decided to kill everyone. Therefore, he was still very careful when he was killing people. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. 4 arrows were shot at the same time. 5 arrows were his limit. Any more, and he would not be able to control his accuracy. Fortunately, his speed of drawing the bow was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he drew the bow twice in a row. The people who wanted to shout had their throats pierced by the light of the arrows in the end. 5 people covered their throats together. The scene of blood spraying out was very exciting and also very cruel. After killing the outermost people, the target continued to move forward. Ning Chun would let go of groups of more than 10 people. If there were more than 10 people, he would have to draw the bow for the 3rd time. This gap was enough for the remaining people to shout. On the huge rock, the number of arrows that were like a small hill decreased rapidly. It was less than half of the initial number. This meant that half of the people in the stronghold had died. Ning Chun brought enough arrows. He brought as many arrows as there were people in the stronghold. He knew that he could not shoot everyone to death like this. However, what if he was lucky? It was always good to bring more arrows. However, it turned out that this lucky chance didn't appear. A woman who was about to go out to splash water saw her husband, who had just fallen, and screamed. Although this woman was also nailed to the wooden house by an arrow that came later, she was also nailed to death. The woman's cry was very loud. It immediately startled many people. They all ran out to check, only to find that the outside was full of corpses. Ning Chen's arrows could only kill 5 people at a time. Taking into account the reaction time, he shot twice, which was 10 people. This should have been enough because it was very rare for 10 people to appear in everyone's field of vision at night. However, the woman's cry changed everything. Many people ran out, no less than 20. The matter was finally exposed. Ning Chun still calmly sent these 20 people to the Western Paradise. If they were exposed, then so be it. Before the people who could stop him arrived, he would kill as many as he could. Stronghold Master. In the stronghold, frightened voices rang out one after another. In the distance, in an extremely luxurious wooden house, 3 pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Huamu, go out and take a look. In the middle of the 3 seats, a beautiful woman who looked to be around 30 years old narrowed her eyes and said, "Okay." The leftmost middle-aged man stood up and walked out of the wooden house. On a huge rock in the distance, Ning Chen's hand stopped knocking an arrow and threw it to the side. The main character had finally appeared. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth curled up slightly. A silver arrow appeared. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew. The light in the sky gathered crazily, condensing into an unparalleled arrow. In the next moment, the arrow shot out, passing through the restrictions of space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the man in the middle. With a boom, it pierced through his body, bringing with it a spray of blood. How is this possible? Looking at the huge hole in his chest, the man in the middle struggled to move his gaze in the direction of the arrow. His blurry eyes could no longer see the figure in the distance. All he could see was the indifferent figure in plain clothes, like an azura in the night. The first arrow. Ning Chun counted softly. This arrow was not the arrow below him. He could not shoot too many arrows, otherwise he would die of exhaustion. Chapter 147. 1 arrow for 1 chieftain. It seemed to be a good deal. However, Ning Chun knew clearly that this could only happen once. Not to mention that this middle-aged man was the weakest of the 3 fort masters. The other 2 were not fools either. They would definitely be concerned about what was happening outside. Experts of level 7 and above all had very strong perceptive abilities. The arrow just now could not be hidden from them. A moment later, for level 8 powerhouses rushed out of the wooden hall. They were erratic and rushed toward the giant rock. Dark clouds covered the moon. The night wind was getting stronger and stronger. This was a sign of rain. Heaven was not on their side. It made these people face an even more unfortunate abyss. Under the dark clouds, Ning Chun looked at the figures rushing toward him. The coldness in his eyes grew. He drew the bow. The silver arrow light gathered again. The wind swirled. The arrow light flashed. It was the beginning of another massacre. These people could not be killed by the arrows below them. The 2 chieftains in the wooden hall asked these 4 people to come out. Their purpose was obvious. They came out to die. He could shoot 7 arrows now. He just used 1 arrow just now. Second arrow. With the power of heaven, one of them was dyed red. He was sent 3 feet away by the arrow light. Blood filled the air. Third arrow. Fourth arrow. Fifth arrow. 3 arrows flew out. They were all dyed red. The red color filled the sky. It was extremely beautiful. After the level 8, 5 level 7 appeared together. They also came to die. The 2 chieftains hiding in the wooden hall did not dare to show their faces. They restrained their breath and completely hid themselves from the horrible arrow light. They knew that this kind of arrow light must consume a lot of energy. There must be a limit. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight today. Ning Chun put away the broken death bow. His figure flashed and disappeared from the giant rock. Since they did not come out, he would go to find them. In a flash, the 5 level 7 experts were beheaded by a silver sword light before they could see the person's face clearly. Blood gushed into the sky and dyed the sky red. In the wooden hall, the young woman in purple and the old man in green looked very serious. They still did not know who the enemy was. They also did not receive any news from the Imperial City. At this moment, outside the wooden hall, a white figure walked slowly. Although he was young, there was a strong pressure coming from him. Marquis Jiming. The young woman in purple cried out, "Oh, looks like you recognize me. If that's the case, then my guess was right." Ning Chun looked at the 2 people in front of him. Many people in the world knew his name, but not many really knew him. Most of the time, he was not in the Imperial City. Even when he was in the Imperial Palace, he was locked up in the Weiyang Palace by Zhang's son. The people who had seen him were actually the powerful officials in the Imperial Court. This young woman had obviously seen him before. Otherwise, it would be unreliable for her to recognize him with just a portrait. After all, a portrait was not a photo from the future. The purple-clothed young woman also realized that she had misspoken. However, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Although the knowing destiny Marquis had just been conferred the title of Marquis, his notoriety was frightening. Tens of thousands of Buddhists in the Buddhist kingdom were killed overnight. Even the Buddhas in the human world were nailed to Buddha Mountain and tortured day and night by the flames of resentment. Among the 10 marquises of Xia, the person in front of her was the most frightening. Marquis Jiming, you and I have no enmity between us. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The purple-clothed young woman said in a low voice. Your existence is a mistake. If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known that there were so many masters hidden in the small Yunling village. You really surprised me. While speaking, Ning Chun glanced at the figures hidden in the dark of the wooden hall. A cold smile appeared on his face. There were also level 8 and level 9 masters. It seemed that he had hit the jackpot. Marquis Jiming, if you leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. The purple-clothed young woman waved her hand, and the figures in the dark walked out one by one. She immediately showed her weakness and threatened. She did not want to be enemies with the Marquis Jiming in front of her. Even if the Yunling village could keep him here, there would be great hidden dangers. Once the Empress of the Weiyang Palace was angry, even 10 Yunling villages would not be enough. Bullying me with numbers? I hope you can do it. With that, Ning Chun took a step forward. Immediately, the ground 10 feet away collapsed. The entire wooden hall shook and quickly collapsed. Take him down. Kill him. The purple-clothed young woman's expression changed, and she said angrily. 4 level 7, 2 level 8, and 1 level 9 all rushed forward. They turned their palms and swung their swords at the newcomer. Clang! When the sword and finger met, the level 9 master's body stopped. The sword in his hand could not move an inch forward. At the same time, the sky was filled with frost. The 6 level 7 and level 8 masters were all stopped. They were directly blown away by the oncoming Jin Yuanqi. 2 fingers broke the sword, and 1 palm forced the enemy back. The level 9 master was blown away. He spat out blood, and his hair was dyed red. In this world, there was a huge difference between level 9 masters. In the past, Ning Chun had seen the invincible stance of the god's child on the way to the bride's wedding. That was the strongest person he had seen when he first entered the martial path. At that time, he could only secretly look up at the strongest person under the Xiantian stage. Now, their roles had changed. The once weak Ning Chun had become an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of this group of people. They were both level 9 masters, but he was so unattainable. Let's go together. The purple-clothed young woman did not dare delay any longer. She gave the order and charged forward with the old man beside her. 3 level 9 masters, 2 level 8 masters, and 4 level 7 masters joined hands. Their powerful might shook the world and sealed off all directions. Boom! Thunder rolled. This was the first thunder to welcome the beginning of summer. Tonight, it was the most beautiful song to accompany this battle of survival and slaughter. The purple-clothed young woman was already at the late level 9 realm. The old man was also at the peak of the mid-level 9 realm. With the addition of an early level 9 master, the 3 of them could even fight a peak level 9 master. The temperature around Ning Chun was getting lower and lower. His sword fingers flashed, bringing out a waterfall of cold snow. The purple-clothed young woman bore the brunt and faced the most powerful pressure. The sonorous sound of the sword was the collision of the long sword and the sword fingers. On the other side, the old man's powerful palm strength also aroused Ning Chun's fighting spirit. He turned his left hand over, and the sky was full of waves. Palm to palm, sword to sword, it was a collision of moves, but more importantly, a competition of foundation. The 3 of them wanted to exhaust Jiming Marquis by force, relying on their numbers. Unfortunately, they fell into the most difficult and bitter battle. The foundation built by the Life Scroll was unparalleled in the world. Together with the Earth Scroll, no one under the Xiantian stage could beat Ning Chun in a head-on battle. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Fan Lingwei. So far, Ning Chun had not found a way to crack the white light. The method that could remove one's genuine qi was too incredible, and there was no flaw to be found. However, among the people present, no one was called Fan Lingwei. Therefore, they were fighting very hard. Only one of the 4 level 7 was left. One of the 2 level 8 was dead, and the other was injured. In this battlefield, those below level 9 were fragile and vulnerable, like the warm ice after winter and spring, breaking at the touch. Outside the wooden hall, the woman in bandit clothes looked here and was shocked speechless. She only had a level 5 cultivation, but she could clearly see how powerful their chief was. These level 9 experts, who were usually superior in her eyes, were fighting so hard in front of their chief. Boom! There was another clap of thunder, followed by a heavy downpour. The torches used for illumination in the stronghold were immediately extinguished. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread through the stronghold. The boundless darkness and the corpses all over the ground made these bandits, who usually killed people like scything flax, tremble. The fear of the unknown was always the most terrible. It gave people too much imagination. The reason why people were afraid of ghosts was not because people had seen them, but because no one had seen them. Ning Chun had seen them, so he was not afraid. In the eyes of people, ghost girls belonged to the category of ghosts. However, Ning Chun was very clear that ghost girls were not only not scary, they were very likely to be very beautiful. The heavy rain caused the smell of blood to rise. It was somewhat choking. Those who were a little timid had already vomited. They had killed people before, but they had never seen so many corpses like today. There were corpses all over the ground. The rainwater had turned the ground into a bloody color. Boom! The shocking sound of thunder covered the sound of the battle in the wooden hall. The remaining 5 people were more and more shocked. The person in front of them was actually so unshakable. Step back. Suddenly, Ning Chun pushed away the 2 people in front of him with a palm. He swept out of the battle and said indifferently. The 5 people did not understand, but the woman in bandit clothes outside the door knew he was talking about her. She immediately retreated several dozen feet away. The next moment, the frost around Ning Chun retreated. Blue waves covered the sky and earth. The rain outside was attracted and gathered crazily. Suddenly, the waves shook the sky, and the sea and sky became one. Fury of a 9 heavens void waves. With a flip of his palm, a divine waterfall fell from the sky. The heavenly might was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, shocking everyone present. The 5 people were not willing to sit and wait for death. They used their strongest moves together to resist the might of a martial Marquis. 5 different kinds of splendor bloomed in the dark night. They were so weak, showing the most powerless resistance under the wind and rain. Facing the strongest person under Xiantian, even if the 5 of them fought together, they were still unshakable. The wooden hall was completely razed to the ground in the shocking collision. Wood and stone flew everywhere, but they were all scattered. Up-pu. With a muffled groan, the 5 people all flew out. The ground was dyed red. The 2 weakest people fell to the ground, but they could no longer stand up. The 3 ninth ranks struggled at death's door in the rainy night. Their hearts gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. A plain white figure flashed by. 2 heads flew up. The only one left was the purple-clothed woman. This was a very beautiful woman. Unfortunately, Ning Chun had seen too many beautiful women. Every one of them was prettier than the one in front of him. He kept her, not because of her appearance, but because she was useful. His sword finger broke her chi. Her cultivation was instantly crippled by 70%. The purple-clothed woman groaned and fainted. Take her down the mountain. Ning Chun glanced at the woman in bandit clothes in the distance and calmly said. The woman in bandit clothes walked over and picked up the purple-clothed woman. After hesitating for a moment, she could not help but ask, "Won't the department head come with us? You go first. I'll go kill the rest of them." Ning Chun spoke. His words were understated. There were no fluctuations, but it made the woman in bandit clothes tremble. She felt her entire body turn cold. Chapter 148. The Cloud Ridge stronghold had been destroyed without a single survivor. The mountain had become a dead mountain with corpses everywhere. Ning Chun descended the mountain in a heavy rain. His clothes were neat and tidy without a single drop of blood. The rain continued to fall, but it didn't touch his clothes at all. The woman in bandit robes carried the purple-robed woman as they walked in the rain behind Ning Chun. They kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a single word. The imperial court was filled with people covered in blood. From the head of the court to the guards, none of them had ever seen such a cruel scene. Ning Chun walked at the front, his expression indifferent. He was a heretic's emotionless, a heretic's indifference. He had long since been covered in blood. He no longer knew what a soft heart was. It was the same yesterday, it was the same today, and it would be the same in the future. In Wugo was tired of blood and slaughter, so he had left him behind and come alone. If one person was evil, two people were also evil. Why should he let one more person sink into depravity? The heavy rain flowed from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The two of them didn't look back. Behind them, blood dyed the mountain and the ground below red. It was a miserable and tragic scene. After returning to the Marquis' estate, Ning Chun silently washed his hands. Little Mingyue woke up and ran over, but Ning Chun gently pushed her away. Mingyue, go to sleep. Be a good girl. Her clothes were clean, but they were still covered in blood. Ning Chun didn't want Mingyue to be tainted by that. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but he couldn't do that now. Mingyue's thoughts were sharp. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, she obediently nodded and lay back down on the bed. The next day, Ning Chun left the Marquis' estate early in the morning. He went to the imperial court. When he arrived, he entered a dark room with a woman in bandit robes. There was a wooden cross in the room. A purple-robed figure was bound by chains. Her clothes were tattered and her hair was dyed with blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. Did you confess? Asked Ning Chun. No. The blue-robed woman shook her head. Go out first and guard the door. Don't let anyone in, said Ning Chun. Yes. The blue-robed woman quickly walked out. A moment later, the mournful cries spread throughout the dark room, one after another, and continued for nearly 2 hours. At the door, the blue-clothed woman's heart jumped as she heard the cries. A bone-piercing chill spread throughout her body. When the cries stopped, she couldn't help but collapse against the wall behind her. The door of the secret room opened, and Ning Chun walked out. He said calmly, take them out and bury them. Don't let others see them. After he finished speaking, Ning Chun strode away. He was as cold as ever, and he didn't speak or smile. The woman in blue walked in and saw that the purple-clothed young woman on the wooden cross was no longer breathing. Her clothes were still intact, but they were stained with blood. The blue-robed lady took 2 steps forward, and just as she was about to reach out to touch it, she suddenly felt a surge of jinqi seeping out from it, causing her finger to be cut open. The blue-clothed woman frowned. She checked the purple-clothed woman's pulse. In the next moment, her expression changed. Just what had the department head done? The purple-clothed young woman's meridians had already disappeared. The jinqi flowed through her body, opening up thousands of new pathways. Blood rushed in, drowning all of her internal organs. What kind of torture could cause someone to be like this? What kind of person could have such a cruel side? The blue-clothed woman didn't dare to think about it. Her hands trembled as she untied the young woman. She was even more terrified of the young department head. Ning Chun once again entered the palace. He waited for a long time in the heavenly mandate hall before Zhang Sun and Qing Ning slowly walked over. Your Highness, please give me a handwritten order to enter the imperial mausoleum, Ning Chun said respectfully. What are you doing in the imperial mausoleum? Zhang Sun frowned and asked in confusion. Asking eunuch Pei to come out, Ning Chun said honestly. Are you crazy? Zhang Sun's expression changed, and she said angrily, if you go out now, you'll die. Ever since His Majesty passed away, even I can't control eunuch Pei. His Majesty wanted to kill you when he was alive. If there's a chance, eunuch Pei will definitely take your life. Your Highness, please don't worry. I won't die. Even if eunuch Pei wants to do it, it won't be in the imperial mausoleum. Ning Chan said seriously. No. Zhang Sun still didn't feel at ease and refused. Your Highness, Eunuch Pei is very important. You must ask him to come out. Please give me a handwritten order, Ning Chun begged again. Zhang Sun thought about it and finally gave in. She said in a low voice, let Qing Ning go with you. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion. Thank you, Your Highness. Ning Chen nodded and agreed to this request. He also knew that this was the limit of what Zhang Sun could accept. The handwritten order was quickly written. Ning Chun and Qing Ning went together to the Western Emperor's mausoleum, which was more than 200 li outside the imperial city. The two of them walked very quickly and arrived in less than an hour. With Zhang Sun's handwritten order, the soldiers guarding the mausoleum didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed and welcomed the two of them inside. In front of the stone chamber of Emperor Xia's mausoleum, the two of them stopped. Ning Chun turned sideways and said softly, Sister Qing Ning, let me go in alone. No, Qing Ning said without hesitation, shaking her head. She knew very well how much Eunuch Pei wanted to kill Ning Chun. She couldn't let him take the risk alone. Don't worry, Eunuch Pei won't do anything here. Even if he wants to kill me, he won't take the risk of the mausoleum being destroyed, Ning Chun said patiently. Just what are you thinking? Why do I feel like I can't understand you anymore? Qing Ning looked at Ning Chun with a complicated expression. She was a Xiantian and could sense things that ordinary people couldn't. The smell of blood on Ning Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, there were many things that he didn't tell her or Her Highness anymore. Compared to before, the shy young man who occasionally smiled shyly had gradually disappeared. Sister Qing Ning, you're thinking too much. I'm still the same person as before. Ning Chun smiled brightly, making it difficult for people to tell the difference. I'm going in. Don't worry, nothing will happen. With that, Ning Chun took 2 steps forward and pushed open the stone door. He walked step by step into Emperor Xia's mausoleum. The stone mausoleum was very large. It was even larger than the mausoleums of previous emperors. It was majestic and imposing. Every stone slab in the mausoleum was made of white stone mixed with green iron. It was incomparably hard and difficult to damage. At the very center of the stone mausoleum was a wooden coffin. It was extremely eye-catching. Without a doubt, this was where Xia Rue was sleeping. Old Eunuch Pei was kneeling below the stone platform. His entire body was shriveled and withered, making him seem like an evil ghost. Eunuch Pei, Ning Chen bowed politely. Why do you come here? Are you here to throw away your life? Old Eunuch Pei's voice was hoarse. It was like a piece of metal cutting across ice, causing people to shiver. I've come to ask Eunuch Pei to leave the mausoleum and help me with something, replied Ning Chun. Old Eunuch Pei was startled, but then he began to laugh crazily. His laughter was piercing to the ears. Ning Chun didn't get angry. He waited for the old eunuch to finish laughing before calmly saying, Eunuch Pei, you should know that it won't be that easy to kill me. Otherwise, I would have already died when Emperor Xia was still alive. What are you trying to say? Asked old Eunuch Pei coldly. I can give you a chance to kill me. No one else will interfere. Just the two of us will have a fair battle, said Ning Chen. Old Eunuch Pei snorted. Don't think that just because you've reached the 9th rank that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Xiantian realm is a realm that you will never be able to comprehend. Unless you use some underhanded tricks, you have no chance of winning. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you're willing to leave the mausoleum with me, I'll definitely fulfill my promise, said Ning Chen calmly. While the two of them were talking, Qing Ning was outside the mausoleum, paying close attention to what was happening inside. Half an hour later, a huge explosion rang out from within the mausoleum. Qing Ning's expression changed, and she immediately charged in. She saw Bai fly out, covered in blood. When she landed on the ground, she vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the mausoleum red. This is the interest you have to pay in advance, said old Eunuch Pei coldly. Qing Ning's gaze turned cold. She twisted the 2 halves of her spear and was about to attack when Ning Chun stopped her. Sister Qing Ning, don't be impulsive. Let's go. Humph. Qing Ning flung her sleeves and helped Ning Chen up from the ground. They walked out of the mausoleum. The stone door closed with a rumble. Old eunuch Pei stood in front of the stone platform, an indescribable light flashing through his eyes. This child was truly extraordinary. In this world, there were many people who were ruthless to others, but there were very few who were ruthless to themselves. Ning Chun was undoubtedly one of those few. To be able to endure what ordinary people could not endure required great willpower. To be able to give up what ordinary people could not give up required great willpower. He would leave the mausoleum, help him this time, and then kill him. In a fair fight, Ning Chun had no chance of winning. Both old eunuch Pei and Ning Chun understood this, but Ning Chun still made this promise. On the way back to the imperial city, Ning Chun once again vomited blood. The blood dyed his robes red. Hold on. Qing Ning supported Ning Chun, pouring her true qi into his body. She was doing her best to stabilize his injuries. I'm fine. Ning Chun grinned. His mouth was full of blood, and it continuously flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Don't talk anymore. Qing Ning sped up and rushed towards the imperial palace with Ning Chun. There were medicines in the palace that could help heal his injuries. After an hour, the two entered the palace. Zhang Sun was still waiting in the heavenly mandate hall. When he saw Ning Chen's miserable appearance, his expression changed immediately. Lady, I'll go get the medicine. Before he finished speaking, Qing Ning had already disappeared. Cough, cough. Bobo's blood dyed his clothes red again and again, as if he was paying back the blood debt of last night. The heavens were right, and the retribution was not good. This mouthful of blood was not enough compared to the blood that covered the mountains and rivers last night. There was a big difference, a big difference. You. Looking at Ning Chun, Zhang Sun did not know what to say. He used the handkerchief in his hand to wipe the blood from the mouth of the person in front of him. Over and over again, he could not wipe it clean. Qing Ning quickly rushed back with 2 medicine bottles. She poured out more than 10 pills from them and stuffed them into Ning Chen's mouth. Immediately, she circulated her martial arts to quickly dissolve the medicine and stop the bleeding in his internal organs. After a long time, Ning Chen's injuries finally stabilized temporarily. He staggered to his feet and said tiredly, Lady, I still have something to do. I'll go back first. Without a moment's delay, Ning Chen got up and prepared to leave. Do you want to die? Zhang Sun shouted, unable to hide the anger in his heart. Lady, this is a critical period. I can't stay any longer. Otherwise, it will ruin things. After speaking, Ning Chun bowed respectfully and said softly, Don't worry, I won't die. As he turned and left, his back was full of exhaustion. Once, he and Fan Linghua had different ideologies. Now they were on the same path. One shoulder to bear the blame of 10,000 people, and one hand to rebel against the world. The evil in it, if you can bear it, you have to bear it. Chapter 149. 2 days later, the news of the Yunling stronghold's destruction spread throughout the imperial city. It was said that everyone who went up vomited. The entire Yunling mountain was covered in corpses. After a day of rain, the corpses were swollen. It was a terrifying sight. The Yunling stronghold had always been a threat to the imperial city. Other than the imperial army, the rest of the army had been mobilized countless times. Unfortunately, they all returned in failure. The Yunling Mountains terrain was too special. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without carriages and horses, the army couldn't use their advantage and could only accept failure after failure. No one expected that such a place would be massacred overnight. A total of 4,317 people were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Other than on the battlefield, so many people dying at once was something that had never happened before. This was a strange case, so there were no survivors. No one knew who did it, except for one person, Qing Ning. She could see the change in Ning Chen's aura. She was very sensitive to these things. Since the day Ning Chun entered the palace, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Zhang Sun looked at the memorial in his hand and thought. Qing Ning said softly, Empress, it might be Ning Chun. Hearing this, Zhang Sun frowned. Are you sure? It's very likely, Qing Ning said seriously. Zhang Sun was silent. Worry flashed through his eyes. Did he discover something? Why was he so impulsive? The Great Xia was a dynasty governed by the Confucian ideology. They were very against such things. Last time, when Ning Chan was conferred the title of Marquis, several old fogies in the imperial court were strongly against it. The reason was that Ning Chan had killed too many people in the Battle of the Buddhist Kingdom. It was unreasonable. However, all the soldiers in the Great Xia were paying attention to this matter. To the soldiers of the Great Xia who were bathed in blood all year round, these excuses were nonsense. If the Marquis Jiming's achievements couldn't make him a Marquis, then who else could? Because of this, some of the old fogies in the imperial court had been dissatisfied with Ning Chan for a long time. If this matter was exposed, it would definitely become an excuse for these old fogies to condemn him. After a long time, Zhang Sun stood up and said slowly, "You don't have to pay attention to this matter. Ning Chan shouldn't make any mistakes in his work. Tell the shadow guards to secretly keep an eye on the movements in the imperial city. Once they discover anything, report back immediately." "Yes," Qing Ning replied. The Jiming Marquis residence was as peaceful as usual. The news of Ning Chen's injury had spread out at the right time. Many people in the imperial court already knew that the Jiming Marquis had fought with eunuch Pei in the imperial mausoleum and had returned with injuries. Many people were surprised by this. Everyone knew about the feud between Jiming Marquis and eunuch Pei. No one expected Jiming Marquis to have the guts to step into Emperor Xia's mausoleum. However, behind this surprise, what was even more shocking was the strength of Jiming Marquis. That day, many people in the palace saw Qing Ning bring Jiming Marquis back to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Not long after, Jiming Marquis left. It could be seen that Jiming Marquis was not seriously injured, which was the most frightening thing. Among the 10 Marquis of the Xia Kingdom, only the head of the 10 Marquis, Marquis Kaixin, had truly stepped into the Xiantian level. Now that Jiming Marquis had fought with eunuch Pei and was only slightly injured, didn't this mean that Jiming Marquis' strength had surpassed the other Marquis and was close to the military god of the Xia Kingdom? In the world, no one would doubt eunuch Pei's intention to kill Jiming Marquis. This old dog was the most trusted person of Emperor Xia. As long as he had the chance, he would not hesitate to send this Marquis of the Xia Kingdom to hell. In the dead of night, Ning Chun came to the courtyard. 2 black figures appeared and knelt in front of him. They looked respectful and bowed their heads to listen to his orders. "Keep a close eye on Duke Shiyu's residence and the 10th Prince. No matter what, report back immediately." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 black figures disappeared. The night wind blew gently, stirring up some sand. The empty courtyard was still quiet, as if no one had ever appeared. Ning Chun turned around. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter the room, he suddenly retracted his hand and covered his mouth. He coughed heavily and violently. Blood was glaring and flowed out from between his fingers. He couldn't even stop it. In a room in the corner of the courtyard, Lu Ruo Shi, who couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and wanted to go out for a walk, accidentally saw this scene. She was aghast, and her beautiful face turned pale. Lu Ruo, she subconsciously opened her mouth and wanted to call for help, but her eyes suddenly blurred and her red lips were covered by a large hand. "Don't make a fuss. Cough, cough." The oppressive coughing echoed in the courtyard. Ning Chun let go of Lu Ruo Shi, but blood was still flowing out of his hand. A Xiantian level palm was difficult to block. His light injuries were just for show. "Let me help you in." Lu Ruo Shi supported Ning Chun in a flurry and walked step by step into her room. "Marquis, please have some tea." Lu Ruo Shi helped Ning Chun sit down and poured a cup of tea. "Thank you." Ning Chun took the cup and was about to drink when he vomited another mouthful of blood, instantly dyeing the tea red. Lu Ruo, she was frightened and at a loss. She didn't know what to do. In her eyes, the Marquis was cold, powerful, and omnipotent. She had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Chun only held the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He circulated his cultivation and tried his best to suppress the injuries in his body. Soon after, Ning Chun got up and glanced at Lu Ruo, she beside him. He whispered, Thank you for the tea. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight." After saying that, Ning Chun walked away. In the room, the red candle swayed. Lu Ruo, she stood there quietly with an inexplicable expression. It turned out that the invincible martial Marquis could also be injured. However, what they saw was always his most glorious side. It wasn't until this moment that the trace of fear and hatred in Lu Ruo Shi's heart disappeared. The Marquis, who used to be aloof in her eyes and didn't care about the life and death of others, had fallen to the mortal world tonight. Perhaps he had his own responsibilities and difficulties that she didn't know about. In the next 3 days, the spies sent back information like snowflakes. At this critical juncture, Ning Chun didn't dare to miss any details and could only carefully read them one by one. There was no doubt that there was a problem with Duke Shiyu. All the information he got from the purple-clothed young woman pointed to the head eunuch of the Grand Xia. What he couldn't figure out now was what role the 10th Prince played in this matter. Marquis, the Empress sent someone to deliver a medicine. Just as Ning Chun was lost in thought, outside the front hall, the old steward walked in with a foot-long white jade box in his hands. He carefully placed it on the table before him. Ning Chun frowned and gently opened the jade box. After seeing what was inside, his pupils shrank fiercely. 9 Wonders flower. There really was such a divine item in the world. In the white jade box, there was a purple divine flower quietly lying in it. Its exotic fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. It was rumored that the 9 Wonders flower had the miraculous effect of regenerating broken limbs. Except for the head and internal organs, it could quickly repair any physical defects. This was a divine medicine that only existed in legends. Who would have thought that it really existed? After a brief moment of shock, Ning Chun's eyes became slightly moist. He knew very well how precious this thing was. In this vast world, it was probably the only one that existed. Who knew how much effort and price Zhang Sun had paid to find this thing? That day, Zhang Sun said that he would help him solve his birth problem in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. He didn't take it to heart because he knew how difficult it was. He didn't expect that Zhang Sun would really do it. Ning Chun stood up and said in a deep voice, "Men, here." A guard jogged in and knelt down. "Send this medicine to the Qilin Pavilion for auction. The starting price is 100,000 gold. Ning Chun said slowly. "Yes." The guard immediately got up and took the medicine box before leaving. "Marquis, you can't." The old steward was slightly shocked and hurried forward to persuade him. "No need to say more. I know what to do." Ning Chun stopped the old steward from persuading him and said calmly. 2 days later, the Qilin Pavilion released a piece of news that shocked everyone. At the end of the month, which was 5 days later, the biggest auction of the year would be held. The final item would be the world's rare treasure, the 9 Wonders flower. This time, not only was the Xia Imperial City shocked, even the world was shocked. No one would have thought that this kind of divine item really existed in this world. Because of this, the Qilin Pavilion specially sent a young woman to the Jiming Marquis Manor to deliver a golden card that symbolized the most honorable status. Ning Chun accepted it. Just as the young woman left, he threw it to little Mingyu as a toy. 100,000 gold was not a small amount. Those that could afford it could be counted on one's fingers. However, he wouldn't care about this, and neither would the Qilin Pavilion. His goal was to use the Qilin Pavilion to publicize this matter to the world, and the Qilin Pavilion would only take the opportunity to expand their reputation. As for whether the 9 Wonders flower would be auctioned or not, no one would care. The 3rd prince has arrived. Half a day later, the 3rd prince came once again. He was dressed in green armor, looking heroic and extraordinary. "Brother Ning, are your injuries better?" Xia Yinwu walked into the hall and asked Ning Chun, who was seated in concern. "Thank you for Brother Yinwu's concern. It's no longer a problem." Ning Chun lightly laughed as he replied, "Then I can be at ease." Xia Yinwu impolitely sat down himself and picked up the tea that the maid served. He drank a mouthful and casually said, "That's right. Has Brother Ning heard that the Qilin Pavilion is preparing to auction the 9 Wonders flower? There's actually such a thing?" Ning Chun pretended to be surprised. Hypocrisy. Xia Yinwu sneered in his heart, but didn't expose him. He continued, "Brother Ning is recuperating in the manor, so you might not know. This auction is in 5 days. Brother Ning must grasp this opportunity. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell me. Ning Chen's expression also became serious as he slowly said, "What's the starting price of this 9 wonders flower?" 100,000 gold. Xia Yinwu said seriously. Ning Chen's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, "Housekeeper, present." The old housekeeper walked over. "How much silver does the manor still have?" Ning Chen asked seriously. The old housekeeper glanced at Xia Yinwu, then walked to Ning Chen's side and whispered a number into his ear. "So little." A hint of astonishment flashed across Ning Chen's face as he cried out involuntarily. Chapter 150. The two of them talked for a long time. When the sun was setting, Xia Yinwu left. He had shown enough sincerity and was only waiting for Ning Chen to give him an answer. He believed that Ning Chen would make the right decision. The situation in the battle for the throne was complicated, but it was also gradually tilting. In the end, strength would decide everything. After the third prince left, Ning Chen still sat quietly in his seat, drinking tea and pondering seriously. It was time for him to make a choice. Whether it was the third prince or the 10th prince, one of them had to ascend the throne. Mingyu, between the third prince and the 10th prince, who do you think is more suitable to be the emperor? Ning Chen looked at the little girl who was fiddling with the luminous pearl and asked softly, "You're suitable," Mingyu said without looking up. Ning Chen was speechless. There was nothing to talk about. At this moment, the old steward walked into the hall and respectfully said, "Marquis, someone outside delivered this letter." Ning Chen frowned. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. Seeing the signature at the bottom of the letter, his eyes narrowed. It was him. This was a letter of challenge sent by Mu Qianshang. He was about to enter the Xiantian realm, but before that, he wanted to finish the unfinished battle. He owed him a favor. If Mu Qianshang had not let him enter Azure Frost Valley, he would not have been able to obtain the water caltrip flower. This time, he had to go. "Mingyu, I'm going out. Are you coming?" Ning Chen glanced at little Mingyu and asked softly. "Yes." Mingyu jumped down from her chair and put away the luminous pearl. She stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Ning Chen took the little girl's hand and gave the steward a few instructions before leaving the Marquis' residence. Howell Manor. As the first prince to be conferred the title of king, Xia Zi's manor was also the largest among the princes. It could be seen how much Emperor Xia valued this eldest prince of the Xia kingdom. When Ning Chen and Mingyu arrived, the 9th princess was preparing to leave. Seeing the two of them, she sat down again. "How are your injuries?" Xia Zi asked. He knew that Ning Chen's injuries were much more serious than what the rumors said. "I'm fine for now," Ning Chen replied. "Why are you here at this time?" Xia Zi asked suspiciously. "Has the ink sword been fixed?" Ning Chen asked slowly. Xia Zi shook his head and said, "You still need some time." "Why did you suddenly ask?" "With your skills, you can deal with anyone below the innate realm, even without using a sword. Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's different this time," Ning Chen said with a soft sigh. "My opponent is Mu Qianshang. I have no choice but to use my sword." "The young master of the Celestial Sword Pavilion?" Xia Zi frowned slightly. He had heard of this person before. His sword Dao was self-formed, and even an elder of the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion had been defeated by him. Now, he was only waiting for the moment to step into the innate realm. Ning Chen nodded and briefly explained what had happened between them. "It is indeed a little troublesome," Xia Zi said with a worried expression. Others were still fine, but this Mu Qianshang was a genius swordsman that only appeared once every 100 years. If Ning Chen did not have a sword, his chances of victory were too slim. Given the two's cultivations, ordinary swords would not be enough. After a few moves, they would not be able to endure and self-destruct. The autumn water in Xiao Chen's hand was stained with too much of the Confucian sect's righteous qi. It would affect Ning Chen significantly. "Imperial brother, have you forgotten that there is another sword in the palace? I just don't know if Imperial Mother is willing to lend it to me." Xia Xinyu reminded him. Great Yin's green sparrow sword. After the 9th princess reminder, Xiazi also remembered it and frowned again. This is a sword from the previous dynasty. Imperial Mother might not agree. Xiazi said with some uncertainty. Ningchen thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "We can't care too much. We have a try. Mingwei, let's go." "Right now?" Xiazi was startled and asked. "The time is tonight," Ningchen helplessly said. Xiazi was startled. It seemed that Mu Qianshang was about to make his move. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. "Sinew, you should also go back." Xiazi turned his head and said softly, Xia Sinew hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. The three of them walked toward the palace. Because Ningchen had something on his mind, he did not say anything. Xia Sinew was a little embarrassed. Ever since the last betrothal, she had been afraid of being alone with Ningchen. Mingyue's heart was as clear as a mirror. She did not make a sound. She looked at the bad guy, then looked at Xia Sinew, and then curled her lips. She felt that the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty was not worthy of the bad guy. After Xia Sinew felt Mingyue's gaze, she became even more embarrassed and deliberately avoided Mingyue's gaze. Ningchen also came back to his senses at this moment. He looked at the little girl and immediately understood what was going on. He lightly patted Mingyue's cloth hat and said, "Little girl, don't let your imagination run wild." Mingyue laughed foolishly, looking as pure as a little white flower. The three of them quickly entered the palace. Logically speaking, it would be very troublesome to enter the palace at this time. However, Xia Sinew and Ningchen's status was not ordinary, so no one dared to stop them. The guards at the palace gates saw the tokens in their hands and immediately let them pass. Zhang Sun was not in the Heavenly Mandate Palace, but had returned to Weiyang Palace. It was not convenient for Ningchen to enter the harem, so he could only wait in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. After waiting for a while, Qing Ning arrived first and asked him and Mingyue to wait for a while. After a long time, Zhang Sun and the 9th princess arrived. In Xia Sinew's hands was a 5-foot-long mahogany box. It was engraved with dragon patterns and covered with a yellow turban. It looked very noble. "Return it immediately after you use it," Zhang Sun said seriously. This was a sword from the previous dynasty. Logically speaking, it should not be used again. However, it was related to Ning Chen's safety, so she had to make an exception. Definitely, Ning Chen promised. Borrowing the sword went much more smoothly than expected. Ning Chen did not stay any longer and left with Mingyue. "Be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat," Zhang Sun said as Ning Chen left the palace. Ning Chen paused for a moment, chuckled, and then continued walking. Admit defeat? Perhaps he would. After Ning Chen left, Zhang Sun looked at her daughter beside her and sighed softly. "Sinew, Mother hopes that you can carefully consider your marriage with Ning Chen. Don't regret it after you miss it." Xia Sinew was silent and nodded gently. On the way back, Mingyue was tired and did not want to walk. Ning Chen had no choice but to carry the little girl on his back again. He had not carried her for a long time, and Mingyue was much heavier. "Bad guy, are you confident you can win?" Mingyue leaned on Ning Chen's shoulder and asked softly. She did not understand these things, but that did not mean she could not see the worry in the other's eyes. The bad guy was still injured. Ever since he returned from the Buddhist kingdom, he had not fully recovered. Little Mingyue did not know that Ning Chen had been seriously injured again 2 days ago. Now, he was covered with new injuries and old injuries. "Of course I'm confident. What have I ever lost?" Ning Chen said lightly and smiled gently. In front of Mingyue, he always showed his best side. Mingyue tightened her arms and said softly, "I'll wait for you at home. I won't cause trouble for you." Ning Chen smiled and said, "When did you become so sensible? Looks like our Mingyue is about to grow up." "I don't want to grow up." Mingyue did not say the rest. When she grew up, he would not be able to carry her on his back. A gentle breeze brushed past the two of them. The small cloth hat swayed, and the long hair within it carried the most beautiful trust in the world. In just a few short months, too many things had happened, but this trust and dependence had never changed. The two of them returned to the residence. Mingyue ate some food and went to sleep. Tonight, she did not pester Ning Chen to listen to stories. The Dayan green sparrow sword was stabbed into the stone slab in the courtyard. Ning Chun stood quietly and rested. He raised his fighting spirit to the peak of his life. This was the fairest battle since he came to this world. There were no grudges or interests. It was a battle of martial arts. In Prince Yan's residence, the legend of the Great Xia kept looking in the direction of the Marquis residence. The sword rack in front of him did not move. He thought that Ning Chun would come to borrow the sword. However, Ning Chun did not come. This was good too. This was a fair battle. He would wait and see what kind of brilliant sparks would fly. The most important thing for a martial artist was to focus. Ning Chun was distracted by too many things. Ever since he entered the martial arts path, he had never fought for himself. Once a battle was mixed with schemes and interests, he would lose too many things. He wanted to see how far Ning Chun could go if he unleashed his full strength. In the Marquis residence, the fighting spirit grew stronger. The Dayan green sparrow sword moved without wind and trembled slightly. In the next moment, the sword shot into the sky and drew a beautiful ray of light. "It's here." A young man hundreds of miles away from the imperial city saw the ray of light in the sky and said slowly, "In the imperial city of the Great Xia, many people saw the sword overflowing with fighting spirit. They were shocked. This sword came from the Marquis residence. Let's go take a look." In the Lingyan pavilion, Su Fian stood up and walked out. "Yes," Qiulan answered and followed immediately. In the Divine Wind Battalion, Xia Yinwu walked out of the tent. After a moment of silence, he walked out of the camp. At the same time, in other parts of the imperial city, all those above the 9th rank came out. They wanted to see with their own eyes if the Marquis of the Great Xia was as powerful as the rumors said. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning stood in front of the door with Zhang's son. They looked to the west and prayed for this battle. In the West Hall of the Imperial Court of Justice, the red candles flickered. Yin Wugo stood quietly in front of the window. He wore a bright red robe and looked calm. He did not say a word. "Master, are you not going to watch?" Shang Han asked softly. He knew that Master was concerned about this battle. "No need. Master will not lose." Yin Wugo shook his head and said calmly. The moon was like a hook, drawing out the lights of 10,000 homes. Ning Chun walked out of his residence, neither fast nor slow. After a few steps, he left behind a faint shadow. The great Een Azure Sparrow sword fell from the sky and returned to its scabbard with a clang. Tonight, Su Yi was no longer bound by schemes. Her fighting spirit was sharper than a sword. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yi appeared hundreds of miles away from the imperial city. The moon at midnight illuminated the entire world. Please, under the white cloak, his demonic eyes were like the moon. This was the most handsome person in the world. His body and his sword were everything in the world. Please. Su Yi spread out her arms. Her calm face was as before. Only her fighting spirit was sharper than a sword. The two strongest people below the Xiantian level were finally standing face to face. Tonight would be the peak battle for those below the Xiantian level. Bang! In the next moment, snow fell and the two bodies collided. Chapter 151. Demonic eyes, silver with a tinge of ink, a pure snow sword, white and flawless. With Mu Qianshang's sword in hand, heaven and earth wailed. The black sword flowed freely, each sword drawing a picture between heaven and earth, drawing a cage, trapping heaven and earth. Ning Chun took advantage of the situation. His sword finger drew lightly. A silver light flowed, cutting open a cage. Sword chi broke out. Mu Qianshang leaned to the side. With a bang, the ground behind him was cut open with a long sword mark. The snow sword turned cold. Black and white covered the sky. Ning Chun retreated. With a tearing sound, his plain clothes were torn apart. The two did not show any mercy. Each move was a killing move. Each move was fast. Each move was dangerous. The brilliant battle dazzled the eyes of the spectators. Ning Chun did not draw his sword. The great Een green sparrow sword was still in its scabbard. However, when the sword chi from his two fingers drew across, rocks flew everywhere. The earth shook. The snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand was also unstoppable. The black and white light from the tip of the sword swept out. The heaven and earth lost its color. The two strong forces clashed. The sound of metal clashing did not stop. The sword finger shook the famed sword. The earth shook. The void trembled. The space was already at its limit. Those who were also in the 9th level realm, even if they were at the peak of the 9th level, felt a strong pressure at this moment. Facing the two people in front of them, they were not at the peak. From afar, Su Fian watched this shocking battle. Her beautiful face could not hide her surprise. The power of the great Xia Jiming Marquis was well known, but without seeing it with their own eyes, no one could understand. Miss, if one day we become enemies with the Marquis, can we stop him? Qiulan asked with a worried face. It will be very difficult, Su Fian said honestly. The Marquis of Jiming Marquis, no one below the Xiantian stage could stop him. The 5th string of the spring lightning could only be plucked at the Xiantian stage. Just the power of the 4th string was not enough to stop this powerful Marquis. What was more frightening was that the Marquis had not drawn his sword. This meant that this battle was not yet at its peak. Both of them were still holding back. On the other side, the 3rd prince narrowed his eyes, similarly watching this battle. A Marquis who was unrivaled in the acquired stage was worth it for him to rope him in at all costs. Martial strength was not absolute, but absolute martial strength was the guarantee of everything. He did not have an innate master, which was his biggest shortcoming. Although Jiming Marquis was not an innate master, he was not far from it. More and more people walked out of the imperial city. It was obvious that this battle had attracted a lot of attention. In this battle for the throne, the existence of Marquis Jiming was always a variable. Everyone wanted to know how far this strong cultivator would go. White moon illuminates the sky. In the middle of the battlefield, the snow sword was brandished. The white moon was bright in the sky. A sword chi streaked across the sky. In this extremely fast martial art, an extremely beautiful sword mark was drawn. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks and condensed his chi with his sword finger. Frost filled the sky as he unleashed a sword attack with all his might. With a hong sound, the two swords collided. The heavens were distressed, and the earth was miserable. Sand flew about chaotically, and the shock waves rose 10 zhang into the air. Both of them took half a step back, but before they could stop, their bodies had already disappeared. In the next moment, an even more brutal confrontation ensued. Outside the battlefield, Qiulan was puzzled. She asked, "Miss, why is Jiming Marquis not drawing his sword?" Su Fei Yin frowned and said softly, "It should not be the time yet. His opponent is the young master of compassion, Sword Heavenly Pavilion. If he cannot raise his sword to the peak, even if he draws his sword, it will be useless. Both of their strengths have not reached the peak yet, but it will be soon." At this moment, in the middle of the battlefield, the ink-white sword chi was stronger than the previous one. The sword intent was finally formed. Mountains and rivers appeared. Between the mountains and rivers, the scenery around the two instantly changed. In this realm, you have no chance of winning. The snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand turned. His sword aura was even stronger than before. In between his movements, a strong pressure pressed down. It was so heavy that it made people unable to breathe. Ning Chun felt the space around him freeze. Before he made his move, he slowed down a bit. Ink-white sword chi attacked his body, and in the blink of an eye, his right shoulder was dyed red. This compassion sword Heavenly Pavilion's young master is really close to the Xiantian realm. In the distant night, Duke Xu gently fanned herself. Beside her, Yin Ma Xiao nodded. He was also at the peak of the 9th grade. He could clearly sense the faintly discernible Xiantian aura in front of him. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Mu Qianshang would quickly step into the Xiantian realm. These two people will be your strongest opponents on the martial path in the future. You must be careful. Duke Shi reminded. Disciple understands. Teacher, please don't worry. Yin Ma Xiao's lips curled as he replied. On the battlefield, the situation took a turn for the worse. Within the landscape realm, Mu Qianshang became stronger as he fought. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Each sword was faster than the previous one. The injuries on Ning Chen's body grew more and more. Blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. His injuries did not cause any hesitation in Ning Chen's moves. His palms shook the heavens and earth. His sword finger broke through the ink-white sword chi. Although he was injured, he was not defeated. Those outside the battle frowned more and more. Everyone could see that the Jiming Marquis was beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. The wind and snow on his body could not hide his blood-stained clothes. Finally, the snow sword pierced his left shoulder. Once the sword entered his body, he retreated several zhang. Xiazi came and saw this sword. He also saw the great green sparrow sword that was still hidden in its scabbard. Just when everyone thought that the Jiming Marquis was going to lose, only Xiazi's eyes were fixed on the great green sparrow sword that was constantly trembling. He believed that before this sword was unsheathed, Ning Chun would not lose. Waves shake the heavens and earth. Ning Chun pinched the snow sword with 2 fingers, temporarily restraining it. His left palm flipped, and raging waves surged. Each wave was higher than the previous one. In an instant, the entire world was turned into water. In the landscape painting, the water moved. The white water gathered and was guided by the blue waves, forming a huge blue and white wave that reached the sky. The landscape realm began to show signs of instability. The ink-colored mountain collapsed and fell down. Mu Qianshang's eyes turned cold. He gathered the shocking landscape realm and flipped his palm to meet it head-on. Instantly, the 5 peaks lost their color and gathered in this palm. With a loud boom, the world exploded. The landscape painting shattered. Amidst the sandstorm, Ning Chun retreated another 10 steps. Before he could stabilize himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Qianshang retreated 3 steps. The corner of his mouth was dyed red for the first time. In this battle of palms, Ning Chun lost. But he had successfully broken the landscape realm that was drawn by the snow sword, exchanging injuries for moves. It was not right or wrong, but it was the only way. This is the most satisfying battle I have had since I started learning the sword. You are worthy of my full strength. With that, Mu Qianshang took a step forward. Immediately, the wind and clouds around him swirled. The vast power of heaven and earth gathered continuously. It was as if a god had descended, causing every figure in the distance to change color. Innate realm. In this world, only the innate realm could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between the acquired realm and the innate realm. Mortals could not defy the heavens. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they could not go against the vast power of heaven and earth. One step into the innate realm was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. If one could leap over, a dragon would roar to the 9 heavens. If one could not leap over, a fish would swim in the shallows. This young master of the compassionate sword heavenly pavilion had already leaped over half of his body. Even if he fell, he would fall to the other side of the dragon gate. He would not return to the mortal world. Facing such a strong opponent, Ning Chun unexpectedly smiled. In his life, this was the only fair battle. Facing such a strong opponent, it made it difficult for him to conceal the excitement in his heart. As a martial artist who did not want to have a fair battle, Ning Chun also wanted to, but he could not. In the past, he could not afford to lose. So, he could only use schemes and schemes to strive for every victory. Winning was necessary and also a responsibility. Today, the burden of victory had been lifted from his shoulders. He could finally fight to his heart's content. It had nothing to do with him. It was only a competition of martial arts. How could he not smile? 100 miles away in the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning saw this smile. She felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. She softly said, "Empress," he smiled. Zhang Sun was startled. Soon after, she deeply sighed. As long as he was happy. Clang! The great green sparrow sword was unsheathed. The sky changed color. Frost covered the sky and covered the earth. The sword force was at its peak. Even the sky could not withstand it. A huge crack appeared, shocking everyone. In ancient times, a smile from a beauty could topple cities. Today, a smile from a knowing destiny could shock the heavens. Battle intent and sword force. Ning Chun was at the peak of his life. This was also his strongest moment. This sword would determine victory and defeat. Facing Ning Chun in his strongest state, Mu Qianshang did not dare to be careless. The snow sword was raised to the sky. In the wind and snow, it bloomed with a poignant beauty. A bloody light rose and shot straight to the clouds. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. The strongest sword gathered the endless power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the bright moon lost its color. It was completely covered by the bloody light. On the other side, Ningchen also released the power of two scrolls, the scroll of life and the scroll of earth. With the addition of heaven's might, an unparalleled huge sword appeared in the sky. It shook the 9 heavens and 10,000 gods. First defense waves splitting 10,000 li. The huge sword slashed the sky and shattered the space. This sword shocked the world. It surpassed the limits of the postnatal realm and was infinitely close to the unattainable postnatal realm. The two extremes collided. Heaven and earth suffered a calamity. The earth could not withstand the huge force and began to shake violently. Huge gullies appeared and stretched out for thousands of zhang. The two people who were sent flying were dyed red. Blood spurted from their bodies. Both of them were seriously injured. The final move was still a draw. After Mu Qianshang landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. The snow sword stabbed into the ground and stopped his retreat. He wanted to raise his sword and fight again. However, at this moment, Mu Qianshang's footsteps paused. A look of regret flashed in his demonic eyes. Ning Chun, this battle ends here. I will wait for you at the postnatal realm. Ning Chun was stunned. Before he could understand the meaning of these words, he saw an inky white light pillar shoot up to the sky. The world was shocked. In the dark night, the inky white light penetrated the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the world saw this shocking scene. Postnatal realm. There is no doubt that this was a postnatal vision. It was powerful and heavy. It dyed the entire sky black. Ning Chun came back to his senses. His expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Mu Qianshang. Almost at the same time, in the darkness, 3 palms shot out. They carried the power of thunder and crashed down. Ning Chun, who was seriously injured and at the end of his rope, forcefully used the last of his strength. He moved with his sword and blocked the power of the 3 palms. Boom! The aftermath roared. His hair was dyed red. How could Ning Chun, who was under the protection of a crossbow, resist the full power of 3 ninth grade peak martial artists? The inky white light pillar behind him became more and more brilliant. In the light pillar, Mu Qianshang closed his eyes. His divine sense was tightly locked as he used all his strength to unleash the heavenly demon tribulation. With this Marquis here, no one can take half a step forward today. The sword on the ground trembled. Ning Chun stood in front of Mu Qianshang. On his shoulder, he once again shouldered the burden of life and death. Chapter 152. In this world, the Xiantian realm was high and mighty, and it was also feared by others. Just as Ning Chun had said, the Xiantian realm was a monster that should not exist. There is always a limit to the strength of a martial artist. However, at the level of an innate expert, it was no longer something that could be resisted by a human. Only an innate expert could kill an innate expert. However, there was an exception. When one first entered the Xiantian realm, the Xiantian phenomenon and the heavenly devil tribulation of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations would arrive at the same time. This was a test of inner demons, and one could not afford to be distracted. Mu Qianshang had stepped into the Xiantian realm at the most inopportune time. For this battle, he had suppressed it for a long time, and at the final moment, he could no longer suppress it. This battle was very delightful. Even though there was no clear victor, even though he was in danger, Mu Qianshang did not regret it. Many people in the world did not wish to see an innate expert appear, especially when this innate expert was not on their side. Being able to kill an innate expert without any resistance was actually a very tempting thing. However, They didn't expect the Jiming Marquis to block them. There was no turning back. Since he had already taken action, he could not regret it. One death was death. Two deaths were also death. Pools of blood flowed on the ground. Some of it was Mu Qianshang's, some of it was Ning Chen's. The blood was mournful, forming tiny streams. Ning Chen stood alone in front of Mu Qianshang, his plain clothes stained with blood, and he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. However, as long as this figure was still standing, no one present dared to underestimate him. The person in the dark made another move. This time, there was another sword chi, 3 palms and 1 sword. Their power was extraordinary. If Ning Chen was at his peak, or if he still had half of his strength, he wouldn't care about these 3 palms and 1 sword. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as an assumption in this world. Xia Zi, who was 10 miles away, reacted. Her figure instantly moved, and the autumn water filled the sky. With a boom, she blocked the palm power. As for the remaining 2 palms and a sword, it was unavoidable and unstoppable. The only option was to fight to the death. Wrath of the 9 heavens, void waves. With the last of his strength, a divine waterfall fell from the sky, and the Milky Way of the 9 heavens hung upside down, blocking the 2 palms. However, he was unable to block the sword light that was rushing toward him. The sword chi entered Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen took a step back and stopped. He was not willing to take another step back. Blood gushed out from his chest, and the ground before him instantly turned scarlet. Dayan's green sparrow sword twisted to the ground and became the only support for the person standing. He had not fallen because he once owed the person behind him a favor. At this moment, no matter if it was those who wanted to recruit Ning Chen or those who wanted to kill Ning Chen, none of them made a move to save Ning Chen. Instead, they watched the development of the situation. In any case, these experts from the royal capital didn't wish for this unknown variable to survive. Normally, they wouldn't be able to kill him, but today there was an opportunity to do so. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Xia Zi was 10 miles away from Ning Chen. When he blocked the palm strike, he was 7 miles away from Ning Chen. Now, after another 3 miles, there were only 4 miles left. For Li was nothing to a rank 9 powerhouse. However, at this moment, it was the distance that separated life and death. Another 3 palms and a sword broke through the air. Xia Zi was infuriated, his hair fluttering in the wind. This prince of the great Xia dynasty had never been so infuriated as he was today. Autumn waters slashed down, and this time, he was even closer to Yi Futian. However, he had already reached his limit and could only watch as the remaining 2 palms landed on Yi Futian's body. The sword that was twisted to the ground supported the figure that refused to fall. After taking the 2 palms head-on, she stood silently. She really didn't take another step back. Fresh blood flowed down Dayan's green sparrow sword and seeped into the ground. The sword of the previous dynasty had reappeared in the world after 1,000 years. For the first time, it was stained with the blood of the current Marquis. How ironic and sorrowful was this? In the blink of an eye, Xia Zi was once again 3 miles closer. There was only a distance of 1 mile between him and Su Yi. This time, Xia Zi blocked 3 palms. Or rather, these 3 palms blocked the path of this prince of the great Xia dynasty. The last sword was aimed at Su Yi's throat. No one could block it in time. Xia Zi couldn't, nor could the beautiful green figure that flew over from Weiyang Palace. However, at this moment, a snow-white sword blocked the sword light. It was like a pair of demonic eyes, so stunning that it was unforgettable. "Let me do it," Mu Qianshang said calmly as he tapped Su Yi's body a few times. At this moment, Xia Zi and Qing Ning also arrived. They supported Ning Chen and stuffed 3 life-saving pills into his mouth without saying a word. The figure in the dark wanted to escape, but Mu Qianshang spread out his spiritual sense. With a move, he immediately disappeared. "Let's go back." Ning Chen didn't care about these things anymore. He coughed twice and said in extreme exhaustion. "In." Qing Ning and Xia Zi responded. They supported Ning Chen on both sides and walked towards the imperial city. The people in front had already moved aside. At this moment, no one dared to block them. Before dawn, Ning Chun returned to the Marquis' residence. His clothes were clean and new. There was no trace of blood. In the Marquis' residence, no one knew what happened to their Marquis. They only felt that since this day, the Marquis coughed more and more frequently. Ning Chun took the extreme breath pill that Su Fian had given him. Together with Qing Ning's Xiantian power, he saved his life again. Your Highness, the sword is back. In Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning returned with the great green sparrow sword and said in a lonely voice, "How is he?" Zhang Sun didn't look at the sword in the sword box. Instead, he asked, "Alive." Qing Ning said softly, "Alive, that was all." Ning Chun had survived once again. She couldn't remember how many times it had happened. How many more times could he endure such a laughable and pitiful word? It's good that he's alive. Zhang Sun sighed deeply and said slowly. The remaining 3 to 4 days were when the 3 princes of the great Xia came the most. Xia Zi didn't say anything, but the other 2 princes' motives were clear. The 10th prince was cautious by nature. He knew that a letter didn't mean much. Therefore, when he came, he sent gifts big and small. Ning Chen only asked one question. 10th prince, why are you hiding your martial arts cultivation base? Who is it for? The 10th prince was silent for a long time. In the end, he said a name. Ning Chen wasn't surprised. He had already guessed it. However, it was better for the 10th prince to personally admit it. After the 10th prince left, the 3rd prince came a day later. He was the prince with the greatest hope of becoming the great Xia emperor. Since he didn't see Ning Chen die, he hoped to pull him to his side. The 2 of them talked for an entire day. The content was nothing more than a transaction of benefits. The 3rd prince was different from the 10th prince. He was someone who was good at using small things to gain big things. Ning Chen could see that clearly. Therefore, he was even more careful. Have you decided? Asked Xia Zi calmly. Almost. After tomorrow's auction, I'll be able to make a final decision. Ning Chun coughed lightly. Xia Zi was silent. He sat there for a long time without saying a word. First prince, I can only do this much. The rest will be up to you and your highness. Ning Chen sighed. He looked exhausted. Even house arrest is not allowed? Asked Xia Zi slowly. He must be killed. The winner was king, while the loser was a bandit. Since he was a bandit, he couldn't let him live. He understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Moreover, his opponent was a prince with military power. Do you know about the 3rd prince's contact with Beimeng? Asked Ning Chen softly. I do. This is clearly Beimeng's military advisor's trick. It can't be done for real, replied Xia Zi. A few days ago, I also felt the same. However, after thinking about it, this trick is very likely to become real, reminded Ning Chen. Do you have proof? Asked Xia Zi with a frown. I don't. Ning Chen shook his head. I'm still investigating. In truth, I also hope it's fake. The 3rd prince is indeed more suitable to be emperor than the 10th prince. Xia Zi nodded. After a long time, he stood up. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Imperial Mother wants me to tell you something. She won't interfere in your marriage with Xinyu. Ning Chun was startled. He sighed and said, that's all. After Xia Zi left, Ning Chun sat in his seat with his eyes closed. Waves of exhaustion came from his body. It was so clear that it was as if his body no longer belonged to him. In the backyard, Lu Ruo, she was still curled up on the bed. Ever since this stunning courtesan came to the Marquis' estate, she had become much more lazy. Every day, she would wake up naturally and walk around the backyard a few times. When she was tired, she would go back to rest. Other than Xiao Yun, no other servants were allowed to enter the backyard. Lu Ruo, she knew that her identity couldn't be exposed, so she never left the backyard. Ning Chun came to the backyard, knocked on the door, and entered Lu Ruo's room. When he saw the beautiful figure curled up on the bed, he said, if you're bored, you can change your appearance and go out for a walk. Lu Ruo, she smiled gently. After that night, she was no longer afraid of the Marquis. She reached out to stroke the hair by her ear and said softly, no need. I'm fine now. Ning Chen smiled and didn't force her. In the past, he didn't see that courtesan Lu wasn't a diligent woman. He guessed that she was forced out in the past. In the words of later generations, she was a standard homebody. Mingyu likes to listen to stories. If you have nothing to do, you can tell her about your past experiences, Ning Chun said with a calm expression. Okay, Lu Ruo, she said lazily, but little Lord really is like a little girl. Listening to Lu Ruo, she's seemingly unintentional words. Ning Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold and murderous. I don't want to hear this sentence again. I also don't want to hear you mention it to anyone else, Ning Chen warned. A woman's sixth sense was really troublesome. They had only known each other for a few days, but she had already begun to suspect Ming Yu's identity. Lu Ruo, she heard Ning Chen's warning tone, but for some reason, she wasn't afraid. She smiled and replied, Rest assured, Marquis. Ruo, she doesn't know anything. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Rest well. After saying this, Ning Chun didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. Looking at the back of the former's departing figure, Lu Ruo, she was still curled up on the bed. Her peerlessly beautiful face was languid. She was unwilling and didn't want to think about anything else. In fact, she disliked using her brain the most. Chapter 153. In the silent night, the sound of coughing could be heard from a room in the backyard of the Marquis' estate. It was very soft and did not spread outside the room. The person inside the room was deliberately suppressing his coughing. Under the light of the lantern, a plainclothed figure was still staying up late to look at the intelligence sent to her by the spies. The imperial city was too big, and there were too many things she needed to pay attention to. People like the third prince and Duke Shiyu were each more cunning than the other, so it was impossible to find a direct flaw. She could only rely on some minor details from the side branches to find a breakthrough. In this world, there was nothing that could be done flawlessly. The difficult part was discovering it. After investigating the cause of the city lord's death for so long, there was finally some progress. It was now confirmed that Duke Shiyu had secretly ordered the city lord's death. The day before the city lord's death, Qing Marquis had entered Duke Shiyu's estate and came out in less than 15 minutes. Coupled with Duke Shiyu's secret plan in the Cloud Ridge stronghold, it was now certain that the great Xia's head eunuch was plotting something. Marquis, Eunuch Pei has left the imperial tomb. A low voice sounded from outside the door. Understood, Ning Chen replied. Outside the door, the black figure disappeared without a sound, as if it had never appeared. Ning Chen was silent. Eunuch Pei's appearance was the final step. Now, he just had to wait for a decision. A person's heart was hard to predict. He couldn't make a judgment easily. He had to try again and again. Late at night, Lu Ruo, she woke up and saw the flickering light in the Marquis' room. She got up and went to the door and gently knocked. Inside the room, Ning Chen frowned and said, Please come in. Lu Ruo, she pushed the door open and entered. Her plain face looked even more charming under the lamplight. In terms of appearance, this courtesan queen of the imperial city was undoubtedly synonymous with femme fatale. It was just that her temperament was slightly weak. In this era, women were destined to be the vassals of men. After all, a woman like Fan Lingyue, who was more dazzling than the moon in the sky, had only appeared once in 1,000 years. Marquis, rest. Lu Ruo, she said softly as she picked up the wick to make the flame brighter. Ning Chen smiled and did not answer. He continued to look at the situation in his hands. There was no such thing as a free reward in this world. He was not a god and could not predict the future. When Lu Ruo, she saw that the Marquis did not speak, she no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, she stood quietly to the side and helped grind the ink. Reading at night with a beautiful woman was every scholar's dream. Unfortunately, Ning Chun was not a scholar, but a martial Marquis. Cough, cough. As the night deepened, the coughing in the room became louder. Lu Ruo, she gently patted Ning Chen's back, took out a silk handkerchief from her bosom, and handed it to him. Ning Chun pushed Lu Ruo, she's hand away and asked, Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The Marquis is a good person. Lu Ruo, she said softly. Ning Chun smiled tiredly and said honestly, I'm not a good person. If one day I find out that you've done something to let down the Marquis estate, I'll kill you without the slightest hesitation. That day won't come, Lu Ruo, she said softly. I hope so, Ning Chun replied. 2 hours later, Ning Chun finished reading the last piece of information. He closed his eyes in exhaustion and said slowly, There's an auction tomorrow. Mingwei and I will be going. Are you coming? Lu Ruo, she hesitated for a moment and asked, Won't it cause trouble for the Marquis? Give me your hand. Ning Chun opened his eyes and said indifferently. Lu Ruo, she doubtfully stretched out her left hand. Her slender jade fingers were crystal clear and flawless. Ning Chun condensed a sword into his finger, and a trace of true qi flowed through her arm and into her body. A moment later, the brilliance dissipated. All right, tomorrow, just put on a simple disguise, and there won't be any problems. Even if a ninth-grade expert investigates, they won't be able to see anything. Thank you, Marquis, Lu Ruo, she said. Go back and rest. Ning Chun waved his hand and said, Ruo, she will take her leave. Lu Ruo, she gracefully bowed and immediately left the room. After Lu Ruo, she left, Ning Chun got up and went to the courtyard. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed in his heart. It was the end of the month again. He only had less than half a month left. In the northern Ming barracks, Fan Lingyue also stayed up all night. He stood in front of his tent and looked in the direction of the imperial city in silence. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure like a fairy blended into the world, as if she would break through the sky at any moment. These were the two most terrifying women in the world. One had the chaos volume, while the other had the travel volume. When they worked together, they were invincible. Even someone as strong as Ning Chun, who had many things that transcended the era, had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two. After a moment, Fan Lingyue softly said something. The beautiful figure under the moonlight calmly nodded and disappeared in a flash. The night gradually dispersed, and the first rays of dawn scattered on the earth, reflecting a faint golden color. In front of the Qilin Pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was the most prosperous scene in 100 years. The Nine-Wonder Separation Flower was a divine flower that had always only existed in legends. No one had thought that it would actually appear in this world. Ning Chun came, holding little Ming Yu's hand. On the other side, Lu Ruo, she was wearing a mask that covered her peerless appearance, but it couldn't hide her exquisite and alluring body. The dignitaries who came today were all true big shots. Many of them had seen Ning Chun before, so they weren't surprised at his arrival. Everyone in the world knew that Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia lacked nothing but this divine flower. Marquis, please. A young woman walked over and politely bowed. Ning Chun faintly smiled. The seemingly delicate woman in front of him wasn't as harmless as she looked. The Qilin Pavilion was one of the largest chambers of commerce in the world. For this woman to be sent to be in charge of this auction, her background was definitely not simple. The four of them walked into a private room. A beautiful maidservant was waiting inside. The woman said a few words to her before she turned around and left. The maid knew that the young man in front of her had a noble status and didn't dare to neglect him. She respectfully stood to the side, waiting for orders at any time. Ning Chun started coughing again, one after another. It was very dull, and the three people in the box were scared witless. Bad guy. Ming Yu's beautiful big eyes were full of worry. She stood up and used her small handkerchief to wipe off the blood on his lips. It's okay. You'll get used to it. Ning Chun patted the little girl's cloth hat and comforted her with a smile. You, help him massage his back. Ming Yu pointed at Lu Ruo Shi and said fiercely. Lu Ruo, she was stunned for a moment before quickly coming to her senses and helping the Marquis massage his back. The young master's fierce reputation in the Marquis mansion was obvious to all. The most powerful person in the mansion wasn't the Marquis, but the young master. No one dared to go against him. This was the first time Ning Chun enjoyed this kind of treatment. He felt a little awkward. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Was this considered taking advantage of him? Lu Ruo Shi's technique was very good. Her strength was neither light nor heavy. It seemed that she had received special training. It wasn't easy to nurture a courtesan. Everything had to be taught. Otherwise, how could she deal with those picky dignitaries? The auction began. The auctioneer was the woman from before. She was wearing a gorgeous palace dress. She looked less gentle and more noble. Because of the Nine Wonders separation flower, today's auction was exceptionally lively. Rare treasures came out one after another. Except for a few big shots who were enduring, the rest of the boxes had already started to bid. Ning Chen was envious. Unfortunately, he didn't have any money. Zhang Sun had given him countless things, but he didn't give him any money. Ever since the war between Great Xia and Northern Ming, the treasury had always been tight. Talking about money with Zhang Sun right now was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Now, the ninth treasure, 15 kilograms of blazing sun iron. As Huai Xian's red lips moved, a stone platform slowly rose. On the stone platform, a fist-sized piece of fire-red iron lay quietly. It looked ordinary and mediocre, without anything special about it. This was a rare treasure, but the method to refine it had already been lost. It was a pity not to buy it, but if you did buy it, you wouldn't know how to use it. The starting price is 10,000 taels of gold, the woman said. Both inside and outside the box were silent. After a long time, someone indifferently raised the price. 11,000 taels. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone had bid. This blazing sun iron might have caused a mad scramble 1,000 years ago, but today it was already good enough that it could be sold. 11,100 taels. A calm voice came from the box on the second floor. The woman's relieved heart was once again raised. This voice belonged to the Ji Ming Marquis. Bad guy, do we have money? Ming Yu asked nervously from a box. No, Ning Chen replied with certainty. Ming Yu subconsciously looked at Lu Ruo, she behind the bad guy. She had heard that courtesans were very rich. Lu Ruo, she quickly shook her head when little Ming Yu looked at her. I don't have money either. I didn't even bring out a single cent of the money I saved over the years. Ming Yu was somewhat depressed. What should she do? Sell her or sell you? Ning Chen joked with a smile. She's valuable, but I'm a child. I'm worthless. Ming Yu analyzed seriously. Ning Chen pinched the little girl's cheeks. She was so mischievous. Someone from the box raised the price 2 more times. Ning Chen also raised the price, but each time he didn't raise it much, just 100 taels. In the end, the person in the box gave up and didn't make another sound. In the end, the final price of the blazing sun iron was 13,100 taels. It was a cheap price, but it was enough to buy a cabbage as tall as Miji Mountain. Ning Chen's heart was actually very moved by this fist-sized blazing sun iron. He seemed to be casually raising the price, but in reality, he was determined to get it. When he was in Tao Tai's stomach, Dao Chief Zhang Wangji had taught him a Dao sect cultivation method, so he was no stranger to this blazing sun iron. Others didn't have the refining method, but he did. The Dao sect's refining method was unparalleled in the world. Even the current Confucian sect was far behind it. After all, the Confucian sect had only been around for 1,000 years, while the Dao sect had been around for tens of thousands of years. In the remaining time, several more rare treasures appeared, causing round after round of competition. Ning Chen and little Ming Yu looked at each other with wide eyes, but they didn't make a sound. If one didn't manage the house, they wouldn't know the cost of firewood and rice. The last treasure, the Nine Wonders parting flower. The starting price is 100,000 taels of gold. At this moment, a stone platform made of crystal slowly rose. On it, a purple divine flower quietly lay. Suddenly, the whole hall trembled. Chapter 154. The Nine Wonders separation flower was a miraculous flower that could regenerate limbs. Apart from the head and internal organs, the rest of the body could rapidly regenerate. This was a divine medicine that even Xiantian lords would be envious of. If this flower was placed anywhere else, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. However, this was the Grand Xia dynasty's imperial city, where there were 330,000 imperial guards and Xiantian lords. No one dared to cause trouble here. In order to find this divine flower, Zhang Sun had racked his brains. Fortunately, his hard work paid off, and he was fortunate enough to obtain it. In the auction, the price soared rapidly, from 100,000 gold coins to over 300,000 silver coins. Moreover, the price was still rising. The main competitors were only 3 or 4 boxes. They raised the price by 10,000 without the slightest hesitation. 500,000. An indifferent female voice came from one of the boxes. In an instant, she raised the price by more than 100,000 and immediately suppressed the other boxes. Hearing this voice, Ning Chun frowned. He felt that it was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it carefully, it was extremely unfamiliar. In the box where the Xiantian was bidding, a snow-white robe with a beautiful face without the slightest trace of emotion was Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue was a Xiantian. As long as she didn't want others to recognize her, no one could do it, not even Ning Chun. 550,000 taels. Another person from the private room joined in the bidding. This time, it was Ning Chun who made the bid. Mu Qingxue didn't speak again. She quietly stood in the box and looked in the opposite direction. Her eyes were as cold as ice. 600,000 taels. Another competitor appeared in the auction and made a bid. 700,000. A box that had been silent until now finally spoke. 700,000 was already a sky-high price. It was impossible for anyone to raise it. After the woman on the auction stage asked 3 times, Zhong Zhong struck the wooden hammer in her hand. Mingyu, we have money. Ning Chun smiled. Little Mingyu was confused. Lu Ruo, she also didn't understand. In the Marquis' mansion, there were very few people who knew about this matter. Not long after, the woman walked in and motioned for the maid to leave. Marquis, this is blazing sun iron and 690,000 in gold notes. Because you are our Qilin Pavilion's VIP, the blazing sun iron will be your starting bid of 10,000. As for the 9 Wonders separation flower, the Qilin Pavilion will make an exception this time. How can I accept that? Although Ning Chun said that he was embarrassed, his hands were not embarrassed at all. He smiled as he took the gold notes and the blazing sun iron. Qilin Pavilion's attitude was polite, so Ning Chun naturally wasn't stingy with his words. The two of them talked back and forth for a long time, until Mingyu and Lu Ruo she were about to fall asleep. Only then did Ning Chun reluctantly bid farewell to the woman. The 9 Wonder separation flower was bought by someone, and the buyer was not hard to guess. In this world, not everyone could take out such an astronomical amount of gold. At the very least, Ning Chun, who was a martial marquis, could not do it. 2 days later, a letter was sent to Jiming Marquis Mansion from the third prince. Ning Chun left the mansion alone. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. He went to the Yanwu mansion alone. Xia Yanwu loved martial arts and was proficient in martial arts. He was the second prince to be conferred the title of king. His title was martial arts demonstration. The third prince rarely returned home. Usually, he would stay in the barracks. This time, he was invited to the residence. Ning Chun walks into the Yanwu palace. Inside the hall, there's only one person and one flower. The man was Xia Yanwu, and the flower was the parting lily. Jiming Marquis, it's time to make a decision, Xia Yanwu indifferently says. I only want to ask one thing. What kind of agreement did you reach with the Northern Meng military advisor? Ning Chun calmly asks. She helped me ascend the throne, and I promised her a path to safely withdraw the troops, Xia Yanwu honestly says. Ning Chun slightly squints his eyes, saying, Your Highness, have you ever thought that this might be Fan Lingyue's scheme? As long as the Grand Xia is in my hands, I don't need to fear any schemes, Xia Yanwu proudly says. Your Highness is very confident, Ning Chun praises. Xia Yanwu is not willing to be entangled in this matter. He says sternly, Jiming Marquis, I have already shown enough sincerity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ning Chun chuckles. He immediately stretches out 2 fingers and points to the heavens. I, Ning Chun, hereby swear that I will do my best to help the third prince ascend the throne. If I violate this oath, I will be burned by the heavens. The oath is witnessed by the morning sun. Once you enter the 9th rank, you will be closest to the heavens. How can you so easily swear an oath? Ha! Arrogant laughter comes from the main hall. In the blink of an eye, it spreads throughout the entire manor. The heavens have eyes, and oaths will be obeyed. This is something that all martial artists above the ninth rank know. This oath is more reliable than any guarantee. Today, the Jiming Marquis swears that the 10th prince is in great danger. One decision in exchange for a flower. This is a win-win situation. It also means that the chaotic battle between the two princes of the Grand Xia is about to come to an end. In the Lingyan Pavilion, Su Fian's zither is no longer calm. The worst thing has happened. The 10th prince sat at the table, his brows slightly furrowed as he drank cup after cup of wine without stopping. Go ask Duke Xiu. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better, Su Fian suggests. Xia Mingri gently nods, then stands up and leaves. On this day, Duke Xiu leaves the manor and goes to the Grand Guardian's manor to discuss the selection for the throne. 4 hours later, Duke Jingwu also arrives. The three dukes gather and discuss until sunset before leaving. Duke Jingwu's point of view hasn't changed. He supports the 3rd prince. Duke Xiu supports the 10th prince. But the Grand Guardian's point of view has changed. Duke Xiu clearly says that the 3rd prince and Northern Meng's side are likely to have some secret relationship. Duke Jingwu doesn't believe that, believing it to be Northern Meng's scheme. The Grand Guardian doesn't say whether he believes it or not. He only says that the 10th prince is indeed more suitable. Of the 3 dukes, 2 of them support the 10th prince. This caused the originally one-sided situation to once again change. 2 days later, news comes from the Weiyang Palace that the Empress is also leaning towards the 10th prince's ascension. This is like a stone that raises 1,000 ripples. Even the Empress, who hasn't expressed her opinion, has spoken. Doesn't that mean that the selection for the throne will soon be decided? What's going on? Xia Yanwu is sitting on the main seat in an unremarkable courtyard next to the Yanwu Manor. Below him are all powerful officials of the 3rd prince's side. There is the Divine Wind Battalion's commander Ming Chuan, as well as the commanders of the Swift Rain and Violet Lightning battalions. Adding on 7 powerful nobles, there are 10 of them. The 10 of them didn't say anything. They knew this question wasn't directed at them, but at the Jiming Marquis. It should be a rumor. I went to the palace today, but unfortunately the Empress said she wouldn't see me, said Ning Chun in confusion. Xia Yanwu frowned. He wants to ascend the throne in a proper way. But if he can't do it, he won't be stingy with other methods. Whether it's true or false, since even you can't enter the palace, it means there really is a problem with Mother, said Xia Yanwu. Ning Chun was silent for a long time before he slowly said, I'll try again tomorrow. Xia Yanwu nodded. You have to be prepared for everything. Jiming Marquis. As a martial marquis, you have the authority to mobilize an army of 100,000. You must be prepared to mobilize soldiers at any time. Ning Chun was startled. Your Highness, please reconsider. Mobilizing soldiers without reason is the same as rebelling. Who says without reason? The 10th prince is plotting a rebellion. This prince is merely suppressing the rebellion. Xia Yanwu said coldly. Isn't it too rushed? Below him, one of the Marquis asked worriedly. Another Marquis shook his head. Your Highness' considerations are reasonable. Once the 3 dukes and the Empress really issue an edict to establish the 10th prince as the Emperor, it will be too late. At that time, we won't have the right to do so. Even if we mobilize soldiers, we will have no chance of winning. Sigh. The rest of the Marquis sighed. If possible, no one would want to reach such a stage. The 3 Imperial Army commanders also frowned. After a while, Ming Chuan opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, it's still not appropriate. Out of the 4 city gates, 2 are in the hands of the Empress and the 1st prince. 1 is in the hands of the 10th prince, and the last one is in the hands of the Marquis Nangong. Even if the army arrives, they will not be able to enter in a short period of time. This prince has already made arrangements. With that said, Xia Yanwu clapped his hands. In the next moment, a young figure walked in and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the Nangong Marquis establishment is ready for your Highness' orders. Seeing that, everyone's pupils constricted. That person, Nangong Qing. So, the Nangong Marquis had already sided with His Highness. Ning Chun sighed. The Imperial Army had 11 camps, and the 3rd prince had 4 of them. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Xia Yanwu's trump card had greatly exceeded his estimation. Everyone dispersed and left in the night. Ningchen also returned to the Jiming Ho residence and went straight to his study room. On the second day, Ningchen entered the palace again, but he was once again stopped in front of the heavenly mandate chamber. Marquis, please do not make things difficult for this subordinate. An imperial army soldier revealed a difficult expression. Why is the empress not meeting me? Ningchen asked. The empress did not say. She only said that if Marquis enters the palace, she will not meet you. The imperial army soldier said helplessly, Esteemed empress, Ningchen requests an audience. Ningchen took 2 steps back and shouted. His voice rumbled and shook the entire imperial palace. But in the deep heavenly mandate chamber, it was still calm and not a single sound came out. Marquis, please go back. The imperial army soldier sighed. Oof. Ningchen flung his sleeve and left angrily. The news that Jiming Marquis was once again refused an audience by the empress in front of the heavenly mandate chamber spread like wildfire. Everyone in the imperial court knew about Jiming Marquis' background. Even if he was not personally taught by the empress, it was close. Now, Jiming Marquis could not even enter the heavenly mandate chamber. One could imagine how angry the empress was. It seemed that the matter of Jiming Marquis taking a side had completely angered the empress. However, this also made everyone see one thing clearly. It turned out that the empress had in mind the empress's choice of the emperor was the 10th prince. It was understandable that Jiming Marquis stood on the 3rd prince's side for the 9 Wonders flower. No one could say anything about it. Such an opportunity would only come once. If it was lost, it would never be found again. 2 days later, the 3 dukes and Zhang Sun met again in the heavenly mandate chamber. The 4 of them talked for an entire day, but no one knew the result. However, this time, Duke Jingwu sent a letter to the 3rd prince. The letter was very simple and only had 5 words. Teacher has done his best. Chapter 155. The manner of Jiming Marquis was as peaceful as usual. No matter what happened outside, it was always a peaceful place. Ningchen did not allow any conspiracy to disturb the manor, especially the backyard. There was not much time left in the 1-month period given by Prince Yin. Fortunately, the chess pieces that needed to be set were almost all set, and it was time to finalize the game. This fight between the 2 kings was actually a farce. The one controlling it was Fan Lingyue, and the one watching the show was also Fan Lingyue. He was powerless to stop it, and could only use the smallest price to end it. It was still the same statement. Whoever became the emperor had nothing to do with him. Marquis, Eunuch Pei has sent a letter. A low voice rang out from outside the study. Send it in, Ningchen said calmly. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the letter turned into a streak of light and flew into the room. However, he didn't enter the room and continued to wait in front of the door. Ningchen took the letter. After reading it, he said indifferently, All right, you may leave. There's no need to keep an eye on Eunuch Pei. Yes. The black shadow left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed like Duke Xiu thought highly of him and would only be at ease if he died. The night was intoxicating. The lights in the study were still on, but the person had already disappeared. In the palace of the great Xia dynasty, a black shadow entered under the cover of the night. The patrolling imperial guards passed by, but they did not notice anything unusual. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning, who had rested after a tiring day, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and asked alertly, Who is it? It's me, said Ningchen. He entered in a flash and took off the ghost mask. Why are you here at this time? Qing Ning asked helplessly as she leaned against the bed in her thin pajamas and covered herself with the blanket. This brat really didn't know that men and women should keep their distance. How could he barge into a woman's room in the middle of the night? I can't get in during the day, Ningchen said honestly. If there's something you need, go find Her Highness. What are you here for? Qing Ning said unhappily. It's too late. It's not convenient, Ningchen said, embarrassed. Qing Ning felt like punching someone. After taking a few deep breaths, Qing Ning suppressed the impulse in her body and said, Her ladyship has already done what you asked her to do. However, Neither she nor I understand what you're planning. Why do you want to pretend that the 10th prince will ascend to the throne? This is not an illusion. Ning Chen's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. Qing Ning was stunned when she heard this. She did not know what was going on. If I don't force the 10th prince into a corner, Duke Shiyu's side will remain silent. Only a silent dog bites. I don't want to be bitten at the last moment, said Ning Chen calmly. You're saying that Duke Shiyu isn't sincere in helping the 10th prince ascend the throne? Qing Ning asked with a solemn expression. I only suspected it before, but now I can confirm it, Ning Chun said seriously. By the way, the 3rd prince already has the idea of using military force to force the abdication. He might take action very soon. This is rebellion. Qing Ning's expression changed, and she said angrily. Ning Chen smiled, but didn't say anything. Since ancient times, the winner was king and the loser was always in the wrong. He wasn't surprised that the 3rd prince would choose this path. The 3rd prince's personality was one that liked to use small to gain big things. Moreover, this time, under the circumstances of a sudden attack, the success rate was much higher than expected. That's still not right. The 3rd prince doesn't have enough soldiers, and the 4 city gates aren't under his control. Even if you could mobilize soldiers, you wouldn't be able to enter. Qing Ning shook her head. Marquis Nangong is one of his people. Ning Chen smiled. Qing Ning was shocked. How could this be? When the 3rd prince had been crowned king, Marquis Nangong had spoken out against it. It was no secret that the two of them didn't get along. No one would believe that Marquis Nangong was one of the 3rd prince's people. I'm leaving. If the 3rd prince really wants to force the abdication, I'll send a letter in advance. With that, Ning Chen put on ghost face and got up to leave. How did you obtain the 3rd prince's trust? Qing Ning hurriedly asked. Huh? Ning Chen laughed calmly, and then his feet moved as he instantly vanished. Hearing this faint laugh, Qing Ning didn't know why, but an indescribable feeling of foreboding arose in her heart. The changes in the situation these days had caused everyone to place their attention on the Empress. However, the true source of this was the Grand Tutor's sudden change of heart. Everyone in the world thought that it was Duke Shiyu's silver tongue and the fabricated news of the 3rd prince colluding with Northern Ming. However, they didn't know that the true evidence had already been sent to the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was just putting on a show. The crux of the entire matter was how Ning Chen obtained the 3rd prince's trust. If he didn't say anything, no one would know. Ning Chen returned to the Marquis residence and looked at the Marquis uniform that he hadn't worn since he was made a Marquis. The stone-green robe was embroidered with 9 5-clawed pythons, symbolizing his noble status as an official. It was finally time to wear this court uniform. On the 2nd day, the 3rd prince sent a trusted aide to send a message, ordering him to go to Gumming and Luoha cities outside the imperial city in 3 days to mobilize troops. These 2 cities were the imperial city's defense cities. The total number of troops, there was only 100,000. They weren't far from the imperial city, so one night was enough. The divine wind, swift rain, and violet lightning battalions were as calm as before. However, deep within the eyes of the 3 battalions' commanders, there was much more worry. Forcing the 3rd prince to abdicate meant rebellion. It was a crime punishable by 9 familial exterminations. Although the plan seemed flawless, they couldn't help but worry. On the 4th day, Xiazi ordered someone to deliver the ink sword. Ning Chen looked at the sword that had accompanied him through half a year of trials and hardships. He sighed in his heart. It had made it in time for this battle. On the 5th day, which was also the last day, Ning Chen went to see Xia Yanwu. Xia Yanwu was standing in front of the main hall of the prince's mansion. His eyes looked through the barrier in the direction of the imperial palace. His eyes flashed with passion and arrogance. Marquis Jiming, at dawn tomorrow, the dragon throne in the heavenly mandate palace will have a new master. Yes, it's time to end it, Ning Chen said with a sigh. Ning Chen left to mobilize troops in Gumming and Luoha. At the same time, a beautiful figure in green walked out of Weiyang Palace and also left. 100 miles outside the city, the two met and then went south together. After seeing Ning Chun and the Marquis Jiming's commander seal, the two city lords immediately knelt down to greet the Marquis Jiming. As the sun set in the west, the army set out and rushed towards the imperial city in the north. Ning Chun handed the commander's seal to Qing Ning. He glanced at the three generals in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't deliberately lower his voice and said slowly, "Take the commander's seal and stay here. If you find anything strange, kill them all without mercy." "Yes," Qing Ning nodded in agreement. The three generals broke out in a cold sweat. This Jiming Marquis really was as vicious and merciless as the rumors said. In the next moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Within the imperial city, the divine wind was sent out. The entire city was terrified. The Swift Rain Battalion and the Violet Lightning Battalion also moved and quickly took control of the entire imperial city. The 4,000 soldiers of the Swift Rain Battalion surrounded the 10th Prince's estate, ready to attack at any moment. Outside King Haowu's estate, there were also soldiers of the Violet Lightning Battalion surrounding it. At this moment, all the people in the imperial city who held military power were unable to move a single step. They were all trapped within their mansions. Hearing the commotion outside, the gates of the imperial palace immediately closed and went into a defensive state. Within Weiyang Palace, an imperial guard captain blocked Zhang Xuan's path out of the palace, unwilling to give in at all. "Empress, please forgive us. The Marquis said that no accident can happen to your safety. He told me to stop you no matter what," said the imperial guard captain respectfully. This was the imperial guard captain who came back alive from the Buddha Kingdom. After seeing the commander's seal of the Dragon Guard in Ning Chen's hand, he accepted this task without hesitation. In the world, if there was anyone who still completely trusted Ning Chen, it would be those soldiers who had witnessed the tragic battle of the Buddha Kingdom. They were not surprised that the third prince rebelled, but it was impossible for their Marquis to do so. In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ning Chen returned with his sword on his back and walked step by step to the top of the stone steps. The 9,000 dragon guards knelt down to the Marquis and also to the Supreme Commander's seal of the Dragon Guard. There was a gap between the Imperial Guards. If the 30,000 Dragon Guards were the elite of the Imperial Guards, then the 9,000 soldiers in front of him were the elite of the elite. Ning Chen stood in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace and only said two words, "Hold your ground." Outside the First Meridian Gate, the tightly closed gates of the Imperial Palace blocked the path of the Divine Wind Battalion. The spies that were originally arranged did not move at all. Xia Yanwu's expression gradually became serious. He sensed that something was wrong. In the imperial city, the 10th prince, who was supposed to be in his residence, appeared unexpectedly and led the Blue Sparrow and White Tiger battalions to surround the Swift Rain Battalion. On the other side, Xia Zi appeared and led the two battalions in his hands to surround the Purple Lightning Battalion. Sensing that something was wrong, Marquis Nangong wanted to lead his troops to help, but was blocked by Duke Shiyu and Eunuch Pei. The red-robed, blue-robed, and red-robed guards of the Taisher Council all walked out and stood behind Duke Shiyu. There were nearly 10,000 of them. The Taisher Council was still the Taisher Council of Duke Shiyu. The head of the eunuchs still had absolute control. Marquis Nangong was in a difficult position and did not dare to act rashly. He was not afraid of the tricolor guards of the Taisher Council, but he was afraid of the old man beside the Taisher Council. The rebellion in the imperial city was quickly brought under control. Bad news reached Xia Yanwu's ears one by one, causing the third prince of the Great Xia to look more and more unsightly. If he still did not know that he had been schemed against, he would be a fool. But who was the one who betrayed him? Figures flashed through Xia Yanwu's mind, but when it came to Ning Chen, he paused. After thinking about it, he shook his head. It couldn't have been him. The night wind was somewhat chilly. Xia Yanwu glanced to the south and sternly said, "Hold on. As long as we wait for the army to arrive, we will still have a chance." "You won't have a chance." Xia Zi, dressed in purple, strode forward, his black hair blowing in the wind. The autumn water, sword in his hand, was dripping with blood. The three generals followed closely behind him, not daring to overstep. Surround the Divine Wind Battalion. Kill anyone who resists. Yes. The orders soared into the sky. The 20,000 dragon guards and 30,000 Xuanwu army soldiers that had been waiting for this moment moved out, their banners flying as they surrounded the Divine Wind Battalion. Rumble. The gates opened at noon, and 9,000 of the most elite dragon guards appeared. The person at the very front wore a blue, 9-python Marquis robe that flapped in the wind. Chapter 156. When Xia Yinwu saw Ning Chun, he calmed down after a brief moment of shock. He didn't feel any fear or panic, only insufferably arrogance. Jiming Marquis, I really didn't expect it to be you. It's not strange, said Ning Chun. Xia Yinwu glanced at the horizon. It's almost daybreak. Having someone to accompany me to hell isn't a bad thing. You go first. If you're not in a rush, you can wait for me, said Ning Chun. Of course I'll wait. Xia Yinwu laughed. No one present understood what the two of them were talking about, including Xia Zi. Perhaps going to hell together was the best ending for the two of them. I'll leave this place to you, said Ning Chun. Yes. Xia Zi nodded. Ning Chun left, leaving the final battlefield to the two princes. After Ning Chun left, Xia Zi looked at Xia Yinwu, who was still as arrogant as ever. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. Yinwu, you've gone the wrong way. Being born in this cruel imperial palace is a mistake. If I don't fight, I'll die. The most heartless thing is the imperial family. The winner takes all. That has never changed, said Xia Yinwu. Did you really have some secret contact with Bei Ming? Asked Xia Zi, suppressing his emotions. Yes. Xia Yinwu nodded. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Hearing Xia Yinwu personally admit it, Xia Zi's expression turned cold. Killing intent appeared on his face. As a prince of the Grand Xia, are you worthy of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and Duke Jingwu's trust? Why bother with trifles when it comes to accomplishing great things? However, there's no point in saying anything now. Let's fight. Xia Yinwu took a step forward, his golden armor clanging. Although he had already lost, he wasn't someone who would give up easily. Even if he died, he would die in battle. Xia Zi slowly raised his sword and sighed. Among us 4 brothers, 10th brother is the best at enduring. 8th brother is good at reading people's hearts. As for 3rd brother, your martial strength is ranked first. Today will be the last time I'll fight with you. Xia Zi unsheathed his sword. His purple robes fluttered in the wind. Xia Zi did not use any extreme moves, nor did he release any shocking aura. However, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed it and trembled. Xia Yinwu's expression did not change. His aura rose as he took a step forward. His golden armor clanged as his iron fists met the autumn water sword head-on. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the autumn water sword vibrated. Xia Yinwu did not retreat even half a step. He let out a light shout and activated his martial arts. The heavy and vigorous aura on his iron fist pressed down as he ruthlessly punched toward Xia Zi. Not bad. Xia Zi narrowed his eyes and loosened his grip. His sword spun around and turned into a beam of light that descended from the sky. The sword light flourished and pierced through Xia Yinwu's head. Boom! The ground between the two of them was unable to withstand the immense force, and it cracked open. Dust and sand flew into the air, and cracks spread out for hundreds of feet. At the same time, the sword came down. Xia Yinwu wanted to dodge, but he found that his right fist was restrained and he could not move, moving the mountains and rivers. At this critical moment, Xia Yinwu did not panic at all. He flipped his other hand and gathered his qi, sending out a red wave that pushed Xia Zi back a couple of steps. Above him, the autumn water sword was also sent flying by this shocking aura. The life and death crisis disappeared in an instant. Xia Yinwu, you really have fallen. Xia Zi took half a step back and softly said. The Grand Xia's prince had actually cultivated the technique of Northern Meng's lover. How lamentable. Xia Zi didn't know whether it was hatred or disappointment, but a trace of loneliness flashed through his eyes. Was it worth it for the position of emperor? Big brother, do you know what I hate the most about you? It's your hypocritical attitude and expression. Xia Yanwu revealed a mocking expression. There's no need to lecture me. Since I've already taken this step, I'm already mentally prepared. Today, life and death will be decided by the heavens. Xia Yanwu no longer held back since he had already probed Xia Zi. He exerted force with his foot, causing the stone floor to shatter. A tyrannical aura suddenly soared, and a scarlet light reflected off his golden armor. Sighing, Xia Zi put away the last of his sorrow and softness. He clenched his fist, and the autumn water sword flew back. His black hair fluttered behind him, and a boundless righteous aura surged out. The golden scroll opened behind him, and the large golden words blossomed with a dazzling light. This was the Confucian school's secret art, boundless sea of learning. Ancient gods' martial arts demonstration. Xia Yanwu's fists trembled as he stomped his foot. Immediately, an ancient aura surged out, and a huge statue appeared. It had a green face and fangs, and it looked ferocious. The moment it appeared, a berserk pressure surged out, causing space to shatter and the entire world to violently tremble. Outside the battle, the three generals felt the boundless evil aura that suddenly appeared, and they were shocked. They looked at the first prince with deep worry. The soldiers who were further away didn't know what was happening, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure coming from the front. A battle of this level wasn't something they could handle. Boundless sea of learning versus ancient gods martial arts demonstration. After a loud explosion, both sides were pushed back. Although they were on par with each other in terms of moves, it couldn't hide the difference in their foundations. Ohong, who was mentioned by Xia Yanwu, was pushed back dozens of steps before stabilizing herself. On the other side, Xia Zi's aura was slightly chaotic, but he didn't seem to be injured. After taking 3 steps back, he slashed apart the aftershock with his sword and refused to take another step back. Half-step Xiantian. Xia Yanwu's expression greatly changed. This was the first time he was shocked since the start of the battle. The 4 kings all had their own strengths. Although the first prince was extraordinary in every aspect, he didn't stand out in any particular aspect. Gradually, everyone began to acknowledge him. They were used to it and no longer doubted him. That was because Xia Zi's performance was already very outstanding. Haha, we really were too stupid. Xia Yanwu faced the sky and laughed. Blood flowed down his armor. He was unwilling. His battle intent soared like a raging tide. So what if he was a half-step Xiantian? This was his final battle. Xia Yanwu let out a wild roar and pushed his cultivation to its peak. The surrounding stone slabs floated up, and he was like a burning furnace that rose into the air, emitting a dazzling light. Jingwu Dongyao. With an unshakable battle intent, Xia Yanwu condensed his entire life's cultivation into his strongest move. His martial arts demonstration light surged and surged, illuminating the entire imperial palace. This final move was still the move that Jingwu Duke had taught him. Perhaps in Yanwu King's heart, he had always maintained the most primitive respect for his teacher. Facing Jingwu Duke's famous move, Xia Zi raised the sword in his hand. The sword moved and starlight gathered. Immediately, his cultivation broke through the limits and faintly emitted a Xiantian aura. Starry Sky Crossing. Using the same move as the 3 dukes, the 2 princes of the Grand Xia finally chose the best way to resolve their grudges. Originally, the 2 of them had taken the same master. Although they had different masters, they were both disciples of the 3 dukes. Since they were young, they had secretly competed against each other. At this moment, in a life or death situation, the 2 of them both chose the move taught by the 3 dukes. It seemed they wanted to use this to resolve their many years of conflict and grudges. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound rang out, and the world lost its color. One could only see space explode, and a figure flew out, smashing into the ground. His body was covered in blood, and even his armor was shattered. PFFF. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xia Yanwu knelt down on one knee. Blood flowed down from his body. He tried to stand up several times but failed. His heavily injured body could no longer support his inextinguishable battle intent. You've lost. Xiazi slowly walked over and indifferently said to Xia Yinwu. Huh. Xia Yinwu bitterly smiled. In the end, he had still underestimated his big brother. So the strongest person under the Xiantian realm wasn't the Jiming Marquis, but Xiazi. Make your move. Closing his eyes, Xia Yinwu's face didn't show any fear. The winner was king, while the loser was a bandit. He had already mentally prepared himself. Time slowly passed, but the expected sword still didn't stab down. Xia Yinwu opened his eyes and looked at his imperial brother. His heart fiercely trembled. In the blink of an eye, his black hair was covered in frost, but the hand holding the sword still didn't stab down. Xiazi's face was still very calm, without the slightest ripple. Only the strands of hair that were gradually turning white highlighted the sorrow and struggle in his heart. The night wind blew, causing a wisp of white hair to flutter. It was so dazzling that blood dripped down from the corner of Xiazi's mouth. His cultivation actually became a bit unstable. You can leave. From now on, the Grand Xia will no longer have a Yinwu king. Xiazi's hand that was holding the sword fell down. In the end, he still couldn't do it. He sighed inwardly and turned around, unwilling to face Xia Yinwu again. First Prince, you've disappointed the department head. At this moment, two hidden figures appeared from the Dragon Guard army. They were glistening with a bloody light and a white light as they simultaneously slashed down. Xiazi's expression shook. He used his palm to disperse the white light, while simultaneously using his body to block in front of Xia Yinwu. He circulated his cultivation to block the bloody sword light. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted. Xiazi was unwilling to retreat. Despite the blood flowing from his mouth, he still stood firm. No matter how wrong he is, he's still my brother. I'll take responsibility for his mistakes. Xiazi stood in front of Xia Yinwu, unwilling to move even half a step. The department head wants me to ask you if you can take responsibility for it. In Wugo's eyes turned cold. Xiazi was silent, unable to answer this question. The department head has ordered that if your highness can't do it, then we'll do it. Today, the third prince must die. In Wugo and Kong Yu's figures moved once more. Their swords shone brightly as they joined hands to take Yinwu King's life. Xiazi blocked them while autumn water blocked their swords. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. At this moment, a shocking arrow light suddenly descended. Its terrifying might was something that even the heavens and earth couldn't stop. You can't. Facing this terrifying arrow light, Xiazi was aghast. He didn't have time to hesitate. His cultivation soared in a golden pillar of light sword. At this moment, the Grand Xia's vast martial king finally revealed his shocking strength without holding back and forcibly broke through to the Xiantian realm. A generation's heavenly genius. In Wugo and Kong Yu were shocked, but the moment they split up, it was already too late to withdraw their attacks. Breaking through to the Xiantian realm allowed Xiazi to break free from their entanglement and once more stand in front of Xia Yinwu. When the arrow light arrived, the golden pillar of light dissipated. The ground beneath Xiazi's feet caved in. Blood wildly gushed out, but he was still unwilling to retreat. Yinwu, I'll always remember that you are my brother. Xiazi's back was facing Xia Yinwu. He allowed the blood to dye his clothes red as he softly said, "It's just that you've walked the wrong path and done the wrong thing. However, your big brother will bear the consequences for you." After the arrow light, two more sword lights arrived. If he couldn't withdraw them in time, it would become a regret. Xia Yinwu's heart trembled. Tears fell from his eyes like rain. But his body was about to be seriously injured, and he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, he came to a standstill. Scenes of the past constantly appeared in his mind. Being born in the imperial palace, the person he saw the most was neither his father nor his mother. Instead, he saw his brothers who had grown up with him. Ever since he was a child, Xiazi had always been like a little adult protecting them. Every time he was punished by his father, it was always Xiazi who would speak up for them and plead for leniency for them. Big brother. After calling out one last time, Xia Yinwu no longer hesitated and slapped his Qi Si. Huh, His chi exploded, and his body was instantly filled with energy. His heavy injuries were temporarily suppressed. With a clear whistle, Xia Yanwu's figure flickered and arrived between Xia Zi and Tai Li. He turned his head and faintly smiled before exploding. Blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. Yanwu. The shockwave from the explosion blocked the two sword lights. The shocking power sent the three of them flying dozens of meters away. Xia Zi looked at the blood and bones that filled the sky. His heart trembled and tears silently fell. Blood sprayed out and dyed the ground red. Xia Zi faced the sky and laughed wildly, tears falling like rain. Chapter 157. The third prince lost. He lost completely. He lost tragically. He lost so badly that he couldn't even compare to the flesh and blood that was falling from the sky. The conspiracy and the supreme throne disappeared overnight. Xia Zi's mouth was stained with blood. He smiled sadly with tears in his eyes. In the night wind, his white hair was faintly visible. How many innocents were involved in the struggle for the throne? How many soldiers were killed? Now that he thought about it, it was just a bubble. Yin Wugo and Kong Yu left. Yanwu Wang self-destructed. This was the best ending. The rebellion in the imperial city was quickly suppressed. Xia Yanwu, who spent his whole life fighting for the throne, couldn't even enter the palace. It was really ironic. At this moment, miserable screams sounded in the imperial city. Bei Meng borrowed the third prince's wings, and the martial artists hidden in the imperial city began to move. The nobles on the side of the 10th prince and Duke Xiu began to be assassinated one after another. Even the commanders of the Blue Sparrow Battalion and the White Tiger Battalion were caught off guard by the sudden sneak attack. 3 died and 2 were injured. Ning Chun stood on top of the pagoda in the imperial city. Hearing the screams, he took out the Death Destroyer bow and shot an arrow. The bright silver arrow pierced through the sky and reached the courtyard of the Marquis of Xiaoi. The expressions of the Bei Meng experts who didn't have time to retreat changed. When they saw the arrow, it had already pierced through their chests. Blood spurted out, splashing more than 10 feet high. Their eyes were wide open. They died with grievances. The silver arrow came one after another. Every time it appeared, it would take away the life of an assassin. However, from the 4th arrow, Ning Chen's mouth began to bleed. Drop by drop, the clothes on his chest were dyed red. Swoosh! Suddenly, an extremely fast white rainbow streaked across the sky. A shocking sword slashed towards the pagoda. With a loud bang, the pagoda collapsed. Ning Chun, who was already prepared, dodged the sword. However, he was still knocked back more than 20 feet. His blood splattered on the ground. Mu Qingxue. Ning Chun looked at the elegant and beautiful figure in the sky, and after a short moment of shock, he quickly returned to normal. Mu Qingxue didn't intend to use the second sword. His figure flashed and disappeared. Mingyu was taken away. She didn't even have time to say goodbye. In the imperial city, as long as Prince Yin didn't make a move, no one could stop Mu Qingxue, who cultivated the travel scroll. Unfortunately, the Yin prince would not interfere in these matters. Ning Chen coughed twice. He took one last look at the direction that the two of them had disappeared in. Soon after, he withdrew his mind and walked towards the direction of the Lingyan Pavilion. Tonight, he must settle all his troubles at once. Under the night sky, the man covered in blood walked forward step by step, coughing up blood from time to time. It was obvious that he was nearing the end of his life. The life scroll was a mental cultivation method that paid the most attention to one's foundation. Even so, it couldn't withstand the wear and tear of repeated life and death battles. Ever since he returned from the Buddhist kingdom, Ning Chen's body hadn't been well. He had relied on his peerless foundation and the power of elixirs to survive until now. There was a limit to a person's strength. This was all he could do. As for the outcome, it was up to the will of the heavens. He had never believed in the heavens, but in the end, it was still the heavens above his head that wanted to take him away. Secretary, In Wugo and Kong Yu rushed over. When they saw Ning Chun covered in blood, they were shocked and immediately went forward. You don't have to follow me. Just do what I told you to do. Ning Chen's footsteps didn't stop, and he coughed as he spoke calmly. Yes. A hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes, but they still nodded in agreement. In the tile department, there were 13 red-clothed people, 600 green-clothed people, and 8,000 blue-clothed people. Ning Chun had been the secretary for a month. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The tile department was still the tile department of Duke Xiu, but there was always the shadow of the Marquis of Jiming. No one could completely control these nearly 10,000 people, not even Duke Xiu. In the heavenly mandate hall of the Imperial Palace, the 3 dukes and the 10th prince had arrived. The officials of the imperial court also rushed over one after another. Due to the turmoil in the imperial city and the assassins from northern Ming, many important officials had died. In addition, most of the rebellious officials on the 3rd prince's side had been arrested. Now, there were only a few people left in the heavenly mandate hall, less than 30% of the usual number. Old eunuch Pei walked to the side of the dragon throne. Looking at the empty dragon throne, his old eyes were gloomy. The officials didn't say anything about old eunuch Pei's actions. He was a genuine Xiantian expert, and no one could afford to offend him. Grand Secretary, it's time to announce the decision of the 3 dukes. A white-haired old official walked out and said in a trembling voice. After the old official spoke, the other officials turned their gazes toward the Grand Advisor. Tonight's upheaval had come so suddenly. So many people had died and so much blood had been shed. Not only were the people of the royal palace terrified, but even the officials in court were uneasy. The current Great Xia needed a new emperor to stabilize the hearts of the people. There was no suspense about the choice of the new emperor. The 3rd prince had died. The 1st prince had withdrawn from the competition for a long time, and the other princes weren't capable. The only candidate for the throne was the 10th prince. Duke Jingwu remained silent. From the moment Xia Yinwu mobilized his troops, he hadn't said a word. Duke Xiu was also very quiet. He waved his feather fan and didn't say a word. The Grand Secretary was waiting. He wanted to wait for the Marquis of Jiming to come and witness this final moment. Unfortunately, he didn't come. The greatest contributor still hadn't appeared. The Grand Secretary had no choice but to give up waiting and announce the decision of the 3 dukes. The officials knelt down to listen to the edict. When they heard the words Xia Mingtian at the end of the decision, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. From the beginning, when the 4 dukes were fighting for the throne, to tonight's rebellion by the 3rd prince, this battle for the throne had finally come to an end. The 10th prince's mouth curved in a smile. Under everyone's gaze, he walked step by step towards the throne. Imperial City, Lingyan Pavilion. Ning Chun had also arrived. His body was covered in blood, and his tired eyes were filled with killing intent. When Su Fian and Qiulan saw Ning Chun, they were startled. They didn't understand what was going on. Jiming Marquis, why have you come? Su Fian felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. To kill, Ning Chun replied. As soon as he said this, the snow began to fall. His ink sword slashed across the sky. 5 months of flying snow. Qiulan pulled out her sword to block, but was directly sent flying. The difference in foundation and cultivation was too great. She was completely unable to participate in the battle. This time, Ning Chun didn't hide his moves like last time. He immediately used his killing intent. The power was completely different. Su Fian saw that the situation wasn't right. The 3 strings of the spring lightning in her hands moved together. A purple light instantly lit up. When the 2 swords collided, Su Fian retreated 3 steps. She was slightly at a disadvantage. Jiming Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Su Fian's face was filled with anger. Tonight, everything had gone according to plan. The 3rd prince had raised an army and then was suppressed by the 3 dukes, the 10th prince and the 1st prince. Now, it was almost time to announce the 10th prince's ascension. Why was the Jiming Marquis here? The Hushi dynasty has already been destroyed for 1,000 years. They shouldn't be stirring up trouble again, Ning Chun said calmly. Su Fian's expression changed. How'd he know? The Heavenly Mandate Palace should also have a result. Duke Xiu is finished. Ning Chun glanced at the palace in the distance. Hearing this, Su Fian's heart sank to the bottom. She moved her feet and was about to rush over. Ning Chun held his sword, and a sword light flashed, blocking her path. He said, "Even if you rush over now, it will be too late. Tonight, everything will end." In the heavenly mandate palace, the 10th prince walked step by step to the throne of the Xia dynasty. He immediately turned around and slowly sat down. The officials bowed, and the sound of "Long live" echoed throughout the heavenly mandate palace. "Everyone rise." Xia Mingri opened his mouth and spoke for the first time since he became the emperor. "Thank." Before he could finish, Eunuch Pei, who was beside the dragon throne, sighed softly. "Wrong." The word "wrong" was so sudden that no one could react. They saw that the hand that had once sheltered Emperor Xia from the wind and rain was imprinted on the 10th prince's chest with a bang. Blood spurted out. The sudden change shocked everyone, including the 3 dukes below. The next moment, everyone came back to their senses. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The 10th prince, who was sitting on the dragon throne, his bones and face rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original appearance. Shiyu, the expression of the Grand Advisor, Duke Jingwu, changed drastically in shock. That day, the plan was finalized. The 10th prince and Ning Chun met and decided on the final match of the day. "What do you want to say first?" Ning Chun asked. "Announce that the Jiming Marquis has an audience," Xia Mingri said with a smile. Ning Chun nodded and remembered this sentence. There were only 3 people in the world who knew this sentence: Ning Chun, Xia Mingri, and Eunuch Pei. Duke Shiyu was a very careful person. Her actions were watertight. Ning Chun and Xia Mingri could not find anything that could be used against her. However, no matter how cunning Duke Shiyu was, her ultimate goal could not escape from the throne. Ning Chun had set up tonight's game to push the 10th prince onto the throne in order to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. He did not need to think too much. It was enough to keep an eye on the dragon throne. Eunuch Pei was the key to this plan. At this last moment, only Eunuch Pei standing beside the dragon throne would not arouse any suspicion. Eunuch Pei had been in this position for 20 years. No matter when he returned, no one would dare to have any objections. The 2 princes did not have Xiantian masters. It was not the first time they had asked Eunuch Pei to come out of the mausoleum. Unfortunately, they had all failed. At this time, Ning Chun went to the imperial mausoleum and returned with minor injuries. This reminded many people in the imperial city. The Marquis Jiming's strength was not much weaker than Xiantian masters. Later, Eunuch Pei was secretly asked to come out, but no one knew who he was. Of course, Ning Chun was an exception. This was because when he was in the stone chamber, he had already told Eunuch Pei to ignore the invitations of other people except for the 10th prince and Duke Shiyu. The game of the past was the result of today's game. The person on the throne said the wrong thing and lost the whole game. Even someone as strong as Duke Shiyu could not resist the full power of an Xiantian master's palm. The Xiantian true Qi destroyed her meridians instantly. A pool of blood stained the dragon robe on her chest. Beside Duke Jingwu, Yin Ma Xiao, who had always been using the appearance of Duke Shiyu, was the first to recover. He stomped his feet and rushed out of the heavenly mandate palace. He reacted quickly without hesitation. He did not even look at the figure on the dragon throne. No one cared whether he was ruthless or decisive. The moment he turned around, no one cared. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope appeared in Duke Shiyu's dim eyes. She used up her remaining strength and shouted, "Take the princess away." Chapter 158. Eunuch Pei did not chase after her. Instead, he grabbed Duke Shiyu and threw her to the ground. In his eyes, as long as she was not of Emperor Xia's bloodline, no one had the right to sit on this seat. The Grand Advisor reacted and quickly walked to Duke Shiyu. After checking, he found that she had already lost her breath. The Grand Advisor felt pain in his heart. They had been in the same hall for 40 years, but he did not expect that today would happen. "I will go save the 10th prince." Duke Jingwu turned and left, unwilling to stay here any longer. The officials were at a loss, not knowing if they should leave or stay. Eunuch Pei stood beside the dragon throne, waiting for Ning Chun to come and fulfill his promise. In the Lingyan pavilion, purple thunder roared. Su Fian raised her hand and plucked the 4 strings, causing the stone floor to crack. Once again, the spring thunder's peerless power appeared. For strings cry, purple thunder frightens the gods. The roaring thunder roared and destroyed everything in its path, dyeing half of the sky purple. However, facing Ning Chun, who was stronger, the purple thunder dissipated in the sky. The ink sword condensed in a frost, and the world seemed to have died. Miss Run, Cholan risked her heavily injured body to block Ning Chun. At the same time, 3 ninth ranks appeared in the Lingyan pavilion, blocking Ning Chen's path. Do you think you can escape? Ning Chun moved, sending 4 people flying with 1 palm. His sword was merciless as it swept forward. Chi, the ink sword pierced through the body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The 4th ninth rank appeared and blocked the sword for Su Fian. Looking back one last time, he had no regrets. Princess Run. Blood flowed from his chest. Even someone as strong as a 9th rank was so weak at this moment. After a short pause, the other 3 ninth ranks stepped forward again, disregarding their lives to fight for a chance of survival for their princess. Tears flashed in Su Fian's eyes. She took a step forward and turned to leave. Ning Chun snorted coldly and activated his martial arts. Frost surged, and his sword shook off the 3 people in front of him. The gap between them was as strong as the distance. The 3 could not block the final dazzling light of the Marquis. They flew back with blood and crashed onto the ground. The broken death bow was drawn, and a silver arrow shone between heaven and earth. A moment later, it broke through the air. Su Fei Yan's body trembled. She could feel the killing intent behind her back, but it was already too late to dodge. At this moment, a powerful palm energy swept over and collided with the arrow with a loud bang, forcefully shifting the arrow's trajectory to the right by 3 inches. In the next moment, the arrow pierced through his shoulder, bringing with it a bright flower of blood. Go! Ma Xiao grabbed the injured Su Fian. His figure flashed, and he quickly left. Ning Chun was just about to give chase when he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, and his breathing became chaotic. Secretary! Kong Yu rushed over and supported the former, a worried expression on his face. Have you found the 10th prince? Ning Chun steadied himself and asked tiredly. We found it. It's in a secret room in Duke Shiyu's residence. There are 2 rank 9 deaths sworn guarding it. By the time this subordinate and In Wugo arrived, the 2 deaths sworn were already dead, Kong Yu replied. Ning Chun nodded his head. The 10th prince's efforts to conceal his strength for so long had not been in vain. Although Xiao Mingri's talent in martial arts was not as outstanding as the first prince's, he was not weak either. These princes of the great Xia dynasty were truly blessed by the heavens. It's all over. Let's go back. Ning Chun looked at the sky and sighed. Yes, Kong Yu respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. Ning Chun walked alone on the streets, step by step, towards the direction of the imperial palace. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The imperial palace was brightly lit. This was a sleepless night. Every palace was as bright as day, and the atmosphere was abnormally solemn. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, the dragon guards lined up from the bottom of the stairs all the way to the first meridian gate. On the dragon throne, Xiao Mingri looked out of the palace with a lonely expression. After removing his disguise, he lost some of his weakness and became more steady. The officials were still in the dark and did not know what was going to happen. They all looked out of the palace, not understanding what was going on. They're here. Beside the dragon throne, Eunuch Pei, who had been holding his breath, had a threatening look in his eyes. His withered body instantly disappeared, and he appeared in front of the heavenly mandate palace. Tap, tap. In the distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Each step was steady as he slowly walked over. His blood-stained clothes fluttered in the wind, piercing one's heart. Welcome, Marquis. The leader of the dragon guards knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Welcome, Marquis. Along the way, all the imperial guards knelt down and bowed respectfully. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the leader of the Imperial Guards, who was responsible for the safety of Zhang Sun, also knelt down after hearing the deafening sound. He faced the Heavenly Mandate Palace and lowered his head. Zhang Sun was shocked. Immediately, an extremely ominous premonition arose in her heart. Without another word, she wanted to rush out. "Your Highness, the Marquis has ordered that you cannot leave the Weiyang Palace before dawn." The leader of the Imperial Guards stood in front of Zhang Sun with his arms, unwilling to retreat even half a step. "You are rebelling." Zhang Sun was furious and shouted harshly. The leader of the Imperial Guard's expression did not change. He said, "Your Highness, please calm down. After dawn, I will ask for punishment. You can punish me as you wish." "You." Zhang Sun was so angry that she could not speak. However, Qing Ning was not by her side, so she could not do anything. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Eunuch Pei stood quietly on the 1,000-story stone steps. Looking at the young figure below, a rare look of appreciation flashed in his old eyes. Ningchen was still in his clean white robes. He had taken off his Marquis robes, which meant that this battle was the fairest. It had nothing to do with identity, only life and death. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Eunuch Pei asked calmly. "I wish for the world to be at peace and no more wars," Ningchen replied with a faint smile. Eunuch Pei did not say anything. He could not fulfill this wish. "10th Prince, I hope you can be a good emperor." Ningchen glanced at the figure on the dragon throne and said lightly, "I will." Xiao Mingri nodded seriously and promised. Ningchen looked up to the east and sighed softly. "There is not much time. Eunuch Pei, let's set the limit at dawn." "Yes." Eunuch Pei agreed. This was enough. At this time, everyone had already seen what was going on. They were all shocked. "Your Majesty." The Grand Advisor's expression flashed with uneasiness as he knelt down. "No need to say more. It is useless." Xiao Mingri sighed and shook his head. "We can ask for the Empress," the Grand Advisor said anxiously. "There are many dragon guards in front of the Weiyang Palace. Without the commander's seal, no one can enter," Xiao Mingri said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace finally began. The acquired stage against the Xiantian stage. Originally, there was no suspense in the battle. However, Ningchen did not hold back and used all his strength to fight. With 2 scrolls and the unique martial arts of the Zhang Sun family, his power was amazing. Even Eunuch Pei did not dare to be careless. Waves of the East. The torrential river swept through the world. Ningchen turned his palm, and a blue wave rushed to the sky. It was extremely frightening. Eunuch Pei broke the river with one hand. When he was close to Ningchen, frost drifted and thousands of sword qi condensed into one, breaking through the air. With a boom, Eunuch Pei retreated half a step. His palm was dripping with blood. On the other side, Ningchen retreated 30 feet. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red again. "Give it your all. I would rather die in your hands than be taken away by God." Ningchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "As you wish." Eunuch Pei took half a step forward. The aura around his body rose rapidly. An unusually strong pressure swept through the entire palace. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, all the warriors in the palace felt their bodies become heavy. They could not stand up straight. For the first time, a Xiantian stage warrior with all his strength showed his most terrifying side. Ningchen smiled brightly. With such a strong opponent in his last battle, he had no regrets. Ningchen turned his palm and slapped his own energy reserve. Suddenly, the blue cyclone exploded. An endless violent aura swept through his body. The 2 palms collided. In front of the main hall, the stone slabs exploded inch by inch. The aftershock spread out. Large pieces of railings collapsed and fell to the ground. The strength of these 2 people shocked everyone. It turned out that Xiantian stage warriors were so terrifying. It turned out that the acquired stage fighting against the Xiantian stage was not just a legend. The shocking battle was tragic. The powerful aftershock shattered the ground in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. More than half of the 1,000 steps collapsed. Broken stones scattered all over the ground. In the imperial city, all the warriors above the 5th rank looked in the direction of the heavenly mandate palace from afar. They were so shocked that they could not speak. What happened? In the city, the people who had been frightened all night heard the noise and looked at the palace. They did not understand what was going on. The night gradually faded away. The first light of dawn was about to arrive. The battle in front of the heavenly mandate palace had reached its peak. Ning Chun was covered in blood, but Eunuch Pei was only slightly injured. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. However, Ning Chun was not dead. The sky was about to brighten. Eunuch Pei did not want to delay any longer. He stepped forward and flew up. He gathered the chi of heaven and earth in his palms. Suddenly, a huge vortex gathered between heaven and earth. Wind and thunder roared. It was a scene of destruction. Ning Chun's expression did not change. He used the last of his strength. The aura of silver, yellow, and blue rose, completely illuminating the night. Below the Xiantian stage, he was the strongest person in the world. In a battle with a Xiantian stage warrior, the last move would determine life and death. 100 miles away from the imperial city, Qing Ning, who was leading the army, felt the shocking waves in the direction of the palace. Her expression changed. She moved quickly and rushed forward. Boom! There was an unstoppable collision. At the last moment, the light illuminated the whole world. The remnants of the destructive power destroyed the heavens and the earth. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, it was as if it had suffered a catastrophe. There was no place left intact. Duke Taishu and Duke Jingwu joined forces to resist the attack, but they still could not completely resist it. They took a dozen steps back, the corners of their mouths red. The prosperity was gone, and there was a wasteland. Eunuch Pei landed and looked at the figure in front of him. He sighed softly. What a pity. Yes, what a pity. Ning Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his sword and stood up. Unfortunately, he did not die. Under the first light of dawn, it was so warm and intoxicating. The next moment, the fire of the 9th heaven fell. The warm morning sun gave the most merciless punishment to those who broke the oath. Ugh! With a long cry of pain, Ning Chun's body quickly burned. As a 9th grade warrior, the heavens reached state. How could he make an oath so easily? No! Qing Ning was shocked. She understood everything. Tears fell from her eyes. She could no longer stop. Chapter 159. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, flames came from the 9 heavens and fell on Ning Chun with the first light of dawn after the darkness. Thunder roared in the clear sky. In the eastern sky, the light of the fire was reflected, forming a shocking scene of burning the sky. The figure below was surrounded by heavenly fire. The snowflakes could no longer drift down, and the ink sword could no longer condense frost. A long, painful cry reverberated between heaven and earth. It was the last song of the man in the fire in the world. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun rushed out of the palace like a madman. The leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to stop him. He activated his chi and took Zhang Sun back to the heavenly mandate palace. At the same time, outside the Imperial City, a beautiful figure in green flew back at an amazing speed. In just one night, the Imperial City was settled. No one knew how much the man in the fire had sacrificed for this night. The third prince of the Xia kingdom was not someone who trusted others easily. In the past, no one could guess how Jiming Marquis gained Xia Yanwu's trust. Today, the truth was finally revealed. In the heavenly mandate palace, many officials had turned their heads away and did not want to continue watching. At this moment, no matter how many conspiracies and dissatisfaction there were, they were all burned away by the fire in the sky and scattered with the wind. In the imperial city, the people who did not know the truth looked at the horrible scene in the sky and were shocked. Someone shouted, "It's Jiming Marquis. Jiming Marquis has been punished by heaven. Jiming Marquis has been punished by heaven." More voices sounded. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and it became the truth in the hearts of the people. Jiming Marquis has done so many evil things that he deserves to be punished by heaven. He deserves to be burned to death. That's right. I heard that the family of the Lord of Ing City was slaughtered by the Minister of Justice. Jiming Marquis is the Minister of Justice. He must be the one who gave the order. Fortunately, heaven has eyes, and the evil man finally got his retribution. What nonsense are you talking about? When the Lord of Ing's city died, Marquis was not yet the Minister of Justice. That has something to do with him. Otherwise, why would heaven punish him instead of others? That's right. Such sanctimonious hypocrites should be burned alive. The people were ignorant and believed in rumors. Although there were a few sensible people who refuted, this weak rebuttal was quickly drowned out by the sea of curses. Marquis, is it worth it? In the manner of the Marquis of Jiming, the old housekeeper heard the voices outside and cried. These were the people that the Marquis had sacrificed his life to protect. Was it really worth it? In the imperial palace of the barbarian dynasty, a man clutched her chest. Her pretty face suddenly paled. The connection between their hearts was incomparably clear at this moment. The barbarian emperor stood outside, staring at the terrifying phenomenon in the direction of the Grand Xia royal palace. His eyes narrowed. Which Xiantian lord of Grand Xia was undergoing his heavenly fire tribulation? Why would there be such a huge commotion? Your Majesty, the princess has fainted. At this moment, an anxious voice drifted over. The barbarian king's expression changed greatly, and his silhouette flickered, disappearing from sight. In the princess's courtyard, Wild was lying on the bed. Her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. The barbarian king went up to check, but couldn't find anything strange. What's going on? The barbarian king was extremely anxious. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he walked outside and looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance. His heart trembled. It was divine punishment. What had that kid done to provoke the wrath of the heavens? Thunder from the clear sky, heavenly fire descended. The terrifying and shocking phenomenon attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone looked in the direction of the Grand Xia royal palace in astonishment. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning rushed over. They looked at the figure in the flames and felt a sharp pain in their hearts. They rushed over recklessly. Your Highness, no. The ministers were in chaos. The Grand Advisor and Duke Jingwu immediately stepped forward to stop Zhang Sun, not allowing him to take half a step closer. On the other side, Qing Ning rushed into the flames with her body covered in light. Just as she was about to grab Ning Chun, a huge thunderbolt descended from the sky and sent the people who were blocking divine punishment flying. Qing Ning fell to the ground and vomited blood. Her blood stained the ground. Don't come over, Ugh. The pain of being burned by the heavenly fire made Ning Chun, who had a heart as strong as stone, tremble. His burning body was like a red lotus blooming in the flames. Scenes from the past quickly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. From entering the palace, to escaping from the palace, to being hunted down by Emperor Xia, and finally to last night's game of chess. His life was very short, but he had done everything he could. It was worth it. It was really worth it. Ning Chun, I won't allow you to die. You can't die. Zhang Sun was blocked by the two dukes and could not move forward. He stretched out his hand weakly and said sadly. Qing Ning staggered to her feet and moved forward again. However, divine punishment would not allow anyone to stop it. Lightning descended and sent the former flying again. Eunuch Pei, Ning Chun said with difficulty. Hearing this request, Eunuch Pei sighed softly. His figure flashed, and he pointed at Qing Ning, temporarily restraining her. Thank you. That was the last voice in the flames. In the next moment, the flames suddenly rose and completely engulfed him. Not even the heavens can take my sword's servant. At that moment, the green sword appeared. Suddenly, the world froze, and the burning heavenly fire showed signs of weakening. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and struck the green sword. The green sword trembled and wailed in the lightning. Prince Yin walked out of the void and grabbed the green sword. He slashed at the sky. With a boom, the sword went against the lightning and froze the 9 heavens, temporarily sealing the path of the heavenly fire. Prince Yin walked into the raging flames and grabbed Ning Chun to disperse the flames around him. However, how could the heavens be disobeyed so easily? Prince Yin was multitasking. The green sword that sealed the sky could not withstand it and was broken by the lightning and heavenly fire. At that moment, the thunder was like an ocean. Even someone as strong as Prince Yin could not help but stop. The corners of his mouth turned red. The will of the heavens could not be disobeyed. No matter how strong the current legend of the Xia was, he was only one person. It was difficult for him to stop the heavens and protect Ning Chen's life at the same time. Prince Yin was furious. His aura sword and 5 swords flew out in a row to block the heavens. In a short moment, Prince Yin pointed his sword at Ning Chen's Sea of Qi and forcefully activated the life scroll above the latter's cyclone to protect the last bit of life in his body. The 5 swords went against the heavens and supported the last pure land. However, in this world where the sun shone, the heavens could not avoid the heavens. Boom! Lightning fell again. The lightning mixed with the raging heavenly fire crashed into the 5 swords, creating a terrifying sound. The legend of the Xia dynasty resisted the heavens alone, shocking everyone present. Everyone in the world had guessed that Prince Yin had entered the Khanate realm. However, only today did they know that the legend of the Xia dynasty was so powerful. Ding ling ling. Just as Prince Yin was resisting the heavens with all his might, a ghost carriage appeared outside the palace. Ghost Qi filled the air and quickly approached. The Imperial Guard wanted to stop it, but were directly sent flying. The ghost girl walked out. She was still wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil on her head. Her face could not be seen clearly. Only her red lips were faintly discernible. The ghost girl bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, let me take him to the underworld. The underworld is the only place in the world where the sun does not shine." Prince Yin frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded and said, "Lead the way." The ghost girl entered the carriage. Black and white impermanence opened the way. Oxhead and Horseface carried the carriage and rushed towards the north. Prince Yin supported Ning Chun and used the 5 swords to resist the lightning and heavenly fire. The underworld was very far from the imperial city. However, the ghost carriage under the ghost girl was obviously a treasure of the underworld. When rushing at full speed, it was shockingly fast. It was even faster than the average Khanate realm expert. After an hour, the two arrived at the end of the fog forest. The ghost girl made a hand seal, and a blurry gate appeared. The two did not hesitate and immediately walked in. The gate of the underworld closed, and the heavens disappeared. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the 5 swords turned into flowing light and disappeared into the sword rack. "Senior, follow me." The ghost girl got down from the carriage and picked up a red lantern beside her. She walked forward. The road to the underworld was very dark. There was no sunlight here. The only light was the phosphorescence of dead objects. It was very weak and almost invisible. The ghost girl stopped in front of the stone room. She pushed open the stone door and walked in. This was where she lived. Inside the stone room, there were several red lanterns. The ghost girl lit them and then helped Prince Yin put Ning Chun on the bed in the room. After being burned by the heavenly fire, Ning Chen's clothes were still intact. However, the vitality in his body had almost completely withered. In the world, there was no divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. Prince Yin kept injecting true qi into Ning Chun. However, the effect was not great. The remaining vitality was also quickly dissipating. He could not keep it. The ghost girl stood at the side silently. When a netherworld pearl acted strangely, she rushed over. She did not expect that she would still be too late. In front of the northern main camp, Mu Qingxue sent Mingyu back. He looked at the figure in front of the commander's tent and said calmly, "I have repaid the favor that Baron City owes me. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Fan Lingwen nodded and replied. This was the final farewell. They would never meet again. Mu Qingxue turned around and left without any hesitation. Qing Wuyo, send someone to send His Majesty back to the palace. Fan Lingwen ordered. Yes. Qing Wuyo bowed and accepted the order. After Qing Wuyo left, Fan Lingwen stood quietly in front of the commander's tent. Her beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the Grand Xia Palace. She could not say whether she was happy or sad. He was indeed a very powerful opponent. If it were her, she would not have been able to handle the situation in Grand Xia better. What a pity. Men, present. A general quickly walked over and said respectfully, "Order the entire army to head west for 300 miles to Jialing City." Fan Lingwest said, "Yes." The general accepted the order and left quickly. On this day, the northern Ming army moved out with 10,000 heavy cavalry as the vanguard and 100,000 iron cavalry behind. With lightning speed, they took down Jialing City, which was relatively weak. 8 hours later, the army arrived and completely occupied the city. On this day, many cities in Grand Xia rebelled. The number varied from several hundred to several thousand, all under the banner of the third prince. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. On this day, Grand Xia, which had yet to restore peace, was once again in chaos. Chapter 160. Northern Ming's attack on Jialing City was out of everyone's expectations. This was not a very important city, so the defense there was relatively weak. No one could guess the Northern Ming advisors' intentions. The rebellions in many cities were both real and fake. When the news of the third prince's failure spread, the various rebels had already fought with the defending army for a few days. The flames of war had spread throughout the entire dynasty, making it even harder for Great Xia to take care of both the front and the back. Within Beichui City, Marquis Taiping and Marquis Bloodclothed were in a dilemma. There were only 70,000 troops in Beichui City. They could defend the city, but if they went out to face the enemy, they would be crushed by the northern Ming cavalry. In the imperial city, after Qing Ning brought back 100,000 troops to help suppress the rebellion, they immediately went up north. Duke Jingwu personally led them to stop northern Ming's attack. After that night, the first prince returned to his residence and did not come out again. Zhang Sun also returned to Weiyang Palace and did not interfere in any court matters. The people who supported Great Xia in the past had all left the stage of history, and Great Xia had entered a new era. After Xia Mingri ascended the throne, he did a huge cleanup of the imperial court. All the officials were replaced. Imperial Court, West Hall. In Wugo, who had taken off his red robes, looked at the imperial edict in front of him. He was silent and did not say a word. After a long time, In Wugo used his blood sword to cut apart a row of red candles on the table. Instantly, 100 feet of red silk was ignited. The fire spread rapidly and crazily. Shang Han, Lord once said that he would give me a different life. Now that he has fulfilled his promise, why can't I be happy? Seeing the burning red silk light up the entire West Hall, In Wugo sighed softly. Young master, you have changed. You have something to worry about. Shang Han looked at the young master who had followed him his entire life and said softly, Young master, let's go. Don't let down Lord's good intentions. Okay. The two of them left. A cold wind blew past, increasing the intensity of the fire. The imperial edict on the table fell to the ground and spread open, following which 13 words slowly appeared. In Wugo attempted to assassinate His Majesty. His crime is unforgivable. Death. On the other side, in front of Kong Yu, there was also an imperial edict. Red-clothed guard Kong Yu, for his meritorious service in quelling the rebellion, is hereby conferred the title of Vice Minister of the Department of Justice, temporarily managing the affairs of the department. Kong Yu was obsessed with power, while In Wugo was the complete opposite. He had long since grown tired of all of this. Therefore, Ning Qin's arrangements for the two of them were completely different. This was also the last thing he could do for them. With In Wugo's retirement and Kong Yu's ascension, the change in the Bureau of Justice was merely a microcosm of the change in the imperial court's regime. The replacement of the old with the new had already become an irreversible fact. After the death of Duke Shiyu, one of the three dukes was missing. However, Xia Mingri never mentioned the matter of conferring the title of duke. Everyone in the world knew who this position was reserved for. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. In the imperial court, the scribe became the most difficult person. Regarding the last record of Jiming Marquis, he did not dare to write it down. The three historians had asked the emperor more than once how to write it. However, All the memorials they handed over were like stones thrown into the sea. There was no response. Therefore, the record of Marquis was only written up to that night when he quelled the rebellion. In the nether underworld, a place that had not seen sunlight for many years, Yin Wang and Ghost Girl looked at Ning Chun on the stone bed silently. At the last moment, in order to protect Ning Chen's life, Ghost Girl fed him the Yellow Springs flower, the most poisonous flower in the world. The Yellow Springs flower grew at the bottom of the weak water. After a mortal ate it, their body would gradually rot and enter a state of neither life nor death. It could be said that after eating the Yellow Springs flower, one would neither live nor die. Yin Wang used his vital qi day and night to help Ning Chun resist the Yellow Springs flower's poison, temporarily preventing the latter's body from rotting. However, this was not a long-term solution. Is there anything in the world that can cure the Yellow Springs flower's poison? Yin Wang asked. No. Ghost Girl shook her head. There was no antidote for the Yellow Springs flower's poison. It was also because of this that it could tyrannically turn a dying person into a state of neither life nor death. Yin Wang was silent. After a long time, he said, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Take care of him. Senior, don't worry. Ghost Girl nodded. After Yin Wang left, Ghost Girl stood beside the bed. Ghost Chi spread out and surrounded Ning Chun. Strands of the Yellow Springs flower's poison flew out and entered Ghost Girl's mouth. She didn't finish speaking. Although there was nothing in the world that could cure the Yellow Springs flower's poison, there was someone who could. However, Ning Chun was relying on the Yellow Springs flower to hang on to his life. Once the poison was cured, he would die. Half a day later, Yin Wang returned with the 9 Wonders flower. Senior, it's useless. Ghost Girl shook her head. The 9 Wonders flower could not regenerate the most important parts, such as the internal organs and the head. In Ning Chen's current situation, all his internal organs had been heavily damaged by the heavenly flame. If they couldn't be healed, he could only rely on the Yellow Springs flower to hang on to his life. Yin Wang went forward and checked Ning Chen's condition. There was still no improvement. He only had 1 breath left. If I completely release the Yellow Springs flower's power, he can come back to life, but Ghost Girl didn't continue speaking. However, if she did that, Ning Chun really would become a monster that was neither life nor death. Let him wake up and decide for himself. Yin Wang sighed and condensed his sword. Vast, true qi guided the Yellow Springs flower in Ning Chen's body, quickly releasing its power. At the same time, Ning Chen's body began to show signs of being corroded. Ghost Girl's red lips parted and she sucked in the excess energy. Yin Wang's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He continued to help Ning Chen wake up. 15 minutes later, pain flashed across Ning Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes. They were dark and deathly still. Yin Wang stopped and stood to the side, waiting for Ning Chun to wake up. A moment later, Ning Chun came back to his senses. He wanted to move, but he found that apart from his right hand, he couldn't move his entire body. Ning Chun. Yin Wang briefly explained what had happened. Then he asked calmly, tell me your choice. Ning Chun was silent for a long time. Yin Wang didn't rush him and waited patiently. I choose to live. After a long time, Ning Chun softly said, I choose to live. Even if you become a monster? Asked Yin Wang. Yes. Ning Chun said with certainty. I respect your choice. Yin Wang nodded. Then, he continued, from now on, you will stay in the underworld. I will try my best to find a cure for you. However, don't have too much hope. Thank you, Senior, said Ning Chun seriously. Yin Wang left. Ghost Girl picked up the 9 Wonders flower. She thought for a while and asked, can you give it to me? Take it. Ning Chun said casually. Thank you. By the way, do you want to stand up? Asked Ghost Girl. What's the price? Asked Ning Chun. Your entire body will rot, replied Ghost Girl. No need. This is good. Ning Chun shook his head. Then I'll help you make a wheelchair. Thank you. Ning Chun thanked her. Half a day later, Ghost Girl made a simple wheelchair and put Ning Chun on it as a means of transportation. Although the Yellow Springs flower's power hadn't been fully released, Ning Chen's body inevitably began to show signs of corrosion. Every time this happened, Ghost Girl would help to suck away the excess energy, barely preventing the former from turning into a monster. "Ghost Girl, can you help me send a letter?" asked Ning Chen softly. "If there's someone you're worried about, I can lend you the ghost sedan. You just have to rush back before dawn." "No need. They'll be more worried if they see me like this." Ning Chen shook his head. Ghost Girl didn't say anything else. Taking advantage of the night, she left the underworld. Ning Chen sat in the wheelchair and looked at his cracked and rotting right arm silently. This was the only arm he could move, but it was also the part of his body that was rotting the fastest. So this was what it felt like to live a life worse than death. There was a price to pay for living. This was his choice, and he couldn't blame anyone. In the great Xia Imperial Palace, the black and white impermanents, Oxhead, and Horseface appeared in the gloomy ghost Qi. The patrolling Imperial Guards wanted to stop them, but they were sent flying by a powerful force. There was no disagreement at all, because the ghost lady had no intention of speaking at all. She rushed straight towards the Weiyang Palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, an Imperial Guard quickly entered to report. When Xia Mingri heard that it was Ghost Girl, he sighed softly and said, "No need to stop her. Let her go." The ghost sedan drove into Weiyang Palace. Qing Ning was the first to sense it. Her figure flashed and blocked in front of it. "It's you." Qing Ning was shocked and cried out. "This is the letter he gave you." In the ghost sedan, Ghost Girl waved her hand, and a stream of light flew out and swept towards Qing Ning. Qing Ning took the letter and hurriedly asked, "How is he?" "Read the letter yourself." As she spoke, the ghost sedan left without any hesitation and disappeared in an instant. Qing Ning opened the letter in her hand. After reading it, tears flowed down unconsciously. Just a few words, extremely simple. "I'm still alive. Don't worry." The familiar handwriting was reflected in their tears. The only sentence he had written was already their greatest consolation. Qing Ning came to Zhang Xuan's room, knocked on the door, and walked in. The room was very dark with only one candle burning. Zhang Sun sat at the table, looking at the moon-shaped jade pendant in her hand. Her eyes were bloodshot and dim. Clearly, she hadn't slept for several days. "Empress, he's still alive." Qing Ning placed the letter in front of Zhang Sun and said softly. Zhang Sun was startled and looked at the handwriting in the letter. After a moment, tears fell like rain. In Barbarian Palace, a man woke up and sat on the bed in a daze. She could feel that he was still alive. Why did her heart still feel so uncomfortable? In the Netherworld Palace, Ghost Girl returned. When she saw Ning Chen's body rotting again, she immediately went forward and absorbed the Netherworld poison into her body. "Don't blame me for talking too much. It's impossible for your body to recover. Moreover, as the poison corrodes, you will gradually lose your self-awareness and become a true living dead." "Huh?" Ning Chen smiled tiredly. "It sounds very scary. If that day really comes, just sink me under the weak water so that I don't scare others."